Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Friday, December 1st. It is 9:30 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. I apologize as well, because this is, I want to flag, the second day of a multi-day hearing to receive public comments on the draft staff report in support of potential Sacramento Delta updates to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta Estuary, or Delta Plan. This hearing actually began on November 17th. I'm reconvening it, and after today, the hearing will conclude on December 11th, when the hearing will begin at noon and extend into the evening. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues with me here today. Joining me is Vice Chair Jareen Diadamo, Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. Joining us as well is our Chief Deputy Eric Oppenheimer, and from the Office of Chief Counsel, Samantha Olson. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Margie Argel and Meredith Thompson. This is a hybrid meeting, so you're either viewing this remotely, and if you are, it's through the Cal EPA website or the YouTube live stream. But if you intend on commenting on today's hearing, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so in the notice, but if you're having any challenges getting onto the platform, you can email the Clerk of the Board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you're on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it is your opportunity to speak on today's item. For everyone here in the room, good morning. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few comments for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If there were to be any emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on today's item, there is a tablet here at the side of the room to be able to sign in. And please do state your name and affiliation when you give your comment today, if you have an affiliation, that is. Also, please silence your phones just so that we can have an uninterrupted conversation this morning. I'll now provide a few reminders of how the hearing is being conducted. This hearing is being held in accordance with the Notice of Availability and Opportunity for Public Comment, Hearing, and Staff Workshops on the draft staff report in support of potential Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan as revised on November 14th, 2023. The purpose of the hearing is to provide the public the opportunity to comment on the draft staff report. Please ensure your comments today relate to the content of the report. The revised notice extended the written comment due date, importantly, from December 15th to January 19th. If you intend to submit written comments on the draft staff report, please read and follow the instructions on the notice for submitting written comments. In particular, please email your written comments to sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov, and that's SACDELTACOMMENTS@waterboards.ca.gov with the subject line, comment letter, Sacramento Delta Draft Staff Report. State Water Board staff is available to answer any questions and to collaborate with parties as the public planning process moves forward, and we want to be available to do that. But we must also keep formal comments organized. In addition, where possible, it would be helpful if parties could identify and distinguish their specific CEQA comments from other comments. You will see this request and a reminder of this on the website as well. The hearing fulfills the requirements for receipt of oral comments as described in the board's regulations and state and federal law. There will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. The board will not respond to comments at this hearing other than to seek clarification of comments presented if necessary. The State Board will not take any action during this hearing. Rather, board action will occur at a later notice board meeting following consideration of these public comments on the draft staff report and any needed updates to the report. Before the board considers approval of the staff report and updates to the Bay Delta Plan, there will be additional opportunities for public comment on the specific proposed changes to the Bay Delta Plan. Staff will describe these next steps in more detail during their presentation. Today's order of proceeding will begin with any opening remarks that any fellow board members would like to make. We will then hear an abbreviated presentation from staff in order to allow as much time as possible for public comments. If you're interested in a more detailed staff presentation, We do encourage you to watch the recorded staff presentations from the November 17th hearing day. Additionally, resources are posted to the board's website, including staff presentations from 2 recent staff workshops on the draft staff report and on a video tutorial providing an overview of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. Following the brief staff presentation, we will hear any elected officials and tribal leaders that are not part of the panel presentations that may be present, followed by public comment. Some groups have requested to give panel presentations. We plan to alternate between those panels and individual commenters throughout the day. We plan to take a short break here in the morning, about 15 minutes, and another short break in the afternoon. We also take a lunch for about 30 minutes. So just a quick overview of the agenda. We have 7 panels scheduled to present today. After, again, the short presentation, we'll hear 2 consecutive panels that will provide an overview of the proposed voluntary agreements. These panels will cover 1, hydrology, modeling, and temperature, 2, early habitat implementation, and then we will hear 2 additional panel presentations from the East Bay Municipal Utility District and Yuba Water Agency. We also plan to take about an hour's worth of individual commenters before lunch. We'll then take a break after lunch, and then we'll begin another hour or so of individual commenters. Then we'll hear 2 panels from non-governmental organizations that will cover 1, flow needs for fish and wildlife, and 2, modeling. We'll take an afternoon break. Then for our last panel, the Golden Gate Salmon Association will end the day then after that with commenters from individual speakers. I believe we have somewhere around 90 individual speakers signed up, some of them in person, many of them virtual. And so I will just note, I'll do my best to actually take those in person first, just noting that those joining virtually, I would hope have a little more flexibility and patience and appreciate everyone's time as we try to ensure that we hear everyone's voice in this really critical matter. As described in the notice, we are limiting speaking times to ensure a productive, efficient, and fair hearing. Oral comments by individuals will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and panels will be limited to 20 minutes unless otherwise arranged. I may need to speak limiting times further if necessary to ensure all speakers are able to speak without going too late into the evening. Speakers should also be making their comments at only one of these 3 hearings to ensure that we are able to hear from all interested participants and have an opportunity to be here. As a reminder, we are accepting written comments again on the staff report. Those are very helpful. They help us better structure as well our responses to you. And we encourage you to keep your oral comments as concise as possible and submit more extensive written ones. There are a few points about this hearing that I'd like to emphasize. First, to keep your comments limited to the staff report, the draft staff report, and please remember to introduce yourself and your affiliation if you're providing any comments, and speak clearly for record-keeping purposes. Second, while I or my fellow board members may ask staff for clarification, staff won't necessarily be responding to every comment or question today. Board staff will prepare written responses to oral and written comments on the draft staff report prior to the board making any final action on the report and updates to the Bay Delta Plan. I also want to take a moment and recognize that the Bay Delta watershed is a complex system that serves as a critical resource for our state. It provides drinking water for millions of Californians, provides much of the water supply for farmland throughout the state, and is vital to California American tribes whose cultures are deeply intertwined in the watersheds and ecosystems of this state. Providing balanced protection for all beneficial uses of water is incredibly important to this board and to myself and all of us here, I know collectively. Your input on the draft staff report will help inform the next steps the board will take to the update on the Sacramento and Delta components of the Bay Delta Plan, and we are intently listening to your feedback. We thank you for your attentiveness, for you joining us today, and next I'll look to my fellow board colleagues and ask if they would like to make any remarks. And if nothing further, then we can get on to the staff presentation. And thank everyone here for their time.
All right. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Nicole Williamson. I'm an environmental program manager in the Division of Water Rights. With me today are Diane Riddle, Assistant Deputy Director, and Matt Holland, Environmental Program Manager, both in the Division of Water Rights. We also have several other team members on the Zoom platform and also in the room today. Next slide, please. So I'll start by providing a summary of the topics we plan to discuss. First, I will begin with a brief overview of the Bay Delta Plan, including the purpose and need for the plan update. Next, I will give a high-level overview of the draft staff report in support of Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Lastly, I'll end with next steps and future opportunities to participate in this process. A large number of participants have registered to provide comments at today's hearing. Accordingly, the staff presentation will be abbreviated in order to allow as much time as possible for public comments and to minimize repetition with content presented previously at this hearing, which began on November 17th and included a more detailed presentation. The November 17th hearing day was recorded and can be accessed on the State Water Board's website, along with other presentations on the draft staff report. Next slide. The State Water Board and the 9 regional water quality control boards have regulatory responsibility for protecting the water quality of California's waterways. The State Water Board is also responsible for allocating surface water rights, protecting the public trust and public interest, and preventing the waste and unreasonable use of water. These responsibilities all converge in the Bay Delta, where the State Water Board must balance many responsibilities and interests. The State Water Board protects water quality in the Bay Delta in part through its Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, or Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan identifies beneficial uses of water to be protected in the Bay Delta, flow-related water quality objectives to reasonably protect the beneficial uses, and a program of implementation to achieve the objectives, including actions the State Water Board will take, and actions the State Water Board will take with others, or recommendations to others for actions they should take, and monitoring and assessment measures to evaluate compliance and effectiveness of implementation actions. The Bay Delta Plan contains water quality objectives that are both narrative and numeric. Narrative objectives describe the general water quality and flow conditions that must be attained through watershed management. They also serve as the basis for the detailed numeric objectives. Numeric objectives are specific numbers, for example, cubic feet per second of flow or percentages of unimpaired flow. The State Water Board is required under California law and federal law to periodically review the Bay Delta Plan and to update the plan as needed. Next slide. This slide provides an overall map of the Bay Delta watershed and the areas covered by the State Water Board's Bay Delta planning and implementation processes. The Bay Delta watershed is one of the most important ecosystems in California. The Bay Delta watershed is also an integral component of California's water supply system, as well as a vital part of the culture, religion, and way of life of numerous California Native American tribes. The State Water Board is currently in the process of considering updates to the portions of the Bay Delta Plan covering the Sacramento River and Delta. The blue oval in this slide identifies the general geographic scope of these updates, including the Sacramento River and its tributaries, the Delta East Side tributaries, including the Cosumnes, McCollum, and Calaveras River, and the Delta. This area is referred to as the Sacramento Delta watershed. Surface water from the Sacramento Delta watershed is used within this area, as well as several other regions of the state, including the San Joaquin Valley, San Francisco Bay Area, Central Coast, and Southern California. Separately, the State Water Board updated the Bay Delta Plan's lower San Joaquin River and tributary flow and Southern Delta salinity components in 2018. Efforts are currently underway to implement those updates and consider a voluntary agreement on the Tuolumne River. Next slide, please. Native aquatic species have undergone substantial population declines due to a variety of aquatic ecosystem stressors, including flow alteration, habitat loss, degradation of water quality, and prolonged droughts. This is documented in the State Water Board's 2017 scientific basis report in support of possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan and the 2023 Scientific Basis Report Supplement in support of possible voluntary agreements that were discussed in the staff presentation at the November 17th hearing day. The scientific basis reports further document that existing provisions of the Bay Delta Plan are not adequate to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. The Sacramento Delta Bay Delta Plan update is intended to help address aquatic ecosystem stressors within the State Water Board's responsibilities and improve environmental conditions to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses in the Sacramento River and Delta watershed. Next slide. In 2018, in advance of consideration of the Lower San Joaquin River and Southern Delta salinity updates to the Bay Delta Plan, the State Water Board released a framework that identified a staff proposal at that time for Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, which is referred to as the proposed plan amendments in the draft staff report. The framework identified a possible inflow objective for the Sacramento River and its salmon-bearing tributaries and Delta Eastside tributaries, calling for 55% of unimpaired flow with an adaptive range from 45 to 65% of unimpaired flow. Unimpaired flow is the flow that would accumulate in surface waters in response to rainfall and snowmelt and flow downstream if there were no reservoirs or diversions to change the quantity, timing, and magnitude of flows. Effectively, an unimpaired flow requirement would provide for a portion or percentage of the inflow to a river or stream be left in the stream to support fish and wildlife, allowing remaining flows to be stored or diverted for consumptive uses, for agriculture, municipal, and other purposes. The framework includes flexibility to address specific tributary needs, as well as possible voluntary implementation methods and default implementation absent voluntary methods. The identified flow levels would provide flows that that meet flow thresholds indicated to support recovery of key ecological indicator species, and the unimpaired flow approach would more closely resemble natural hydrographic conditions, providing benefits for native species as documented in the 2017 Scientific Basis Report. The adaptive range would allow for higher or lower flows based on specific tributary considerations. Specifically, higher flows may be required on tributaries that are already at higher levels, and these flows are needed to protect native fish and wildlife. Lower flows could be required if flows needed to be maintained in storage for temperature management. The range would also provide for lower flows in the event voluntary measures are implemented to restore habitat that achieves equivalent benefits. In addition to inflows, consistent with the scientific basis report, the framework identified cold water habitat provisions that would require tailored measures based on the specific needs within each individual tributary to ensure that reservoirs are operated in a manner that provides needed cold water habitat for salmonids or other measures to provide cold water habitat. Inflow-based delta outflows that would provide for required inflows in the Bay Delta Plan from the Sacramento Delta tributaries and San Joaquin River to be provided as outflow. Interior delta flows to establish flow conditions in the interior delta to reasonably protect native fish populations migrating through and rearing in the delta, and science, monitoring, assessment, reporting, and other provisions. While identified as the proposed plan amendments, all other alternatives evaluated in the draft staff report are also under consideration by the State Water Board. Next slide. Following the release of the 2018 framework in late 2022, during the completion of the draft staff report, the State Water Board received a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, signed by state and federal agencies and water users proposing voluntary agreements, or VAs, as a proposed means for updating and implementing the Bay Delta Plan. The State Water Board is not a signatory to the VA term sheet and has made no decision regarding whether to approve the proposed VAs. The proposed VAs include a combination of flow and non-flow habitat restoration measures on the Sacramento, Feather, American, Yuba, and McCollum rivers, Puda Creek, and in the Delta, proposed by water users in the watershed. The VAs also include a proposal for the Tuolumne River, which is being considered separately and is not being considered for approval in this draft staff report. However, the possible additive benefits to Delta outflows from the Tuolumne River VA are analyzed in the draft staff report and the VA scientific basis report supplement. The VAs propose that the flow and non-flow habitat restoration measures would be implementation measures for a proposed new narrative objective to achieve the viability of native fish populations and implementation of the participating parties' share during the term of the VAs to contributing to the Bay Delta Plan's existing narrative objective to double salmon populations, which the VA proposes to contribute to achieving by 2050. The proposed VAs also include governance and science programs to direct flows and habitat restoration, conduct assessments, and develop strategic plans and annual reports. By the end of the year or soon thereafter, the VA parties also plan to submit to the State Water Board drafts of flow accounting procedures, a global agreement, enforcement and implementing agreements, and a governance charter. The VAs propose an initial 8-year term. If approved by the board and shown to be effective, the term could be extended or modified. If the proposed VAs are not found to be effective through a process laid out in the VA documents, a regulatory pathway could apply after the board takes certain steps. The draft staff report identifies a staff proposed regulatory pathway consistent with the flows identified in the 2018 framework and proposed plan amendments, including 55% of unimpaired flows within a range from 45 to 65% and associated delta outflows, as well as cold water habitat measures. The draft staff report also assumes the regulatory pathway would apply to non-VA regions. Next slide. The draft staff report includes scientific information and environmental and economic analyses to support Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, including impact and benefit assessments. The report assesses a range of alternatives, including the proposed plan amendments based on the 2018 framework document, the proposed VA's alternative, and low and high flow alternatives that are similar to the proposed plan amendments, but would require lower or higher amounts of inflow and delta outflow, as well as several modular alternatives that would add to or modify the other alternatives. In addition, based on input from California Native American tribes, the draft staff report identifies the proposed incorporation of tribal and subsistence fishing beneficial uses of water, or TBUs, to the Bay Delta Plan. The draft staff report is also a substitute environmental document that fulfills the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, under the State Water Board's CEQA regulations. The State Water Board has not yet made any decisions on how to move forward with the update to the Bay Delta Plan, and all alternatives and variations described in the draft staff report are available for consideration during the public planning process. The board's public release of the draft staff report provides interested parties the opportunity to make oral and written comments on the analyses to inform any needed additions or changes to those analyses. Public input on the draft staff report, as well as peer review of the scientific basis report supplement for the VAs and the additional VA documents, will inform the State Water Board's planning processes and eventual consideration of adoption of potential Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide, please. This slide provides information on recent and upcoming engagement opportunities on the draft staff report. The release of the draft staff report initiates a formal public comment period. State Water Board staff held workshops to provide information on the contents of the draft staff report and provide an opportunity for tribal representatives and the public to ask questions to facilitate their review of the report. Video recordings from these recent workshops have been posted to the State Water Board's website. Today is the second day of a multi-day public hearing before the State Water Board to receive oral comments, and will conclude on December 11th. The hearing on December 11th will begin at noon and extend past regular business hours to accommodate those that are not able to attend during regular business hours. The deadline to submit comments on the draft staff report has been extended from December 15th, 2023 to January 19th, 2024. Detailed information on how to submit written comments on the draft staff report is available on the State Water Board's website, which is provided along with other resources at the end of this presentation. It is important that you include the proper subject header identifying the submittal as a comment letter. In addition, where possible, please distinguish specific CEQA comments from other comments. Next slide. This slide summarizes next steps on the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The board has initiated independent scientific peer review of the final draft scientific basis report supplement for the Sacramento Delta VAs that was described in more detail during the November 17th staff presentation. Following the peer review, the scientific basis report supplement may be further revised. The specific regulatory text for changes to the Bay Delta Plan have not been developed yet. Those changes will be developed based on public comments on the draft staff report, the remaining VA products expected at the end of this year or shortly after, and peer review comments on the VA scientific basis report supplement. The draft changes will be subject to public review and oral and written public comment anticipated to occur in mid-2024. The input received on the draft staff report and the draft Bay Delta Plan amendments will inform the final staff report and final proposed plan amendments, which will be brought before the board for consideration at a future meeting as part of a full public process. It is anticipated that the State Water Board may consider adoption of the Sacramento Delta updates as early as late 2024. Next slide. This slide includes contact information and resources where you can find additional information on the Bay Delta Plan update and implementation processes. Listed here are links to the main Bay Delta program page and the page specifically for the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan and draft staff report. To stay informed of Bay Delta watershed activities, subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. To subscribe, visit the main Bay Delta program page, scroll to the bottom, where you'll find the box shown on this slide and enter your name and email address. Written comments on the draft staff report should be submitted to sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. As a reminder, written comments are due on January 19th, 2024. You may also contact staff at this email address if you have any questions. And this concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we can move on to our first panel, which will be a voluntary agreement panel on hydrology, modeling, and temperature, and would welcome up those individuals to come up to the microphones. If you're going to be speaking, you may want to be over by the mics down on that side a bit. Yeah, sorry. Good morning. Really appreciate you being here and participation.
Thank you and good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Lee Bergfeld. I'm with MBK Engineers. With me this morning are Dr. Chandra Chillamakuri from the State Water Contractors and Mr. Jeff Weaver from HDR. We are all professional engineers who've spent our careers modeling, analyzing, and observing California's water system of the Delta and its tributaries. Collectively, we've got approximately 60 years of combined experience doing this. Next slide, please. Our presentation this morning will illustrate the following key points: that the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes provide significant tributary and delta flows. They address specific habitat needs and they provide these benefits without the significant adverse impacts of the unimpaired flow alternatives. By contrast, the unimpaired flow alternatives do not create any new habitat within the system. They do cause significant impacts to beneficial uses, and we will demonstrate the 4 beneficial uses illustrated here with some of the information that we present. Our analysis of the draft staff report, it leads us to the opinion that the agreements provide a better balance that reasonably protect the beneficial uses. And our goal here this morning is to demonstrate that with information that we pulled directly from the draft staff report. Our slides will annotate the sources of the information so that the information can be verified. In summary, the theme of our presentation this morning is that the voluntary agreements provide more benefits with less impacts. Next slide, please.
Good morning. Thank you for giving.
Right there, yeah. Sorry. Let's start with a high-level assessment of the modeling and the technical analysis. The VA alternatives are well-defined. In general, the staff report modeling reflects the alternative, and this is particularly true on the tributaries. The analysis is not perfect. Our written comments will detail some of the areas where we have concerns and some of the options for improving the analysis. But the benefits that are demonstrated within the staff report are still present. They're there, and while they're understated, our written comments will also provide more details on why we have that opinion. The unimpaired flow alternatives are more conceptual in nature, and I think that modeling reflects more of that. And there's no clear implementation plan identified, and that makes it a little bit harder.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's because the implementation plan is coming after the staff report, right? So just to make sure we're being accurate on why you don't see that, because it's not the implementation plan.
I understand, but thank you for the clarification. Without the implementation plan, it is difficult to understand whether the effects on the system are accurate and what we may see. And that makes it difficult to interpret the results.
Because it's an environmental impact document.
Thank you. Finally, the draft staff report does include some descriptions of modular alternatives that are also a little bit hard to understand in terms of how they may be implemented and what the effects of those might be. Next slide, please.
All right, again, good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. So as you have already heard, VAs are a package of flows, habitat, and funding to contribute towards the native species viability. VAs will increase upstream and tributary flows, delta inflows, and outflows. Using the data from the draft staff report, the plot that you're seeing on the slide here shows that VAs provide a significant new delta outflow over and above the existing Decision 1641 and the biological opinion requirements. A couple of things I want to point out. One, the biological opinions that the VA flows are built on top of already include significant interior flow protections, fall delta outflow, which the board is proposing as one of their modular alternatives. Also, please note that the flow contributions are really high in the middle water year types, dry below normal and above normal. That was by design. The wet years, we believe that there is significant flow in the system where you need to use those supplies for other critical needs, such as addressing sigma issues or saving water for using in the dry conditions. Next slide, please.
All right, this slide illustrates the simulated end of May storages in 4 major reservoirs in the Sacramento Valley, and it compares the baseline, the VA alternative, and 55% of unimpaired alternative. The key point here is that the unimpaired flow alternative pulls the spring storage lower in these reservoirs compared to both the baseline and the VA the majority of the time, and this is particularly true in Folsom in the bottom left and Oroville in the upper right figures. This operation has significant impacts it to the ability to manage temperature later in the season and to hydropower generation, which Mr. Weaver will cover later. But additionally, these lower spring storages and at times lower carryover storages really affect the water resiliency and the flexibility within our system to meet the existing regulations and obligations, as well as respond to changes in the system. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the water supply impacts of the voluntary agreements, as well as the 55% unimpaired alternative. As you can see with the blue bars for the voluntary agreements, there are less water supply impacts than 55% of unimpaired. The unimpaired alternative includes impacts to M&I, ag, and the refuge water supplies, excuse me. Is our opinion that these impacts are understated in the analysis for both of the alternatives illustrated here. For example, these blue bars do not include the export cuts, which are part of the VA alternatives. And for the 55% alternative, there are some technical details in terms of how the analysis and the change in the deliveries are reflected. It's important as we look at these and we think about anywhere from 2 to 2.5 million acre feet of supply reduction in the driest of the 3 year types, that it's our opinion these can't be fully mitigated. I do understand that the staff report identifies mitigation strategies, but I'm not sure that those are feasible. Next slide, please.
Continuing on the water supply theme, the proposed unimpaired flow alternatives significantly reduce the state water project south of Delta deliveries, as shown in that figure on the right. That's a figure directly from the draft staff report. I added the red lines on that just to illustrate that. Under the 55% unimpaired flow scenario, the state water project deliveries could reduce by over 1 million acre feet under median conditions. And a less known fact is that about 3/4 of the disadvantaged communities in California actually are dependent on the state water project supplies. And such a reduction in supply, it will likely increase their supply risk to those communities and the affordability rate. This reduction translates to roughly 500,000 acre feet to the Southern California region. And again, we did a back of envelope calculations, and this translates to roughly 8 Carlsbad sites desalination plants or 80 small desal plants, which you know are really difficult to permit and very expensive to construct. Next slide, please.
All right, this slide focuses on how the VAs could provide, more benefits. Remember, our theme is more benefits with less impacts under the voluntary agreements. Here we're looking at tributary fish habitat. The figure on the left shows blue bars, which represent the VA alternative, and red bars, which represent the percent of unimpaired at 55% alternative. And you can see that the blue bars across most of the tributaries provide more rearing and spawning habitat. As we switch to the figures rainbow colored on the right side of the slide, these are comparing the percent change in the median habitat for just the VA alternatives, looking at the different tributaries across the 5 different water year types, with spawning in the top and rearing in the bottom figure. I wanted to talk about 2 key points for this figure on the right. The first is that the VAs and the habitat projects are strategic. You'll notice that there's no increase in spawning habitat on the Yuba River. It's because that has been identified to not be a limiting factor for salmon production on the Yuba. So therefore, we focus on rearing habitat. The second key point is that the VAs provide benefits across all the water year types. This is important because, as you know, VAs propose flow contributions in the middle 3, but not the other 2. What this essentially means is that the VAs and the habitat projects that are going to be constructed provide a more efficient use of our existing water and our flows for our ecosystem purposes. Next slide, please. Now I want to talk a little bit about the effects of terrestrial wildlife within the Sacramento Valley. So I know you heard on the 17th from the panel on the value of irrigated rice acreage within the Sacramento Valley. The upper right figure illustrates the expected changes in rice acres under the VA in the blue bar and the 55% unimpaired alternative in the red bar. The VA proposes to idle up to 35,000 acre feet of rice acres within those 3 year types. By comparison, the changes in deliveries to rice areas within the Sac Valley from the SACWAM modeling would indicate that we would need to fallow between 200,000 and 300,000 acres of rice acres based on that change in delivery. This is the expected fallowing in each year, and directly below it are the changes in the refuge water supply. And what you can see is that the refuge water supply changes occur in the same years of significant fallowing. So again, the bottom line here is that the VAs don't have an impact to refuge water supply, and it has considerably less impact to rice acres. Next slide, please.
Continuing on this theme of the species benefits, so the staff report relies on the flows to demonstrate the potential benefits to the species. However, we believe that the benefits of increased delta outflow are highly uncertain. For example, the graphic on the left is a figure from the scientific basis report from State Board, and you can notice that even at high flows above 40,000 CFS, the probability of population growth in longfin smelt is 50-50. This is actually directly from the scientific basis report. The graphic on the right is from the CDFW, and what it's showing is various colors show the relationship between the delta outflow and longfin smelt abundance over the last few decades. And the reddish, the pinkish envelope you see is the latest decade since 2013, and the relationship between delta outflow and the longfin smelt abundance is far less certain, and the slope, as you can see, is much flatter, and which just indicates that outflow is not the only variable that is there are other factors that we need to consider to understand why the longfin smelt abundance is changing. Next slide, please. So while we disagree with staff's reliance on just flow in computing the benefits or assessing the benefits of each alternative, even if you use staff's methodology, the VAs demonstrate significant benefits to various key estuarine species, as shown in this figure, especially in the drier years. You can see double-digit increases across all species. Continuing on to habitat, next slide, please. The draft staff report is also showing that the VA alternative would increase the estuarine habitat for all the key focal species included there. For example, you can see for delta smelt larvae, the VAs are expected to increase the habitat by at least anywhere between 4% and 13% approximately. While we believe that the definition used for the suitable habitat for species is very narrow in the draft staff report, clearly the VA is increasing, even under that definition, the habitat available for those species. Next slide, please.
So as Lee showed on slide 5, we do see a decrease in expected end of May storage. And as you probably all know, that storage is highly related to the cold water pool development. This is a figure here from 2023 from Shasta, from Bureau of Reclamation. And we see that the cold water pool peaks and grows as storage grows in the spring, and then it's released later on in the year. This is the major source of water, cold water, to provide habitat for fisheries and downstream reaches. So one of the challenges with that that reduced end of May storage that we saw previously is that we're not going to get the same cold water pool development, and that's going to have an effect on our summer temperatures. Next slide, please. So these are some tables from the staff report, and for the Sacramento, American, and Feather Rivers. And it's a little bit small here, but you can see the red bars are where there's increases. Blue is indicating a decrease in temperatures. And what we see here is and all three of these tributaries are temperature constrained, where temperature is a major limiting factor for production. And what we see is that the unimpaired flow scenarios are making the stressful conditions even more stressful. That lower line, that 90% exceedance, I think it really means 10% exceedance. But I think that those times is when we already have under baseline the highest temperatures, and it's making them worse. So we're expecting to see that this would indicate an increase in challenging temperatures during the summer months on these three tributaries. We see the VAs on the bottom. We don't see nearly that same effect. We see essentially no effect on temperatures in all three tributaries. Next slide, please. So a little bit about hydropower generation. So the staff report understandably focused on the monthly effects of the changes in flows on hydropower. But one of the important values of water and hydropower is to balance out the intra-daily effects of renewable resources. So as solar comes on in the middle of the day, usually we drop out hydropower, and then as solar drops off in the evening, we increase our increase our hydropower generation. And so with higher spring flows, we would expect to see that there's less flexibility to respond to those changes in solar generation. That would need to be offset by some resource, and unfortunately, it would likely be greenhouse gas emitting generation. Next slide, please. Conversely, we see a decrease in our summer generation as a result of both lower flows and lower storages. So during the summer months, we actually have an inverse effect where we have inadequate generation on the grid. And in particular, I got some slides here from some heat storm events in September of 2022, where we saw record high loads on the grid. And in fact, that CAISO was able to avoid any sort of outages only by shedding load, particularly through the State Water Project. So in decreasing flows would decrease the flexibility for hydropower generation to help supplement and meet some of this demands, particularly as solar comes offline in the evenings. And again, this would either lead to outages or increased use of greenhouse gas emitting generation. Next slide, please.
All right, I want to talk briefly about implementation. As I mentioned before, the VA alternative is well defined. The methods for making the water available are proven, and we know how to implement them. We've talked about the habitat being strategic to address specific needs. So the implementation can occur after the board adopts them. And you'll hear in the following panel about how some of the projects are already being implemented. By comparison, the flow alternatives are conceptual, and they include a range of flow anywhere from 45 to 65% in the proposed plan amendment, which can equate to about 5 million acre feet with California's hydrology as it relates to delta inflow. There's a narrative cold water pool objective, and there's no specific actions or creation of new habitat. Based on a review in the staff report, it seems that a lot of the implementation may come down to annual discretionary decision-making by the board staff. Next slide, please. I want to talk briefly about a reflection on a flow-only approach. And the figures on the right are from a presentation that my colleague, Mr. Bray, made to the state board 11 years ago. And it illustrates the expected change in delta outflow when we went to the 2008-2009 biological opinions as compared to what would occur under D1641. We've operated under those requirements, or requirements that are very similar to them, for the past 15 years. This has essentially been a flow-only approach that has not worked. That's why the VAs are offering both flow and habitat, as well as other benefits and funding to strategically address the specific needs of the system. Next slide.
Okay, so to close it off, we have demonstrated to you using the information in the draft staff report that the VA alternative provides the benefits to all the fisheries, not just delta fisheries, without the devastating impacts to the other beneficial uses. So we touched on the benefits to upstream fisheries from the habitat restoration and cold water pool management. We demonstrated to you the delta fishery benefits from both habitat and abundance perspective, terrestrial species. We showed you that the water supply impacts are not as high with the VAs compared to the unimpaired flow scenarios. We demonstrated to you the operational flexibility is critical for hydropower and meeting other regulatory obligations on the projects. However, in this modified landscape where 90% of the historical habitat is lost, the VAs are a carefully designed package based on our best scientific understanding that use the flow and habitat to provide the most beneficial use to the fisheries and terrestrial species in the watershed. Our next panel will demonstrate to you in the real-life successes of this approach. From our read of the draft staff report, VA is the only alternative that reasonably balances all the beneficial uses and does not conflict with other states' goals, such as the green energy and affordable housing. Therefore, the proposed plan amendment alternative cannot be path forward, neither as the update nor as a backstop to the VA alternative. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the honest engagement. Any questions from board members? Potentially. Board Member Firestein.
And maybe this will be better asked at future panels, so feel free, but since we have you here. So I'm just trying to follow on your analysis on the habitat benefits. So is your analysis on the flow habitat benefits suggesting there's no habitat generated from flows without and only what can be counted as the habitat projects that the VAs are putting on the table as habitat? I guess I just want to understand how you're looking at habitat benefits with the staff alternative.
Sure. I think maybe both Chandra and I might best answer this because, of course, it's a little different between the tributaries and within the delta. So I don't know if it's possible to pull our slides back up or not.
Slide 8.
If we could pull slide 8 back up, just to make sure that I'm addressing your question. Okay. So there was an assessment that was done by staff, right, in the staff report that looked at the existing flow to suitable habitat relationships within the tributary systems. And then they simulate the flows and then look at what suitable habitat exists. And that's the direct comparison on the left. So it's a % change in the median habitat that we would expect for salmonid rearing and spawning in the different tributaries. And so you see this % change with the voluntary agreements. The driver behind why there is a different change in the voluntary agreements than the unimpaired flow is because that flow to suitable habitat relationship is different because we create suitable habitat that activates at a wide range of flows. And that's kind of what the rainbow figures on the right side illustrate. Across the range of flows, we're still seeing an increase in the habitat on the tributary system by the creation of that. So it's not that the unimpaired flows don't have some effect on habitat by increasing the flow, but it's less than what we see with the voluntary agreement by the creation of those habitat projects. Did that address your question?
Yeah, and this is specifically for salmon and for rearing and spawning.
Correct.
And but I would assume that's different for the estuary species.
Right. So again, as I said, there is actually over 5,000 acres of restoration as part of the package, and we expect that to continue to add benefits on top of all the existing restoration that's already underway. Again, the next panel will touch a little bit on that, but even with if the staff report assessed the creation of suitable habitat for the estuarine species, and they found that with the additional tidal marsh restoration that's being proposed, and considering the additional flows on top of the biological opinions, the VAs do add additional benefits, habitat benefits in the estuary as well.
Okay, and on another just clarification question on your presentation. So you mentioned that the VA, that our analysis of the VA impacts don't include export reductions. So, and can you just spell that out for me a little bit more?
Certainly. So that slide illustrates these changes in deliveries, and they come from the reference tables in the staff report. And so for a change, you have to compare it to a particular baseline. And this is where I know you will see additional written comments on if I don't do an adequate job explaining it. But essentially by that comparison, it eliminated the export reductions that are going to occur under the voluntary agreements. So that's why the magnitude of those blue bars is understated in terms of the water supply effect.
All right, well, I think there'll be more discussion, and I know we have a long day, so I appreciate this. Thank you.
Further questions in your time?
Yeah, thank you, board member. Yes, a lot more discussion. Vice Chair or Board Member McGuire? Okay, Board Member McGuire.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for the presentation. Obviously, this is an incredibly complex topic, and there's a lot to dig into here, and I would love to spend more time than we have allocated talking about all the details of this, but one area that I pay attention to and have been trying to better understand, it's really that balance, right? So it's the balance of how do we take a limited resource and optimize it essentially to maximize the benefits to the ecosystem while mitigating other potential trade-offs. What it seems to come down to here, and what I'm taking away through some of this presentation, is it's a balance between measures that will improve spring outflow, measures that will maintain and preserve reservoir storage and carryover storage, and measures that will help maintain adequate temperatures throughout the course of the year. These are all critical from an ecosystem perspective. These are all critical objectives, I think, of the VAs in terms of what they're trying to accomplish. One question I had at the last hearing was about flexibility of the voluntary agreements. And I think some of the flexibility goes to this balancing of where in different year types, where is water best spent in terms of spring outflow benefits for the ecosystem versus maybe needing some of that water to preserve carryover or summer temperatures. So this is a panel on hydraulic modeling and the analysis there. So I'm just asking the question, do you think that the modeling, the analysis that was done in the staff report, from what you've seen so far, admittedly, it's a very large document, I know there's a lot in there, but do you think it adequately represents the flexibility that's envisioned with the voluntary agreements? And I was in particular looking at slide 4, which is the one that shows the voluntary agreement anticipated increases in outflow from January through June. Do you think that those flows are ones that we should expect in those year types, or do you think that the flexibility and different provisions in the VAs might pull on some of those flows a bit to push them into the summer or fall if conditions warrant?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Very important to understand. So the VA strategic plan, which is part of the document, identifies the bands of flexibility, if you will. The flexibility is mainly across the months. As you rightfully identified, that the biggest challenge will be between the spring releases and the cold water pool development, especially in those drier years. So there may be some a need in really difficult dry conditions to, wait until the cold water pool is developed, and then the releases could be coming down later. But that is already identified and analyzed. On an annual basis, if you look at it, there will be, and the flows that I am showing here, those would be the additional flows that will show up on top of the current biological opinions.
Thank you. Obviously, I know there's a lot more analysis to come. I know many of the voluntary agreement documents are still in the process of being finalized. So I look forward to seeing those and the additional work. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair.
Thank you for that question. So I'll kind of ask it in a different way, and that's with regard to the staff proposal. And I see that, let's just take a look at slide 5, end of May storage under unimpaired flow. So did you analyze, in light of the fact that I know you called out that we don't yet have a program of implementation, so we don't really know how it would be implemented, but I know that this would not be our intention. And so I just want to give you an opportunity, because I suspect staff would be, responding to this at some point anyway, that, there actually is some embedded flexibility. So did you look at different scenarios of unimpaired in terms of management actions that could be taken in order to mitigate impacts on cold water pool and hydropower?
Yes, I think this gets to the questions of implementation and some of the uncertainty that surrounds that. So well aware that the proposed plan amendment includes a narrative cold water pool objective that would look to avoid the types of impacts that we see to water temperature, particularly on the American and on the Feather Rivers. We know that that's a part of the objective. That just means that there is another impact somewhere else that must occur, because right now the water is being released from the reservoirs in order to meet the flow. If that water is going to remain within the reservoirs, then the water to meet the flow must come from a reduction and a diversion somewhere else in the system. So the system is, as you all know, very complex, and it involves trade-offs in these situations, and it comes to balancing what that right trade-off is. So would it be possible to keep the storages higher in Folsom and Oroville than shown here? Yes, if we reduce diversions or don't meet flows downstream.
Yeah, that's helpful. Oh, go ahead.
If I can,
Sure.
Vice Chair, because I think this touches on a fundamental misunderstanding, I guess, of what the board's unimpaired flow standard, and which is a standard and isn't in the implementation. And there's articulated plenty of flexibility, right? You don't have to run your reservoir at like a 2-week unimpaired flow running average. It's just a matter of how do you articulate what your budget is that you're using, and here, percentage of what's hydrologically available. That doesn't stop you from holding on the water, using it in the fall because you've identified, that's what you need to do. I think it's important, that we really create not strawmans around the board's proposal, which at this point is environmental modeling, isn't operational modeling, and infer things like, carryover and other things. But I, appreciate the attempts.
Is it okay if I respond to that, Chair?
Oh, please do. Please. This is important.
I agree that the staff report and the board's staff proposal describes that flexibility. My point is just that to exercise that flexibility, you must create an impact or a change somewhere else in the system. If we would like to keep the reservoirs higher, that water has to come from somewhere.
Can I
This is
just
what we do now. Yeah.
Can I just add one more thing? And especially if you are trying to get the water out on natural pattern, then that is the storage response you will see.
Not necessarily. Again, and again, if you do a 2-week running average, perhaps you're tied to what's coming in, and you're kind of just bound by it. But I think the board has clearly articulated several times that that's not how you have to run it. And you see the modeling that way because, well, we can't assume what otherwise would be, things that we can't know because it would be around the flexibility that you would have in implementing a standard or that budget. It's really about how you set the budget, right, and what's being maintained in the system. The shifting that can go on is important for both of the concepts that are being proposed here.
Right.
And I think that what I continue to see is a lot more similarity in what we're all trying to talk about and hopefully continue to articulate that.
May I add just a couple points?
Yes.
So, what's been presented here is definitely one way to look at it. And the fact that the presentation pulled actual graphs and charts from the staff report, I think demonstrates that, we did provide a transparent analysis. And I would say that our staff report takes a conservative view in terms of looking at impacts. We try to disclose everything and look at, in some cases, more of a worst case than a best case scenario. The discussion that just occurred about flexibility, everything is accurate there. The staff report describes, I believe, what's called voluntary implementation, which is different than voluntary agreements. And it does allow for flexibility, both to improve conditions for fish if the default unimpaired flow requirement is not the best way to use that block or budget of water. But what we haven't talked about is it also allows a reduction in the percent of unimpaired flow down to that 45%. And so the point that the water has to come from somewhere is true, but there is flexibility in that the total volume could also be less through voluntary implementation.
Thank you, and apologies, Vice Chair. Thanks for getting there a moment.
I'd like to shift to just quickly to disadvantaged communities. And I know, I do appreciate the slide and the reference to the staff report, and I'll dig in a little bit more, but did want to give Dr. Chilla-McCurry an opportunity to talk a little bit more about this. I know that there's a lot going on in Southern California with water resilience and diversity of supplies. So this is something that I think that you're looking at anyway, but just looking for your thoughts on how we could really tease out impacts here on disadvantaged communities, because even though you're showing this impact, I know that the region is doing a lot to address these issues anyway.
Right, and my only point there was, yes, there are efforts underway. By the way, it's not just Southern California, it's actually all the SWP service area, starting from Northern California all the way down there. What this does is it's only going to make it harder for those water agencies to ensure that affordable supplies are provided to the disadvantaged communities, right? If you are looking at more than a third of the supply going down and for this region, then they would have to replace that supply with some other way. By the way, this is another, the supply changes are shown mostly on an annual basis, but if you look at the drought sequences, and this is only going to make it harder and harder if you don't have those supplies in those weather conditions. That's my point about it, that if you are trying to find some replacements, forced to find replacement supplies, it's going to be really expensive and it'll become unaffordable.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. I'll just leave it. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. And so thank you. Really appreciate the presentation. And so just curious, and apologize if I missed it, through the modeling, see you were looking at the different flows, and you spoke to temperature. Did you look at other water quality impacts as you were doing your modeling?
I think that the staff report did present some other water quality constituents. I'm sorry, I can't answer questions, anything specific about those.
So this is based on the review of the information presented in the draft staff report. We didn't do any additional modeling per se, but I did review the staff's analysis around the HABs, for example. rightfully identify that there needs to be a comprehensive approach, and clearly we need to understand better what are the driving factors and what are the mitigation measures we need to avoid those habit-related impacts in the Delta. There is no detailed analysis for that, rightfully. Whereas I don't think there are any other, or at least I didn't notice any other quantitative analysis for the other water quality constituents.
Thank you. I think we're,
I just asked one more
yes,
question. I'm
we're a little
sorry.
past, but we can. Yeah, this has been
I
good
know.
engagement. Thank you.
Just on the discussion around temperature and trade-offs. On the voluntary agreement, though, there isn't a temperature component. And so how do we reconcile that there's going to be trade-offs as we deal with temperature without fleshing out how we make those trade-offs with the VA? And is that just something, no matter, however we do it, we need to be able to flesh out more explicitly how those trade-offs are going to be made so it's clear in general where that's being pulled from?
I know specifically on the Sacramento River where temperature management on the upper Sac and the operation of Shasta is a significant concern. The voluntary agreement looks at that and thinks about whether in the timing of that water as it gets released out of Shasta to avoid making big springtime releases when it would affect the cold water pool. So there is some flexibility associated with that. This gets a little bit into the governance and the administration of the voluntary agreements, and I am not the person to answer those questions.
I can just add a little bit. The conflict that we are looking at between the outflow needs versus the cold water pool needs, it's much more narrow in the VAs because we are building on top of the biological opinions where NIMS and CDFW staff are significantly weighing on how best to operate the Shasta Reservoir and Folsom Reservoir for that matter. So I'll just leave it at that. It's much narrow.
Yeah, and it's completely interdependent here when we talk about baseline and everything else. So yeah, but we won't start getting into that. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Let's move on to our next panel. We are moving about here 20 minutes behind schedule at this point and want to be good to everyone. So thank you. Next, we will hear about the early habitat implementation and welcome our next VA folks coming up. Note, I think we have 4 microphones and this panel has more than that. Okay, they're hidden down there. Oh, okay, sorry about that. All right, file in. Thank you, everyone. Good to see you.
All right. Good morning.
Morning. Good
Can you hear
morning.
me
Good to
okay?
see you. Yes, we can.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can you advance to the next slide, please? So great. So good morning. I am Todd Manley. I'm with the Northern California Water Association. I'll let my fellow panelists introduce themselves as they present their slides. We appreciate this opportunity to be before you this morning to provide an overview of the work towards early implementation of to support the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes. It is our goal with this panel to help reassure you and others that these agreements will be implemented. Next slide, please. So just to start off, the alternatives that you're considering have been incorrectly characterized by some as a choice between flows or habitat. But scientists are telling us we need both flows and physical landscape to improve conditions for fish and wildlife. Thus, our proposal are the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes. Next slide. The addition of these habitat projects in concert with flows creates habitat values that do not currently exist when these flows alone move rapidly through channels. The additional flows that are proposed in the agreements are targeted to increase further the habitat value and functions of these projects. Next slide. This holistic approach works to achieve the balancing of beneficial water uses as required by the Water Quality Control Plan process. This avoids adverse impacts, some of which you heard in the earlier panel, that are created by unimpaired flow alternatives to drinking water, sanitation, groundwater supplies, fire suppression, farms, salmon and other fish species, birds and wildlife along the Pacific Flyway, hydroelectric generation, and recreation. In short, this approach provides more benefits and less impacts than proposed plan amendments. Next slide, please. The agreements will contribute to a holistic approach to improve freshwater conditions for all 4 runs of Chinook salmon and other native species that we have in this region. As you will hear in greater detail from my fellow panelists, early implementation is already underway. And this is important because we are working hard with state and federal agencies and conservation organizations to create momentum on project implementation to ensure that the environmental targets in the agreements are achievable during the term of the agreement. Next slide, please. So to that point, since December of 2018, 33 projects have been completed in the region as part of this early implementation efforts. The projects are being implemented by collaborative partnerships that include local water management entities, conservation organizations, and state and federal fisheries and water management agencies. These partnerships are very inclusive, and we welcome additional parties to help advance this work. This collaboration is expediting project completion, and we are working through the Cutting the Green Tape initiative and with many partners to accelerate restoration. Next slide. So just to give this a visual here of this holistic approach, and as you can see in the map, we're looking to implement projects throughout the regions, and these projects are going to benefit all 4 and are benefiting for the ones that are completed. All 4 runs of Chinook salmon. They are targeted to provide specific benefits to the specific life cycle stages that occur in freshwater in our region. And so with that, I will turn it over, and I believe Charlotte is next. Next slide.
Not on. Okay. Good morning. I'm Charlotte Biggs with the California Department of Water Resources. I'm going to highlight some of DWR's recent habitat restoration efforts, both on the Feather River and in the Delta region. So some of our recent efforts were done to comply with existing mitigation requirements, as was mentioned on the last panel. And so they would not be eligible for inclusion in the new VA program. However, in all of DWR's pursuits, regardless of the obligation, DWR and our partners have gained invaluable lessons learned, significant monitoring data opportunities, and a blueprint for project implementation. So building on past success and these lessons learned, I think, is key for 2 reasons. First, the fish just need the habitat. They're not aware of the driver for the projects. And the best thing that we can do for fish is create landscape scale habitats, so larger scale habitats. And so connecting our new projects with our existing projects can actually help us target the areas that we know will have the most impact. The second reason that building on momentum is so key is that these habitat restoration projects that we'll all speak about today are so complex to implement. These types of projects require a lot of trust in balancing what can often be conflicting interests on one site. Our collective experience here, building on lessons learned, can really help us establish more trust and provide more opportunities, such as the VAs or the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach, to work in a concerted effort to really maximize our benefits. So starting here on the Feather River, just some examples of recent and ongoing projects that we're able to learn from. Earlier this year, in 2023, DWR added spawning gravel to historic Chinook salmon spawning sites. So these are sites that have been degraded and are no longer viable. Our preliminary monitoring results just from this year already indicate that salmon are using this newly placed gravel for spawning. DWR plans to continue this project into the next year with even more gravel being placed in other historic spawning locations on the Feather. So that's one example of a project where we would be able to leverage those lessons learned for ongoing and new projects, such as the Sunset Weirs Sunset Weir and Pump Restoration Project, which could count towards the VAs. So this is a project where DWR is partnering with the local water agency to remove an existing rock weir that spans the river. By removing this weir, we will restore active flows to about 10 miles of riverine habitat and also remove a migratory barrier for salmon, steelhead, and sturgeon. This is also a hotspot for predation. And to further protect juvenile salmonids, the existing Sunset pump would be outfitted with new state-of-the-art fish screens. So we can go to the next slide.
All right, good morning. My name is James Pearson, and I'm a fish biologist with the East Bay Municipal Utilities District. I work on the McCollum River. Over the last 25 years, we at EB-MUD have been working diligently to restore the natural function of the aquatic ecosystem of the McCollum River. A recent assessment used to develop the scientific basis report supplement and intended to identify habitat limiting the natural origin Chinook salmon from reaching the CVPIA doubling goal has demonstrated that Chinook salmon in the McCollum River are currently constrained by a lack of sufficient off-channel floodplain rearing habitat. Given the importance of floodplain habitat to the growth and survival of juvenile salmonids, EB-MUD has made it a priority to restore floodplain habitat along the McCollum River. For instance, during the early implementation phase, we at EB-MUD have already restored 3.67 acres of floodplain habitat towards our 25-acre goal for the VA 8-year term. EB-MUD, in collaboration with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, has further created a model to rank the unscreened water diversions that pose the greatest risk to rearing and migrating juvenile salmonids in the McCollum River. During the early implementation phase, we at EB-MUD have screened 3 water diversions that ranked as priorities 3, 4, and 7, and we are currently in the design phase of another 3 water diversions, including the 2 top priority ranked first and second, and 1 that was not initially ranked. Next slide, please. As a result of 25 years of habitat restoration projects by EB-MUD in collaboration with our state and federal partners, the habitat assessment described earlier further demonstrated that spawning habitat is not a limiting factor for the natural origin Chinook salmon in the McCollum River. While spawning habitat is no longer limiting, to counteract the natural habitat degradation, we at EB-MUD plan to continue annual spawning, habitat maintenance, and further restoration where possible. During the early implementation phase, we at EB-MUD have restored 1.27 acres and maintained another 2.04 acres of spawning habitat. We acknowledge that the VA commitment are minimum required acreage to meet a short-term 8-year goal, and we continue to plan for long-term success. We believe that a combination of targeted flow and non-flow habitat restoration actions, which are currently being planned and implemented, will ultimately lead to the improved survival and resiliency of the salmonid populations within the McCollum River. Thank you.
Chair Escobar, board members, good morning. I'm Adam Robin with Yuba Water Agency. Really appreciate the opportunity to be with you this morning. Since 2018, Yuba Water Agency has invested considerable agency effort, time, resources into advancing 3 early implementation habitat projects on the lower Yuba River. Those 3 projects have been completed as of today. They are the Hallwood Floodplain and Side Channel Restoration Project, the Upper Rose Bar Habitat Enhancement Project, and the Lower Long Bar Restoration Project. The total combined footprint of those 3 projects is over 200 acres. A significant portion of that total project footprint contributes floodplain and side channel, in-stream and floodplain rearing habitat. What I really want to emphasize is that when we're considering these projects, it's important to keep in mind the highly modified nature of the lower Yuba River, which was devastated by the effects of hydraulic mining during the late gold rush, erasing effectively the historic river channel and significantly elevating our region's already high flood risk. A project like Hallwood represents a monumental effort to undo some of that damage, removing over 3.2 million cubic yards of hydraulic mining debris, piled in essentially little hills, 40 to 80 feet tall along 2 miles of the river. It took 4 years, it took millions of dollars, but you can see the difference in the prior condition and at completion cross sections before you. Across 157 acres, the project created nearly 2 miles of restored side channels and alcoves and more than 6 miles of seasonally flooded side channels. In a setting like the Yuba River, projects like Hallwood are giving the river room to be a river again and restoring ecosystem functions that have been lost. In closing, I'd really like to emphasize that each of the 3 projects, including Hallwood, is the result of partnerships. Partnerships between the state and federal agencies, partnerships with conservation organizations, willing landowners, and Yuba Water Agency. Those partnerships were key to project success in each of these cases, and they provide a model for our future efforts. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bill Vanderwall. I'm a deputy manager at Reclamation District 108, and I appreciate the time to share with you our early implementation. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about the work that we've done between Keswick Dam and about Red Bluff on the Sacramento River. In December of 2021, we received $40 million of funding from the CVPIA. 20 million of that went to settlement contractors, another 10 million each to our partners at Chico State Foundation and River Partners. We've been able to have good collaboration with regulatory agencies, CDFW, TWR, National Marine Fisheries, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have all participated in our designs and project implementation. You can see the photos. These are projects that are done. Since February of 2022, when we were able to implement our first project with that funding, we've completed 7 projects. This has been a valley-wide effort. For the settlement contractors, we've sent staff up there from our own districts to conduct the work on these. That's from Natomas Mutual Water Company all the way up to the city of Reading. Chico State Foundation and River Partners collaborate with the Yurok tribe to implement their projects. So it's valley-wide. What the photos don't capture is the work that we've been doing to collaborate and share on our pre and post-project monitoring, where we're able to intelligently customize the designs of these projects as they go along, and we see what works and what does not work. I appreciate the time, and thank you.
Good morning, my name is Max Stevenson. I'm the Buda Creek Streamkeeper. I'm an employee of the Solano County Water Agency, and I'll be talking a little bit previous to 2018. Hopefully this information can help the board with their difficult decisions ahead. Buda Creek is nearby. It terminates in the delta a few miles away near West Sacramento and heads 30 miles upstream through Davis, through the UC Davis campus and up towards Winters, and the water flows from Lake Berryessa from the Solano project. In 2000, Buda Creek actually got its extra environmental flows due to a lawsuit that ended in the Buda Creek Accords, and that's what this upper left-hand chart shows. It's an annual chart showing the months of the year from January to December. The dashed and dotted lines below show the minimum base flows, but the higher lines going on the left is cubic feet per second. It's not labeled, but up to 160 CFS there. Those are the pulse flows. These are functional flows, simulating natural flows, but using a fraction of what the unimpaired flows would be. And during that February-March line, that would be the spring runoff, and then that red line actually it's variable, it could be October through December, that's our salmon fall attraction flows. And we actually have a salmon run right now in Little Buda Creek. They're swimming up right now and spawning, but that didn't start until about 2014. That's the lowest graph there. It took 14 years after we got our environmental flows for the salmon to come back. Why did it take that long? Well, the idea that we've been talking about today is that the flow-only approach isn't everything you need. You need more. You need that habitat. That's what we did. We spent about $20 million over those 14 years, half from the state, half from local water agency funds, and worked on habitat projects, restoration projects, filling in the whole life cycle for the salmon. That's the first point, that it does take time, and the flow-only approach is that we need more than that. The second point I wanted to make was the modest amount of these flows. The little dotted line you can see from April to June, and the little dotted line from November, December, that represents a 5 CFS minimum flow requirement in Poudre Creek. 5 CFS can pass through a 16-inch pipe by gravity feed. It's very modest. Of course, we use more water than that. But the idea is that with very small amounts of water that are timed well, that mimic the environment, we can get 90% of the benefit with 5% of the flows. And we've been showing that on Poudre Creek, but you need this other component, the restoration component, to fill in the life cycle, the non-flow measures. And that's the end of my comments.
Good morning. I'm Erica Bishop, Habitat and Science Program Manager with the Water Forum. On the American River, we have constructed 5 early implementation projects during, in the last several years, and that's yielded over 30 acres of spawning habitat and over 20 acres of in-stream rearing habitat for our fall run Chinook and steelhead. And the sites constructed during the early implementation period are shown on the map in the upper right-hand portion of the screen. And these areas were chosen and selected because we were very far along in design and we were ready to go. These are part of an existing ongoing successful habitat program on the American. We've been working in the river to improve conditions for our salmonids since 2008. So we don't plan on stopping anytime soon. We know that these habitats, both types, are limited, and construction and maintenance of previously constructed habitats would definitely continue well beyond the VA term to ensure that the river remains effective for our multiple life stages. And we use best available tributary-specific hydraulic and biologic information in our project design. And that helps us to design suitable and effective projects that take into account our widely variable hydrology, our unique geomorphic context in our river, and also the operational constraints that we're affected by. And our work has been reviewed by numerous respected scientists and highlighted, and our methods have been highlighted in peer-reviewed journals. And the habitat construction work that we do dovetails, is in complement with our modified flow management standard. That flow management standard is in action on the river and is broadly supported by stakeholders, operators, and our regulatory agencies, and dovetails well with the flow actions proposed under the voluntary agreements. Next slide. So our habitat project sites actually support between 30 and 50% of all of the natural spawning that occurs on the American River. And highlighting that success here with our 2021 Ansel Hoffman project site. Prior to construction in this area, we saw very low utilization for our Chinook salmon spawning in the fall. Maybe 1 to 3% of the total in-river reds were recorded at this particular site. And post-construction, that jumped to up to 14% of the total Chinook reds that were measured in the river. And those are illustrated actually on the ground. These were recorded during on-the-ground and aerial surveys by our crews. You can see our Chinook reds in 21 and 22 are shown with the blue and light blue dots. You can see how they distribute themselves along the constructed habitat. And those are 2 different water years. Our steelhead reds are shown in the yellow dots. And prior to construction, we didn't see any activity by our steelhead in this part of the river. And post-construction, this site supported around 30% of all of the steelhead reds in the river. Our steelhead population is much less abundant than our Chinook, and seeing a single early implementation site that could support the species in this way was really gratifying and helps to prove out the way that we're building the projects. Next slide. And a rearing habitat utilization example here at Nimbus Basin, recently constructed in 2022. And we strive with our rearing habitat to construct habitat that is not only suitable, but effective and utilized by our juvenile salmonids over a broad range of flows. Working with that geomorphic context, we've had a lot of alterations in the American, as have many other Central Valley tributary streams, from the results of hydraulic and gravel mining, and also we are working with the hydrology that we know to expect. And the utilization and suitability of these habitats is illustrated in the graphics that are along the bottom of the screen. Without getting too far in the details, the areas that represent suitable depth and velocities for juvenile rearing are shown in green. Unsuitable areas are shown in red. And on the ground juvenile observations are the blue dots. And the take home here is that although suitable areas increase, the total acreage increases and decreases over a range of flows shown here from 1,100 to around 10,000 CFS, that you see the juvenile observations not going away. They're just moving around so that our fish are able to utilize different parts of the habitat that activate at different flows. And that shows us, on the ground that we're meeting our goal to provide habitat and giving our juveniles something they can work with, no matter how variable flows may be over the course of a season or between different water year types.
Sorry, I thought it was on. Good morning, Chair Escobar. I'm John Munger with Montana Farms. I'm a farmer and VP operations, and we are a fully integrated rice farming and conservation company in southern Yuba counties. I'm here this morning to talk about floodplain reactivation and the projects that have been occurring. Overall, the process is focused on increasing connectivity between the main rivers, stems, and their historic floodplains. Also increase the frequency and duration of shallow inundation in the winter months, improving juvenile salmon migration and access to productive rearing habitat, growing fish food for migrating juveniles remaining in the main stems, and this is primarily done in rice fields, reduce adult passage impediments, improving Pacific flyway bird populations, and improving groundwater recharge. Next slide, please. More specifically, over 500,000 acres of historic floodplain is currently being evaluated for reactivation feasibility. And specifically, I chair the Sutter Bypass Water Users Association, and we're working with a group of landowners who are voluntarily looking at ways to increase shallow inundation during the winter months on their property within the Sutter Bypass. This is looking at finding practices that work in concert with the farming to allow better habitat in the wintertime for fish and other species. This may include installing new infrastructure to allow water to get on the land sooner, also growing fish food on those lands, or possibly even rearing fish within the lands in the Sutter Bypass. For 2023, almost 70,000 flood-drained acres of fish food are already under contract throughout the valley. Montana Farms were a big part of this process and participating in this as we drain our fields during the winter months for the fish food. And essentially what that means is about 3 weeks after flood up, the fish food peaks out in a rice field or in a wetland, and you can drain that field off into the river system and then reflood it back up and do it again in another 3 to 4 weeks. So we're participating in that, and over 70,000 acres is under contract for 2023. And 2022, 50,000 acres of flood drain acres was delivered as well. In addition, there's other efforts to find better adult fish passage, and primarily in the bypass system, and that's specifically a Weir 1 and the Juicy Weir that's being evaluated as well. Thank you very much.
Hi again, Charlotte Biggs with DWR. So switching locations now to the Delta, this is an area where DWR has invested significantly since 2018 on tidal wetland and floodplain restoration. The Delta region is a critical location for habitat and food production to benefit multiple fish species, Delta smelt, longfin smelt, steelhead, and sturgeon. DWR's recent habitat restoration projects in the Delta span from the Yolo bypass to the Sassoon Marsh. DWR and our partners are learning valuable lessons with these efforts, both to inform project design, our robust monitoring and adaptive management program, and more effective project delivery methods. For example, a project that DWR currently has under construction in the Delta, it's over 3,000 acres of tidal wetland habitat restoration, I think the largest project in the Delta to date. With strong partnerships and active engagement with our regulatory agencies, we were able to work through planning and permitting for that project in less than 5 years, which is a much faster pace than we've been able to achieve in the past, and we're really trying to build on that momentum going forward. So we can switch to our next slide. So I'm still in the Delta, but looking forward under the Healthy Rivers and Landscape approach, or the VAs, we would aim to restore over 5,000 acres of tidal wetland and floodplain habitat restoration, much within the Delta, the North Delta Arc, an area between the Yolo Bypass and the Sisu Marsh that UC Davis has identified as a critical location for targeting and connecting habitats. I had talked previously about the importance of connecting habitats, so I was going to highlight 3 early implementation VA Healthy Rivers and Landscapes projects that DWR is currently pursuing that would be connected and help to advance more landscape level habitat restoration in the Delta. So the first is the proposed Tides End project, which would restore over 2,000 acres of tidal and floodplain habitat. This is a great example because it would connect directly to an existing project that's right next door within an area of the Yolo Bypass and Kasu region that has 16,000 acres of contiguous habitat that we've done over the past 20 years. If this project were to move forward, we would plan to start construction in 2026. Second is Prospect Island, which is another project in the southern Yolo Bypass and Kasu region that would connect with existing habitats. This effort will restore 1,600 acres of tidal habitat, and we are planning to move this to construction this June, 2024. Lastly is the Lower Elkhorn Levee setback project, which is currently under construction to set back approximately 7 miles of levee along the east side of the Yolo Bypass and the north side of the Sacramento Bypass. This is creating floodplain habitat for fish rearing. Beyond this initial 5,000 acre target, DWR will continue to implement additional habitat restoration projects beyond the 8-year term of the VAs. Thank you.
So thanks. And just to wrap up, as we stated earlier, this is a holistic approach. As you've seen from the other presentations, this work is occurring, throughout the region on every one of the major rivers and creeks in the region, as well as down into the Delta and in the floodplain areas. These projects are designed specifically to address specific freshwater life cycle stages in the region, and also can benefit all 4 runs of Chinook salmon that we have here in the region. Next slide, please. So just some closing thoughts here. Water agencies have been leading implementation of habitat improvements using the best available science. This would not be possible if unimpaired flows are implemented. The agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes include secured funding from state, federal, and local sources. And lastly, the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes provide a clear path to the timely implementation of flows and habitat that promotes species recovery. And next slide. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the incredible leadership here. Habitat is a critical issue amongst us. It's not just flow. Hopefully folks hear the board saying that. And importantly, we're reconciling these systems that we've inherited. We disconnected floodplains. We actively created the system we have today, and it's going to take active creation to reconcile that system here into the future. So the work you're all doing, science-based, and importantly here, taking advantage of where we are in our understanding of our watersheds to say, what harm did we do? How do we reconnect and how do we reconcile? I think is really critical. Certainly the state board is there as well. Our large restoration general order, is our attempt at really streamlining, and I know a lot of folks are taking advantage of that. And importantly, it is our commitment, hopefully, and a sign of where the board is. And hopefully, I heard a little either or here, unimpaired flow or habitat. it helps to sometimes kind of recognize that I don't think that has to be the case, certainly, and the board has articulated that that's not the case. It is really about how much are we leaving in and how do we set those budgets. But thank you so much. I really appreciate all of your leadership in this work. It really is some of the most critical and rewarding work, especially seeing the sorts of responses that this very impaired watersheds that we've created respond to when given a chance. Not seeing any further questions, so thank you. And we can move to a quick break because we are still a bit behind schedule. So let's go ahead and come back after 7 minutes and go to our next panel at 11:20. Thank you, everyone. things started as well, because I know we're tight on times. So, yeah, so we can begin. And thank you for here, the East Bay Municipal Utilities District, for joining us here, and particularly the general manager.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and
Good to see
board
Mr.
members.
Chan.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Clifford Chan. I'm the general manager for the East Bay Municipal Utility District. Next slide, please. So the three of us are here today to talk about the McCollum River, which this year is experiencing a record return. We have more Chinook salmon returning to the river than in the past 80 years. You'll hear from Michelle Workman, our manager of fisheries and wildlife, who will talk about our cooperative, science-based approach over the last 25 years, which has led to that success. And it's an approach that's a model for the voluntary agreements. Next, you'll hear from Mike Tognolini, our Director of Water and Natural Resources, who will talk about how the unimpaired flow alternatives would impact the East Bay. But before they begin, let me tell you a little bit about East Bay Mud and the communities we serve and support. Next slide. So East Bay Mud provides water service to approximately 1.4 million customers in 35 cities and communities, and wastewater service to 740,000 customers in the East San Francisco Bay. Our community is an important economic engine for the state and the nation. We're a major driver of research and innovation, home to world-class institutions like the University of California at Berkeley and the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. The East Bay is also a diverse, vibrant community. We represent a community of people from many different backgrounds and cultures. But across those cities and communities is also a tremendous disparity in wealth, with nearly a fifth being disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. This is the McCollum River, the source of about 90% of East Bay Mud's water supply. We are proud and protective of the river. With our leadership, the McCollum River was designated a California Wild and Scenic River in 2018. The McCollum is also important to the state's overall fishery. Although we only contribute about 2.5% of the total delta outflow, last year, McCollum River fish represented 51% of the commercial and 44% of the recreational catch off the coast of California. In recent drought years, the McCollum River hatchery was able to be a temperature refuge over the summer for the American River steelhead. This is another example of the importance of the McCollum River to the statewide fisheries management and points to the importance of temperature management on the McCollum River. Next slide, please. Our assessment of the potential impacts of the unimpaired flow alternatives is based on the analysis and modeling presented in the staff report. We've heard today some of the flexibility you described, and if the state board has further clarification of how this % unimpaired flow will be implemented, we would appreciate that clarification. However, based on the information in the staff report, we'll share with you our concerns about how unimpaired flow could affect the McCollum River and the East Bay community, including threatening our ability to manage temperatures on the lower McCollum River, drastically reducing our water supply, causing broad economic impacts throughout our region, disproportionately impacting urban disadvantaged communities, and jeopardizing the state's housing goals. Now I'd like to turn things over to Michelle Workman.
Good morning. Thank you all for having us here this morning. My name is Michelle Workman. I'm the manager of the Fisheries and Wildlife Division for East Bay Mud. And I've worked on the McCollum River for 25 years, and I know that river very well. And what I want to talk about today are current conditions on the river and the lower McCollum River and some of the actions that have led to some of the successes we've seen over the past 25 years. There's been a lot of talk about the experimental nature of the VAs and how the experimental nature would delay beneficial outcomes even further. But I would argue that we've been operating under McCollum specific VA of sorts for the past 25 years, and we've had good success. And that success has been based on good science, collaboration with the fish agencies, and management of flow and non-flow measures combined. And so this gives us confidence that the same can be true for the VAs moving forward. Next slide. So the McCollum River has been operating under a Joint Settlement Agreement, or JSA, since 1998. The JSA committed East Bay Mud to work collaboratively with the state and federal fish agencies and provide flow and habitat measures that were conditions-based and tied to fish life histories and water year types, all to improve fisheries conditions in the lower McCallum River. And as you can see from this graphic, the flows are a big jump from previous agreements. Additionally, the state board required the JSA flows as part of D1641. So these flows became an integral part of our water right, codifying our contribution to the needs of the Delta. In fact, the state board's finding in D1641 states, and I quote, "It would not be in the public interest to require more water from the McCallum River system than will be provided under the JSA," noting it would not only lead to more consumptive use shortages, but also more instances of elevated water temperatures that would ultimately affect fish. Our modeling of the unimpaired flow alternative supports the state's finding in D1641. In addition to flows, the JSA also provided for habitat restoration, which we've been doing for 30 years, so before signing of the JSA. It provided for an adaptive management clause, and we've worked with state board staff to do adaptive management to put water in the river at the times when fish need it most. And most importantly, it developed a partnership between East Bay Mud and the fish agencies, which has now grown to include state board staff, NGO participants, and most recently, we've invited tribal interests to join our partnership, and we've nurtured this collaboration, and we've seen many successes from it. Next slide, please. But even given the successes we've had, we still face limiting factors on our river. And one of those is fall temperature management to support cold water species. And I know you've heard a lot about it, and I apologize, but it's a big theme in my presentation as well. Under current operations and with active management to address temperature needs, temperature thresholds under our existing agreements can be hard to reach, and they continue to challenge us operationally and in our goals to meet fisheries needs. Under the JSA, we're required to maintain 28,000 acre feet of cold water in Comanche through October 30th. And one of the ways we accomplish that is by maximizing delivery of cold water from Pardee into Comanche. And carryover storage plays a huge role in our ability to do that. In this graphic, if you look at the bottom right corner, in an unimpaired flow scenario, we're left with very little cold water in either reservoir and cannot support the spawning and incubation needs sufficiently, and we may very well not be able to meet our regulatory requirement under the JSA. So for me, given the trade-offs between the McCallum's small contribution to the Delta under an unimpaired flow scenario and the much larger impact to survival of embryos in the freshwater environment, the unimpaired flow alternative is simply not worth it. If fish can't survive the egg stage in the McCallum River, there's nothing to protect through the Delta. Next slide, please. So as part of our JSA responsibility for habitat restoration, we've really taken a holistic approach on how we do restoration on the river. It not only includes site-specific spawning habitat restoration, but really the restoration is designed to reinitiate natural sediment transport, restore geomorphic processes, and improve overall ecosystem health and function. We have been creating suitable rearing habitat, that's side channel habitat and floodplains. James Pearson just spoke about that in early implementation, along with screening riparian diversions to improve juvenile survival and outmigration success. And all of these are programs that will be expanded under the VA opportunity. Next slide. So we strongly believe the McCallum JSA can be a model for VA success. The Lower McCallum River Partnership continues to provide leadership for the successful implementation of the JSA and will continue to provide tributary governance under the VA. So our agency partners will still be contributing to tributary and system-wide decision-making. And so for this reason, we don't see the VAs as an experiment. We've been working collaboratively with these agencies for over 25 years, and it has been working, and it can continue to work. The history of collaborative science and data sharing that we have had in the McCallum River will be elevated to the VA system-wide assessments using hypothesis-driven monitoring to achieve program goals through the VA Science Committee. And to date, we've seen significant improvements from managing flow and habitat combined. And the VAs will build on that by ensuring more habitat and dedicated blocks of water to be deployed by our tributary governments to meet the fish needs. A one-size-fits-all unimpaired flow does not work for the diversity of conditions in the Sacramento Delta watershed. We don't want to lose the ability to properly manage the McCollum freshwater environment through an unimpaired flow scenario that depletes our cold water pool, reduces egg survival. We think the VAs strike a better balance without risking our fishery. Next slide. So this graphic shows how some of these actions have resulted in real results for the McCollum River. This year, as has already been stated, we have more than 25,000 salmon in the river, and we're still counting. The changes over time have included flow modifications, adaptive managements of flow timing and volume, improvements in habitat, better managing our cold water pool, both to meet our regulatory requirements, but also the criteria for spawning and incubation for salmon in our system. The hatchery is certainly a big support in these successes, but we have not only seen an increase in fish numbers, but we've also seen an increase in the natural production proportion of Chinook from about 10% pre-2010 to a current 10-year average of about 20%. So that seems like a real success to me. And in years like this, when we have 25,000 fish in the river, we get to really improve that number even better. Fill the habitat in the river, meet the hatchery goals, and support all the needs for the fishery. Next slide. So as we transition to from the JSA success story to concerns over unimpaired flow, I'm going to just touch one more time on a slide about fisheries impacts, and then I'm going to hand it over to Mike Tognolini. But to be clear, we feel like these impacts would occur whether unimpaired flow is implemented now or if it's implemented in 8 years as part of another action. Next slide. So as I touched on previously, as a fisheries biologist, I really believe that the unimpaired flow alternative could actually be harmful to the fish in the McCollum River. Temperature management has been a key component of our fisheries successes. We could no longer manage our cold water pool or fall temperatures to ensure fish survival in an unimpaired flow scenario. And based on the analysis and modeling presented in the staff report, we believe the report did not adequately address this issue. The report contained no quantitative analysis of temperature impacts on the McCollum. Instead, it offered a narrative objective and suggested that the McCollum will be fine as long as we maintain 145,000 acre feet in Comanche. We think that target is oversimplified, an oversimplified interpretation of our system and the associated modeling, and we plan to address that more detailed in our written comments. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the board for extending the comment period that makes that possible, and then pass it over to Mike.
Good morning. Now I'm going to focus and talk about the significant impacts the unimpaired flow alternatives would have on the East Bay communities. What I'm sharing with you are the results from the staff report. I'm sorry, next slide. There we go. First, there would be an unacceptable dramatic impact to East Bay Mud's water supply. This chart shows the rationing that East Bay Mud would experience under the 55% unimpaired flow alternative. Again, this chart is based on the modeling in the staff report. Out of 94 years modeled, there would be 90 years with greater than 25% rationing and 45 years with at least 50% rationing. The maximum cutback would be 88%. This level of extreme rationing is not acceptable for the East Bay. Next slide, please. Even the 35% unimpaired flow alternative would result in unacceptable reductions in our supply with significant rationing in almost every year. In many cases, these high cutbacks could persist for multiple years, making it very difficult for us to recover our storage. It's important to note that the long-term conservation framework will not reduce demand enough to offset any of these expected losses in supply. Even if the state board accepts the proposal to extend and increase the long-term framework targets out to 2035, we would only need to achieve an additional 5% reduction in demand to comply with that framework, far less than the results in these unimpaired flow alternatives. Next slide. The staff report suggests agencies can just develop other water supplies, but it overstates the feasibility of this approach. Projects like recycled water or desalination can take decades to develop. There are also physical constraints on East Bay Mud system that make it challenging to move or store these alternative supplies. EB Mud has already invested heavily in water conservation. There is no more low-hanging fruit, so achieving additional conservation
will be more expensive than in the past. The staff report assumes that we can achieve additional conservation at no cost. We looked at brackish desalination, but putting a plant in the delta would require water rights that could be curtailed. Next slide, please. As you can see here, the costs associated with developing new supplies would be extremely high. This would force us to increase rates, which would disproportionately impact low-income customers in disadvantaged communities. As Clifford mentioned, approximately 19% of East Bay MUD's customers live in a disadvantaged community. The staff report did not address rate impacts to urban disadvantaged communities like ours. Next slide, please. The unimpaired flow alternatives would also have significant broad economic impacts. East Bay MUD hired economist David L. Sunding to evaluate the regional economic impacts that could result from the unimpaired flow alternatives. Sunding found that the annual cost of the 55% unimpaired flow scenario would be $181 million in direct impacts to East Bay MUD customers, 42,000 jobs lost in our service area, $7.5 billion in business losses, and $69.6 million in EB MUD revenue losses. Droughts would make the situation much worse. Next slide, please. The unimpaired flow alternatives would make it impossible to meet the state's housing goals. Our regional housing needs allocation includes 138,040 new housing units in Alameda and Contra Costa counties, and East Bay MUD's own analysis suggests over 180,000 new units by 2050. We cannot supply these new units if there are significant water shortages every year. What about other alternatives? Next slide, please. What about other alternatives? All the unimpaired percent of unimpaired flow alternatives would have significant impacts to water supply, disadvantaged communities, the economy, and housing. The true drought modules also potentially provide additional unacceptable results for East Bay MUD. Lastly, we're concerned by how the staff report assumes that unimpaired flow would be implemented as a backstop after the voluntary agreements. Unimpaired flow would still have the same negative impacts on fish and the East Bay if implemented in year 9 as if it were implemented in the first year. We understand the board's desire for meaningful backstop if the VAs do not meet their success criteria, and we look forward to working with you to further develop what that could look like. Next slide. Now let's talk about the voluntary agreements. Next slide. The VAs would benefit the McCallum River. We designed our proposal to build on the success of our current program by adding needed habitat and providing flows while protecting the cold water pool. The VAs would also benefit the Delta by making additional flows available, particularly in the spring. The VA parties are working with the State Board on detailed accounting to ensure that we meet our flow and habitat obligations. The VAs include a commitment to using and advancing the best available science, not just additional data gathering, but synthesis, peer review, discussion, and collaboration. Lastly, the VAs would provide a more balanced solution that would improve conditions in the Delta while still supporting water for other beneficial uses like municipal supply and supporting affordability, housing, hydropower, and groundwater sustainability.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Mike. If you can go to the last slide. So in conclusion, the McCallum River Joint Settlement Agreement program is a proven model of the good that can be done through a collaborative, science-based program that considers both flow and habitat improvements. We've been doing this for the past 25 years, and it's been successful. The VAs would follow a similar model. However, the unimpaired flow alternatives, as presented in the staff report, would be harmful to the fish and the East Bay community. The VAs would support the Delta without jeopardizing the state's progress in other areas, like housing, affordability, and groundwater sustainability. East Bay MUD is committed to working with the state and stakeholders on the process to find a lasting solution that's protective of the environment and the diverse communities that we serve. Thank you again for allowing us a chance to speak today, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate the participation and presence here. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there are questions further. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks, and I want to make sure I don't spend too much time on questions because I know we'll have time to follow up and get your comments and talk more. But just to understand the overall points that you made, as we've discussed the last few panels, with temperature and unimpaired flows, the idea is that we need to address those impacts through the implementation plan, which, as we talked about, isn't developed yet, to make sure that we are mitigating those. And that would mean keeping more in storage for cold water pool. When you are looking, have you all looked at what that scenario would look like for you in terms of what if the adjustments were made to address temperature, what that would mean for you in terms of water supply impacts, so that just to get a sense of.
Yeah, let me just quickly start and I'll pass it off to Michelle. I mean, we heard some of the flexibility that you spoke of today. We can only react to what's in the staff report, which is what you're hearing today. If there's further clarification on how that block of water can be moved, I heard Chair Esquivel talk about that block of water could be even moved to the fall. That would move us closer to what we're currently doing. But again, we can only react to what's in the staff report, and that's what we're hearing today. And I'd like to give Michelle an opportunity to speak as well.
Yeah, so when I think about that, what I think about is the diversity, again, in every river system. And so it's impossible for you guys to understand the nuances of every system. It's too much detail. So one of the details about the McCollum is that we actually have less storage in Pardee and Comanche combined than our average annual runoff. So in many years, we're releasing flood flows anyway. And so I feel like it's still a constraint, and it would be, something like the devil's in the details and how we could work that out, because we just don't have a lot of storage. And I think this year is a good example of how managing temperature is difficult on the McCollum. We're following a really wet year. We had a lot of water, but it's been a really warm fall. And one of the other things besides storage that drives temperature for fish is ambient conditions. So the river is either warmed or cooled by ambient conditions. And this year, the river remained being warmed by ambient conditions until almost Thanksgiving. So we didn't get optimal spawning temperatures this year, even though it was a big water year. And so I think just taking into consideration the other factors that play into not only temperature management, but how the fish perceive the water once it is there, have to be rolled into that. Thanks.
Board member, thank you for those responses. Let's move on to our next panel now. Thank you. We are now moving on to the Yuba Water Agency panel, and appreciate everyone's time and participating here. We are still running 20-ish minutes behind, but we'll make up some time here and there. And try not to be here till too terribly late, but just appreciate the time for the discussion. Whittlesey, good morning.
Chair Esquivel, members of the board, good morning. Thanks for having us. Honestly, there's some critical conversations going on today, but I think they're valuable, and we're going to have some critical conversations with you, but we also think there's a way to work through all of this stuff. We have similar concerns as those that you heard this morning, so when we get to those, I'll go through them quickly because you don't need to hear them over and over and over, but there are some that are unique to the Yuba watershed that I'd like to present, so I will take some time to talk about those. But again, I'm Willie Whittlesey, General Manager of Yuba Water Agency, and here's my Assistant General Manager.
Terry Daly.
So Terry's going to start off by giving you just an overview of Yuba Water Agency and the great things that we accomplish in Yuba County, and then I'll get into the details of the staff report comments. Terry.
Next slide, please. So just a quick overview. Yuba Water was created by the state to reduce flood risk and secure reliable water supplies in Yuba County, enabled by hydropower generation. And today, our missions encompass all 5 of these critical areas. Next slide, please. Reducing flood risk, of course, is our primary mission. Our region has been hit by catastrophic floods over the years, 1955, 1986, 1997. These are floods that took the lives of dozens of our community members. destroyed thousands of homes and really imprinted Yuba County with this lasting legacy that has deep social and economic effects. Over the past 30 years, Yuba Water, together with the state of California and our federal partners, we've put nearly $1 billion into flood risk reduction projects to raise the level of protection for our communities. We're also collaborating with researchers and state and federal agencies to continually improve our operations along the Yuba Feather River system to enhance flood protection, including the implementation of the forecast-informed reservoir operations. And we all know as climate volatility increases, this mission is more critical than ever. Next slide, please. Ensuring a sustainable water supply is also a core mission area for us. Reliable, sustainable water supplies for our vibrant agricultural industry. That industry is really at the heart of Yuba County's economy. We are also the groundwater sustainability agency for both the South and the North Yuba subbasins. Our groundwater sustainability plans were among the first approved by the state. And I think that's a reflection of the fact that Yuba Water has sustainably been managing both surface and groundwater resources for decades. All of our community water systems are wholly reliant on groundwater, and our stewardship of that resource is critical now and into the future. Next slide, please. All of our mission areas are my favorite at Yuba County, but this one, the local impact, is truly my favorite. Following the conclusion in 2016 of a long-term power purchase agreement that paid for our key infrastructure, Yuba Water now has an expanded opportunity to advance our mission areas. We are the only source of local funding to advance many critical flood risk reduction projects. We work with local water agencies to advance water conservation projects in our county. We have a broad array of partners that are working with us to make a real difference in our upper watershed through forest health and watershed resilience efforts that are protecting our vulnerable communities. We're also able to support a broad range of community impact initiatives, including funding for local public safety resources, and the development of an award-winning STEM curriculum for K through 12 students. And that curriculum is based on our watershed. So we're really connecting the kids with the watershed that supports and sustains them. The picture in the upper left, that's my favorite. Every year, recently we have been working with a local not-for-profit to sponsor river rafting trips for every fourth grader in Yuba County, so that they get a chance to go on the river and experience the salmon migration and spawning in the lower Yuba River. My final thought for you is this. Yuba County remains one of the most disadvantaged counties in the state. By any measure that you look at, median household income, social vulnerability, Cal Enviro screen, Justice 40, any of those, we are disadvantaged. But Yuba Water has an opportunity, and really I think it's an obligation, to act as a catalyst in our community to make a real positive difference. Willie, over to you.
Next slide, please. So some of the greatest accomplishments that Yuba Water Agencies experience is through partnerships and collaboration. Partnerships and collaboration provide more tools and new opportunities that aren't that you may not be aware of when you enter into a project or an effort. We have some recent successful projects that I'd like to talk about briefly. The North Yuba Forest Partnership. You know, forest restoration is not necessarily our core mission. However, we do get our water supply from the Sierra Nevada forest, so we have an interest in restoring the forests. And we entered into that a few years ago, and now we're into a landscape scale partnership called the North Yuba Forest Partnership with NGOs, tribes, local government, nonprofits, and it's really a diverse partnership with a broad goal, landscape scale goal of restoring the forest over the entire North Yuba watershed. We started out with small investments, $1.5 million from Yuba Water Agency. We now have $160 million to invest in the North Yuba watershed. The second one is the Hallwood Habitat Enhancement Project, but I don't need to talk about that. I'll talk about it a little bit later, and Adam already briefed you on that today. It is an exciting project, but one I do want to talk about is the DeGear Point Nature-like Fishway. It's a recent development. We signed an MOU in May with CDFW and NIMS, and these are unique partners. We don't normally partner with our regulators, but we're working in a different way now. We're working with our regulators to achieve goals that we hadn't even thought of in the past, and this is an effort that we're implementing on a dam that Yuba Water Agency doesn't own, but we're providing unrestricted fish passage at DeGear Point Dam for salmon, steelhead, and green sturgeon. It's super exciting, and again, it's a new way of doing things. So over the next several slides, I'm going to talk about statewide impacts that we see from the 55% unimpaired flow proposed plan, and also talk about Yuba Water Agency's voluntary agreement. But this, I want to note that this is based on our initial review of the documents, and I heard earlier today that this is a draft. We understand that. I heard from Mr. Oppenheimer that this represents a worst case scenario. We understand that, but these are the words on the page, and like we heard from E.B. Mudd, this is what we have to comment on, but I'm sure that we can work together to get through this and make this a positive experience for all of us. Like all these other efforts I've mentioned, we're here to help. We want to collaborate with you all. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide is taken from the draft staff report, and what this slide shows is generation impacts from the 55% unimpaired flow proposal. There's 40 hydro generators in this graph, and when I talk about this slide, I want to talk about the decrease in hydroelectric generation specific to Yuba Water Agency and Colgate Powerhouse. I mean, Lee Bergfeld earlier today in the hydrology group talked about this phenomenon, but I want to talk about how Colgate Powerhouse helps support grid reliability. We've heard about heat events, and we heard about heat events in 2020 and 2022. I personally received calls from the Cal ISO in August of 2020 and September of 2022, basically saying, are you maximizing your generation, and are you ensuring that your units are going to stay online through this heat event? Not only did we ensure they stayed online, and we did have a max schedule based on the Yuba Accord during those periods, we actually ramped up beyond the Yuba Accord schedule to increase our generation as much as possible, maintaining quality flows for the fish downstream. Well, what did that do? That was a benefit to the state, but it also took away from our carryover that season. So that does have an impact on our irrigators the following season. We explained that to our irrigators. We explained to them that we are a resource in the state to keep the grid going. We need to play in this sphere, and we need to help this situation. This is just to tell you specifically the Colgate generators are important for grid reliability, and in this graph shows a significant decrease in overall generation from Colgate Powerhouse. And I don't need to get into the shifting from summer months to spring months as Lee did earlier, but that same phenomenon showed up in this graph. Next slide, please. Okay, now we're on to water supply impacts. This image, well, first off, one of the mitigation measures explained in the staff report are water transfers. Okay, so hey, if we have a decreased supply based on the unimpaired flow regime, there's decreased water availability. So water transfers may be able to help mitigate that. What I want to point out is on the table to the left, the Yuba River Accord provides a significant portion of those current water transfers, existing water transfers. And the way we interpret the unimpaired flow model is the Yuba Accord won't exist going forward in this unimpaired flow model, at least at the 55% regime. So how are we going to have water transfers in the future when existing water transfers aren't maintained? This is a significant concern to us. And also in the modeling, we don't see a consideration of the existing benefits of the Yuba Accord on the lower Yuba River and the habitat in the lower Yuba River. That flow regime was designed for salmon and steelhead in the lower Yuba River for temperature effects and for flow conditions to benefit those species. And we don't see how with the unimpaired flow regime and the reservoir operations restrictions proposed in the unimpaired flow proposal, we don't see how we can maintain those flows. So it's a significant concern for Yuba Water Agency and also a statewide water supply to the Bay Area, to Southern California, and the San Joaquin Valley. Next slide, please. To summarize the statewide impacts, you have the generation impacts we've talked about, and you have the water supply impacts that we've talked about. We got this staff report 6-8 weeks ago, and we've been pouring through the 6,000 pages and identifying concerns and comments. These are the concerns and comments that my team brought to me last week and said, package these up in a presentation and talk about them next Friday. We have not gone through groundwater impacts. We have not gone through temperature impacts in the lower Yuba River specifically, or impacts to our disadvantaged communities. So we will include those in our written comments, but I wanted to bring to you the most important statewide impacts, and that's what I showed you with the generation and the water supply. So next slide, please. The 55% unimpaired flow schedule would also prevent us from achieving some of our major efforts we have underway. We own and operate New Bullards Bar Dam. It has 170,000 acre-feet of dedicated flood storage. Following the floods that Terry described, we did reports and studies to identify how could we get more flood protection out of our existing infrastructure. We identified the Atmospheric River Control Spillway. It's a $240 million project that is at 100% design now. We're looking for funding to build it. We're gathering funding to build it. Unfortunately, when you look at the 55% unimpaired flow proposal, we may not be able to operate our reservoir flexibly enough to implement forecast informed reservoir operations as we've been planned and studying over the past several years. There's a reservoir carryover restriction that would limit our ability to use the forecast from FERO and implement those for flood control. That's our initial review. That's based on the current modeling, but that's a major concern. Secondly, we don't know that we can continue these commitments we've made, like the forest restoration I've talked about, or even something that's new that I talked about, the Nature Like Fishway at DeGear. These are above and beyond our core mission. They're things we're able to do right now because of our regulatory foundation. We want to work with you all, maintain a long-term regulatory foundation so we can continue to work on these watershed-wide efforts and basically see these commitments through. Next slide, please. Okay, here it is again. This is the generation slide. I want to point out another Yuba watershed specific point with this slide. When we saw this slide at first, when we extracted it from the 6,000 pages, we looked at the decrease in Colgate and we said, what is going on here? This looks like a disproportionate impact. You have generators on this slide. There's 40 generators here that are larger than Colgate, but Colgate takes the biggest hit. So we said, look, we got to dig into the modeling and figure out the how and why of what's going on. Next slide, please. Okay, before I do that and get into what we found, I need to give you a quick explanation of the Yuba watershed and how it works. This is an image of the Yuba watershed. There are significant exports high up in the Yuba watershed that take place above our operations that go to 3 different counties and 2 different watersheds. What we found, well, also, those total 500,000 acre feet, or almost 500,000 acre feet. Because our name is Yuba Water Agency, I feel like outsiders look at us as the operator of the Yuba River watershed. We're not. Our dam is on the North Yuba River. It is not a rim dam, and it is not the only source of water, and we're not the only diverter. And in fact, we're a minority diverter on the Yuba River. But we're seen as the operators of the Yuba River. We need you to be aware of how the Yuba River works. So what we found in the modeling is when you look at unimpaired flow and the unimpaired flow regime, and by the way, this is the first time we've seen how unimpaired flow would be imparted on the Yuba River. We've had this document for 8 weeks or so. When you look at the gross unimpaired flow in the Yuba River, it's not accounting for these diversions. So basically 500,000 acre feet are being taken out and exported high upstream in the watershed, but it's not being taken out of the unimpaired flow calculation. But Yuba Water Agency is being required to meet all of the unimpaired flow objectives at the confluence of the Yuba and the Feather. We think this is a flaw in the modeling. We want to work with you to fix it, but that's what resulted in the disproportionate impacts that you see on the previous slide, and that's what we dug into and found. Here again, we understand that this is potentially worst case scenario, but we also think there may be an error in the modeling or some way to fix it, and we're happy to work with you all on that to see that through. Look, you can't take unimpaired flow out of the box. Unimpaired flow is out of the, or you can't put it back in the box. It's out of the box now. We need to know how it's going to work. If we do move a voluntary agreement through, uncovered parties are going to have to adhere to some type of unimpaired flow matrix. So we need to make it accurate and know what it is long term. And we're willing to help. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about our voluntary agreement proposal. We think we have a really valid voluntary agreement proposal. It would maintain our flood control operations. It would allow us to build our ARC spillway and operate our ARC spillway under FERO. It would maintain the Lower Yuba River Accord. Our flows, I hear about this block of water. Our flows, as proposed in our voluntary agreement, are significant, and they're based on real accounting, and they're based on reservoir reoperation. We've talked with our irrigators. They understand there's going to be long-term water supply issues to them, but we're trying to minimize them as much as possible. It's real water, and it maintains the Lower River Accord. So it's building on top of it, and it's a block of flow. As we've been asked for flows in April, May, and June, that's when we can deliver this. I've heard about flexibility. It's somewhat flexible, and we'll work with your staff to make it as most value as possible. We've already talked about hydro generation and grid reliability, but it maintains our ability to operate in the critical summer months. And it also maintains the environmental benefits of the Lower Yuba River Accord, maintains the ability to operate in the watershed scale forest management we're doing, and also provides the water for the species in the Delta that we've been asked to provide. So I think it meets all the objectives. Next slide, please. So here's, look, our VA is ready to go. It's been ready to go since 2019. We packaged up our reservoir reoperation proposal coupled with habitat enhancement, it's science, funding, and collaboration. The graph on the left is what we would have delivered under our VA flow, or our VA flow component in 2019. And the lower green line is what we did deliver because we didn't implement the VA, and the orange line is what our VA flow contribution would be from reservoir reop. It's significant, it's real, it's in the months we've been asked to deliver the water. The image on the right is the Hallwood Habitat Enhancement Project. I know we've heard a lot about that today. We're pretty proud of it. Collaboration, success. The reason we jumped into the Hallwood project was because of the 2018 order that this board approved, kind of opened the door for voluntary agreements. And when you open the door for voluntary agreements, great things happen. The Hallwood project happened. It was being worked on since 2012, and we jumped in 2019 following that order. Now it's complete. There's an image on the left of 2018. You can see the constrained conditions of the rearing habitat, and look at how much area is covered in water in 2023. Next slide, please. I'm going to show you a quick video. Can you hit next slide one more time? It should play the video. Okay, so this is a time-lapse video of the Hallwood project. Look at all that sediment that's being removed, 3.2 million cubic yards. Partners with NGOs, other regulators, funding from federal and state sources. It's a landscape scale project. It's for rearing habitat. People, don't understand sometimes why aren't we working on spawning habitat? We have adequate gravels. We have great spawning. This is rearing. Look at that. Do you see the bald eagles on the right there? How awesome is that? We staged that. At any rate, we're pretty proud of it. These are the things we need to keep doing. These are the things that your 2018 order were the catalyst for. Next slide, please. Okay, recommendations and next steps. So what do we do now? I've already explained to you we're available to engage and collaborate. We want to work with the board and staff to improve what we're seeing in the staff report. We also want to ensure that the process is proportionate and fair. And we talked about that in our watershed slide that looked at the upstream diversions. We need to make that accurate. Like I said, I don't think you can put the unimpaired flow back in the box, so we want to ensure that it's accurate. We're here to help with that. In addition, our recommendation is to advance Yuba Water Agency's voluntary agreement. There's been a lot of discussion about voluntary agreements here today. We're ready to go. We could implement the voluntary agreement any given year when you give us the green light. So that's what we think we should do. It carefully balances all of the beneficial uses of water, maintains the entire state's interest, and we're here to see that through. So thank you for your time. I know it's slightly over. I've been going fast, but I think we got through it. Thank you.
You did, and I appreciate it. It's a lot of really good information, and I appreciate the leadership and discussion here. And to your point, yes, people are reacting with what is the large bulk of modeling and work within the staff report. It's what we have as a basis, but there's a lot of discussion here, and it is a draft. So appreciate your feedback. Board member Morgan.
Don't have a question. I just have a quick comment. I just really wanted to thank Ms. Daly for her continued dedication in the STEM program.
Thank you for that. Okay, let's move on to a tranche of individual commenters. We'll go ahead and still take our lunch here at 12:30, but we'll just truncate a little the amount that we'll take individual comment here at the top, and appreciate everyone's flexibility as we get through this. And as I said at the top of the meeting, I will prioritize in-person commenters first here. So I'm going by order of just received into the system. So I believe the first person in person that may be here that I'll call up is Joan Setka. We followed by Aaron Woolley, and then Tom Biglione. And if either of those individuals are not currently seated, then I will continue on and name names until we hit someone. Next would be, oh, there you are. Appreciate it. Didn't see you there. And you'll need to turn on the mic. It'll be cold. I think there's a button at the top.
Working? Okay.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning and
afternoon.
good afternoon. My name is Erin Woolley. I'm a senior policy strategist at Sierra Club, California, and I appreciate you taking our comments today. We're here today because over a decade ago, this board determined that the status quo wasn't working, and we need to do better in order to prevent the collapse of the Bay Delta. In 2010, the board found that a 75% unimpaired flow standard was needed to protect imperiled fish. But the draft staff report suggests a mere 55% unimpaired flow standard, and the voluntary agreements offer less. The premise, process, goals, and science that form the foundation of the voluntary agreements are problematic and exclusionary, and I urge the board to reject them. The agreements rely on a faulty baseline, the 2019 biological opinions, which are not consistent with the baseline of the draft staff report and don't reflect current conditions. After adjusting for the degraded baseline, I struggle to see what meaningful increases to in-stream flows would be provided by the voluntary agreements. Moreover, the non-flow habitat component of the VAs includes projects that were completed prior to the finalization of the MOU in 2022, and projects pursuant to existing requirements that would occur in the absence of the voluntary agreements. The narrative that the voluntary agreements provide new flows or new habitat is misleading. Rather than following the objectives that the board has proposed, the voluntary agreements also propose alternative narrative standards, which will delay the salmon doubling objective to 2050 and create a new viability objective. The VA parties say that they will contribute to meeting a portion of the salmon doubling goal on a delayed timeline, which won't kick in until long after the 8-year program has ended. This proposal lacks accountability and is unacceptable. Delta fish populations have experienced significant declines in recent history as water diversions and exports from the Delta increased. This situation has become so dire that last year the Fish and Wildlife Service proposed to list the longfin smelt as endangered under the ESA. The main threat identified was reduced and altered freshwater flows from human activities exacerbated by climate change. This year, the salmon fishery closed for the 3rd time in California history, again because of population decline related to insufficient in-stream flows. The science is clear. Native fish need flows to survive. Yes, there are other factors that will help, including habitat, but they cannot replace the demonstrated need to increase in-stream flows. Also unaddressed in the VA presentations today have been the additional importance of flows to meet salinity requirements, address the persistence of harmful algal blooms, and implement tribal beneficial uses, as discussed in the panels that presented at the November 17th hearing. The slide in the first panel that compared the impacts to beneficial uses notably did not include how the proposals would affect harmful algal blooms and related impacts to recreation, tribal beneficial uses, and air quality. The HABS expert panel proposed a 75% minimum flow standard as necessary to prevent toxic algal bloom proliferation and protect recreation, fish, and air quality in the Delta. The voluntary agreements perpetuate an unequitable status quo. They're a recipe for extinction, and they shouldn't be considered in this process. Finally, I urge the board to adopt an unimpaired flow standard that is higher than the proposed 55%. I also urge the board to listen to and meaningfully engage with tribes throughout the process to establish and implement tribal beneficial uses, and to adopt HABs standards that are protective of recreation in addition to drinking water uses. I appreciate your time and consideration of these comments. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments and engagement, Ms. Woolley. I apologize. I meant to make sure and first go to any electeds as well that may be either here in the room, and I'm not seeing any, but we may, I believe, have someone on the platform. I believe it's Pauline, council member.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll let you introduce yourself, Miss.
Hello. Let's see if I got myself. Hi, I'm Pauline. I'm not sure.
Yes, sorry, you provide your comment, Councilwoman. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, I'd like to. I just want to make sure you can hear me.
We can, thank you.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Ms. Cavell and members. My name is Marcucci. I'm mayor and city council member for the city of. I'm a former director of the Placer County Water Agency.
I apologize, Councilwoman. I believe your audio is coming in and out a little bit. I know you don't have your video on currently, which helps that. You may be better.
I'm trying. There we go. There's me.
Okay, and we can hear you better now too as well. So we'll.
Okay.
Hello.
I'll start over again. Good afternoon. I'm a council member of the city of Roseville and mayor of the city of Roseville. I'm also former director of Placer County Water Agency and a current member of the Northern California Water Agency and Sacramento Water Authority. I'm pleased to be here today representing the city of Roseville and appreciate the city board providing us with this opportunity. I'm not sure if I could make this stop talking. I'm very pleased to be here and to the staff phase 2 of the Bay Delta plan. I've been engaged in this process since the release of the draft scientific report and has worked cooperatively with our regional partners that make up the river. Since that time, Roseville has engaged in along with our partners at the Regional Water Authority, dedicating numerous hours over the past 5 years in the voluntary agreement process, now being referred to as the agreement to support healthy rivers and land. On March 29, 2022, Governor Newsom announced broad agreement on the measures to provide additional water flows and new habitat to help improve conditions in the Bay Delta. Our region, in collaboration with Reclamation, has currently managed flows on the American River to ensure water supply reliability while balancing healthy early implementations of the volunteer agreements in our region. We've received funding to bring online sooner projects that will allow us to provide additional flows during years to protect and maintain a healthy American and contribute to a healthier Delta watershed. Roseville urges the board to recognize direct staff to include the Healthy Rivers agreements as the only alternative that advances the objectives of the California Water Action Plan and is consistent with the Water Board's 2018 framework for alternatives to the approach. Adopting the Delta water quality without inclusion of the agreement undermines the significant efforts and success stories in areas of stream delta, which have been benefited from integrating seasonal flows with habitat improvements and partnerships among our agencies. In closing, Roseville believes that the healthy rivers, that the alternative would satisfy the framework requirements for transparency, accountability, monitoring, reporting, planning, adaptive management, periodic evaluation, enforceability, support by the CDFW, and contribute to achieving the water quality objectives and protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today, and we look forward to working with you and staff in support of a water quality that meets the needs of the Bay Delta watershed today and into the future.
Thank you,
I
Councilwoman.
hope you were able to hear some of that.
We did. And thank you, Councilwoman. I appreciate the participation here and your comments. Thank you.
And thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Real quick, I just want to encourage that last speaker to submit written comments. Unfortunately, the audio was not clear and we cannot guarantee that this transcription will be accurate.
Yeah.
So I encourage this person
Yeah.
to also submit.
We will.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olson, and thank you again, Congresswoman. Are there any other electeds? And if you're on the platform and are, please do just raise your hand. And then if seeing none, I'll go back to then the list here, first of in-person commenters, and the next then would be Tom Biglione, be followed by Thomas McCarthy and Alexander Beering. So of those, okay. Okay, we'll come back to you. If you ended up being on the platform and not in person as indicated, we'll come back to you. Thank you. And so instead we'll go, I believe, to Alex Beering is our next commenter in the room.
I would say good morning, but it's no longer morning, so good afternoon. Hope everyone had a very relaxing and easygoing week. I know some of us didn't. But I'm Alex Beering. I'm here to comment on behalf of the California Farm Bureau and our more than 30,000 member farmers and ranchers in every corner of the state. Many commenters have previously chosen to focus on the quality of the Healthy Rivers alternative, the qualities that make it superior to the unimpaired flows alternative for meeting both the Water Board's legal requirements under state and federal law, but also its responsibility to balance different beneficial uses of water. And so I think rightly so, they should focus on the good things, but I think this process isn't just about noting what is good as an alternative to select, but also what the potential disastrous effects could be of the unimpaired flows alternative as an alternative to both the status quo and the Healthy Rivers alternative. And I think, you know, one thing that I keep thinking about in just reading some of the staff report and reflecting on the last decade or so is that we've had something like 8 out of the last 10 years being drought years. And I think we all were able to witness what the really pronounced effects were throughout parts of California, and especially concentrated in the San Joaquin Valley and the Sacramento Valley, from meager water allocations and the lack of surface water flowing to some areas. So not just over pumping of groundwater, but subsidence-driven damage to infrastructure and water quality and water supply effects for domestic wells. Those are all things that it seems like with the unimpaired flow alternative, we can expect to have that be somewhat average and somewhat normal, and we're already kind of in that place, but it would be a shame if we were experiencing those effects on a regular basis, even in years that were up until that point considered normal from a hydrology perspective. The other thing that people talk a lot about lately, and I'm hearing a lot from folks, is they're concerned about small farmers and ranchers under increasing regulatory pressure, and how do we protect them? And the reality is they are the ones that are hardest to protect as we increase regulation under flow regimes like the unimpaired flow alternative. And the industry, the ag industry, continues to roll up and consolidate. And I think that's something that we're seeing more and more of, and it will continue under an alternative like this. I also just wanted to note that, I read the economic analyses in Chapter 8, and it said that the 55% scenario would result in a reduction of 4,161 jobs lost due to reduced agricultural production statewide, mostly concentrated in the Sac, San Joaquin, and Delta regions. There have been other studies done out by Dr. David Stunning and others who that have estimated that that could be more than 10 times that initial amount that is in the staff report. And I think it's whether it's 4,100 or 45,000, the reality is that those impacts are painful, especially in some areas of the state that are heavily agriculturally dependent, like the San Joaquin Valley, and a lot of those are communities that are not they're not very well suited to weather that sort of pain over the long term in the next 2 decades. As a farmer pal of mine likes to say, an acre of crops can employ dozens of people, but an acre of solar only needs one man with a squeegee. So, I don't want to make light of that, but I think it's important not just to consider the impacts to, communities and urban areas, but also those that are primarily agriculturally dependent, like several of the other speakers on panelists have said this morning as well. So anyway, just wanted to make sure that we don't just talk about the good things, but talk about what we'd actually like to avoid in selecting an alternative, in your selecting an alternative, and to implement long-term to meet your requirements under law. So thank you for your thoughtfulness, as always, throughout this process, and allowing more comments today and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Beering. Next, I'd like to call up Will Anderson, who'll be followed by Castle Willie, and then Charlene Woodcock.
Thank you, Chair. We had requested a slightly extended comment for this oral.
Yeah, how many minutes are you looking for?
We had 5 there.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Chair Esquivel, board members and staff colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. My name is Will Anderson. I'm here representing Contra Costa Water District. We serve over 500,000 municipal customers and industrial users in Contra Costa County within and adjacent to the Delta. We rely entirely on the Delta for water of suitable quality and quantity, both to directly deliver to our customers and to store in Los Vaqueros Reservoir for later use. CCWD has successful conservation and wastewater recycling programs. Since the late 1980s, we have reduced our total Delta diversions by 25%, while the population we serve has increased by over 20%. CCWD is supportive of voluntary agreements as a tool to meet the objectives of the Bay Delta Plan, and we appreciate the inclusion of the VAs as an alternative in the staff report to facilitate a comparative analysis. I'm going to focus today on issues related to CCWD and on the limitations of the environmental analysis in the staff report, which make it difficult to compare the alternatives as they're presented. Since the report's release in late September, we have been in communication with staff to clarify and to understand this analysis, and we appreciate their willingness to meet with us and answer questions. First of all, the water supply and economic impacts on urban water agencies are underestimated. As we've heard, I'd like to echo the comments from our fellow urban water agency, East Bay Municipal Water District. For most agencies, the staff report discloses significant cuts in water supply for the unimpaired flow scenarios. Although those impacts are underestimated for CVP water service contractors, it assumes that water supply can be replaced or purchased from other sources from conservation, recycling, or transfers that could be purchased at an assumed cost of $500 per acre foot. However, if water supply is significantly reduced throughout the Sacramento watershed, the cost would likely be at least 2 or 3 times that, which would require agencies to raise their rates. The staff report does not analyze the necessary increases in urban water rates or the associated impacts on the disadvantaged communities that we serve. Further, the staff report compares this replacement water cost to total economic value of a large region, which is not really a useful comparison. Second, for CCWD, the report does not accurately assess water supply impacts, claiming that there will be, quote, no reduction of deliveries expected through the Contra Costa Canal. This is not correct. For other agencies, as I just described, the staff report estimates cuts in water supplies and the cost to replace those supplies. However, for CCWD, the water supply impacts and replacement costs are simply not disclosed. We've been working with staff and have identified this issue may stem from a misinterpretation of our operations. We appreciate that staff and consultants used a separate model outside of SAC-WAM to try and get the intricacies of our system correct. However, that model was designed for the existing regulatory scenario where we have relatively infrequent water supply shortages, which could be made up by purchases of transfer water from other Delta water users. That model does account for such transfers, yet CCWD's loss of water supply and purchase of transfer water is not disclosed in the report. It may be that staff were not aware that the model output included those transfers, and we're working with them to correct this issue. Third, the description of unimpaired flow alternatives and how they will be implemented to meet the proposed narrative objectives is not sufficient to understand the impacts. For example, the project description allows shaping and shifting of flows, but that's not analyzed. The project description also specifies a narrative cold water pool objective, including some assumptions on how this would be met. However, modeling results indicate that in many cases it's not met, and I refer back to our comments by Mr. Bergfeld this morning in that panel. Overall, there's significant concerns that the flexibility of the proposed objectives could result in a wide range of unintended outcomes that have not been assessed. In closing, we appreciate this chance to provide these initial comments from our ongoing review. We also appreciate the time and resources that staff have invested in the staff report and their openness to meet with us to address the CCWD specific modeling and to better understand how the unimpaired flow alternatives would be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to call up, make sure I have my list in front of me, Castle Willie, who may be on the platform and not in person. And so again, I'll keep ticking through then. And next we'd have Charlene Woodcock. And then after that will be Karen Jacques and Ben King.
My name is Charlene Main Woodcock. I'm a native Californian, and for my whole life, I've watched our state government put the water demands of industrial agriculture ahead of the health of our great West Coast Delta. State water policy needs to be based on sound science if we're to save our rich Delta and the great salmon fishery it once supported. For the present and future well-being of our state, we must curb the short-sighted, excessive exploitation of the Sacramento River and its complex delta and estuary. The State Water Board has the significant responsibility to restore the natural processes of the Bay Delta ecosystem. It's clear that voluntary actions by the too many claimants of Sacramento River water are not sufficient to reduce the water they take. On average, only 50% of Central Valley rivers flow through the estuary to the bay. The consequence of this inadequate flow of water is causing the destruction of the salmon fishery that served residents of Northern California for eons. Another consequence of inadequate flow of river water through the delta is the warming of the more shallow water and the consequent production of toxic algae blooms, which are becoming a constant. In 2010, the State Water Board concluded that 75% of unimpaired flow of the Sacramento River and its tributaries flowing on through the delta would be needed to protect the Bay Delta ecosystem. But on average, only 50% reaches the bay, and of course, even less during droughts. To save our fisheries and prevent algae blooms, we must have a commitment to a much higher flow through, a standard to address algae blooms, and a program to implement this commitment now. We need the board to acknowledge and protect not only our groundwater and drinking water needs, but the beneficial cultural, recreational, and agricultural uses. These beneficial uses of a healthy delta and estuary must be a part of any staff cost-benefit analysis, as they have not been. Consultation with the tribes whose ancestors protected the delta and the fisheries over centuries is essential. We know that agriculture uses 80% of our water, but represents just 2% of our economy. Industrial agriculture's demands on our water sources are hugely disproportionate. Instead of tolerating waste, the state needs to reward efficient water use. We need the governor to end his effort to direct even more water to the Central Valley, where it's squandered on water-needy products like almonds, and instead protect the health of our great San Francisco Bay Delta ecosystem and its fisheries for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodcock. Next, I'd like to call up Karen Jacques, who will be followed by Ben King, and then Nikki Seward. Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. My name is Ben King. I'm with Pacific Gold Agriculture. My family has been farming near College City since 1860. We are actually all small settlement contractors, City Colusa also. I'm a member of the Colusa County Resource Conservation District, but I speak for myself. So I've submitted some comments, but they're really just government documents and historical documents. My first comment is that the map of the Bay Delta doesn't represent the Colusa Basin. The Colusa Trough is actually a big white spot right there. It's 1,036,000 acres, 17 ephemeral streams, and probably more importantly, 3 of those streams, 2 are called salt, one's called petroleum. It has really unique geology, unique topography. It has historically, the upper Sycamore Slough is where my family was, connected to the river at Sycamore, and the lower Sycamore Slough connected at Knight's Landing. That is really important because that's actually the confluence of the Sacramento, American, and Feather Rivers. And so it took all that water in. Historically, we settled on lands of the Patwin people. So it was native, it was important to the ecosystem of the native people, and I believe that also needs to be respected here. Fish have been found, it was a great place for fish and for other wildlife. Fish have been found all the way up to Delavan as late as 2013. It also is not consistent with your regulatory regime. The sites application has 2 references to the Colusa Basin, and it's not on the map. There's 74,000 acres of refuges that you talk about in the voluntary agreements are not on the map. I want to also suggest that one of the issues you might consider is how the Colusa Basin is interconnected with the Yellow Bypass and Sacramento River, and the potential for natural contaminants in addition to fertilizer and pesticides actually moving into the lower Sacramento River and the Southern Bypass. There was a research article by Timothy Mooson regarding the lower phytoplankton populations in the lower Sacramento River, potential for alkali shock. You look at the water quality that's very high TDS in the Colusa Basin. You have a 303 site in Yellow Bypass. The Colusa, as I reported before, the Colusa Refuge actually has mercury contamination. The Sacramento Refuge has both mercury and hexavalent chromium contamination. There are probably 303 sites. The Colusa Trough was intended to be a bypass. The Colusa Basin was intended to be bypassed. The Colusa Basin important. It was never done. Drainage was never fixed. We support the voluntary agreements, but you need to fix the problem first. The drainage problem, the redox problem, the groundwater substitution is also a gigantic issue because of the natural contamination in the groundwater and the connective between the groundwater is actually being put in conveyance systems and spread. And the economic incentive to overpump is just going to be greater and greater. $500 an acre foot to $1,000 an acre foot. People have a lot of incentive to sell fresh water and pump contaminated water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. I really appreciate all those comments and look forward to your written comments as well. Let's go ahead and take our lunch. At this point, we'll take a 30-minute lunch, get back at 1:05. I apologize for those in the room that are looking to still provide comment. We'll go back to individual comments after lunch, and so we'll then be able to take you then. And I believe at that point, we have just virtual commenters. So, but we will go again back to our panel at 2, but we'll take as many commenters as we can before we do that. Let's come back here at 1:05. Thank you, everyone, for a very productive and enlightening morning discussion, and looking forward to the rest of it. Thanks.
Test 1 2, testing 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4.
Okay, thanks, everyone. I know we added 5 minutes here to our lunch and hope well worth it. Let's get back into in-person commenters. I'd like to next, I believe we would go to, and again, this is folks that are listed. Some of them may have actually be on the Zoom platform with us, having this labeled in person. So next I'll call up Nikki Seward, and then Tim Bush, and Les Herringer. That's what I'm seeing on my list, at least. Refresh it too. Yeah. And if neither of those individuals are here, I think next is Les. Okay. Mr. Herringer, appreciate it. Yeah. You may need to turn the mic on. There's a button at the top.
Okay, ready to go. Thank you for the opportunity to address you here today. My name is Les Herringer. I manage the M&T Ranch and the Parrot Phelan Irrigation System. Our location is southwest of Chico in Butte County with several miles of Sacramento River frontage. We maintain a few thousand acres of orchards and a rice acreage and close to 1,500 acres of riparian forest along the Sacramento River, Big Chico Creek, and Little Chico Creek. We also belong to Northern California Water Association, and we are a Sacramento River settlement contractor. The Parrot Phelan Irrigation System has been diverting water out of the Sacramento River for well over 100 years and have both a bureau contract and riparian water rights. The Phelan part of the name was James Phelan, which is now the M&T Ranch. James Phelan was the mayor of San Francisco in the early 1900s. The Parrot name is now the Llano Seco Ranch and Refuge, owned outright or by easement by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Nature Conservancy, and the Terriot family. Llano Seco uses river water, which comes through our jointly owned Sacramento River pumping plant for thousands of acres of public and private wetlands. The Llano Seco Ranch uses a great majority of river water that comes through our system year-round for cranes, ducks, geese, herons, egrets, and other water-loving species. Both the Llano Seco Ranch and the M&T Ranch have on their ranches the Sacramento River Butte Basin flood overflow area that delivers Sacramento River floodwaters into the Butte Basin, some of which may not see the Sacramento River again until it reaches Rio Vista in Solano County. The two ranches provide surface water, which helps recharge the groundwater in southwest Butte County, assisting in compliance with the 2014 Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. We've also been very active on Butte Creek. Years ago, we dedicated 40 second feet of our water right to the spring run salmon to help the spring run salmon make it up to their over-summering pools in Upper Butte Creek. And by the way, Butte Creek has been a model for fish recovery, throughout the state. Most recently, we were working with on the Lahar Formation, which is like a lava formation right in the middle of Butte Creek, right behind Chico. And during times of low flow, the fish have a hard time making it over that Lahar Formation and tend to hang out, the late returners, about the Highway 99 bridge just south of Chico. We've turned extra water loose to help the fish. A few years ago, we started working with Ducks Unlimited to try to come up with a plan to deal with that Lahar Formation. It's very difficult for fish to get over it during low flows. And finally made the grade. Ducks Unlimited was funded for a plan for a study on how to deal with that Lahar Formation. We wholeheartedly endorse the voluntary agreements, which are the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes. This is a balanced approach. It brings people together to work in collaboration to update the Bay Delta Plan. This is by far and away the superior plan to achieve common needs for all water users in Northern California. This plan is very similar to the Senate Bill 1086, 1986 Sacramento River Conservation Area Plan, if any of you remember that. I was heavily involved in that plan. Starting in 1986, it was a Senator Jim Nielsen plan to bring property owners, agency people, and other interested parties along the Sacramento River from Redding all the way down to Woodland to come up with some common plans and to conserve the habitat and flora and fauna along the Sacramento River, and it worked. And it is still working. You may know Jane Dolan. She was in charge of the Sacramento River Conservation Area Forum and has done a great job. The unimpaired flow approach proposed by the State Water Resource Conservation Sacramento River SWRCB would be devastating not only to our ranch, but also the wildlife refuges we partner with and provide water to. So thank you very much. We're heavily involved and been very proactive.
Thank you, Mr. Herringer.
In the resource. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Tom Biglione, and I believe then that will be our last in-person commenter, and if not, someone should just flag that for me.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I am Tom Biglione. I live here in Sacramento. I frequently paddle rivers in the Delta area, the Cosumnes, McCullum, American. It doesn't take a scientist to notice the changes in water quality or spawning and rearing habitat, although it does take one to document the losses and to research the reasons why. I'm here because of the steady decline in salmon returns these past 20 years in our local rivers. And I say our rivers because the rivers are not the sole property of the water agencies that divert from them. They belong to all Californians. And I don't presume to speak for all Californians, but I hope I'm speaking for the ones who would be here if they knew the issues at stake. The Bay Institute reported in 2016, reduced flows harm the ecosystems of San Francisco Bay and the Delta. And yet here we are 7 years later, still parsing whether fish need water. It would be a mistake to think that only salmon are harmed by the reduced freshwater flows to the Delta. But in their 2016 study titled The San Francisco Bay, the Freshwater Starved Estuary, the Bay Institute listed how unsustainable diversions of the bay's freshwater inflows also dramatically cut production of fish and shrimp that are food sources for marine mammals like orcas and game fish and bird species, and allowed pollutants to accumulate to dangerous levels and encouraged toxic algal blooms. How they reduced sediment supply to the Bay Area wetlands, and how it made it easier for undesirable non-native species to successfully invade the Delta. And how it imperiled the communities and farms throughout the Delta dependent upon freshwater flows to keep saltwater intrusion at bay. For these reasons, I encourage you to consider all Californians as you proceed with the Bay Delta Plan update, and in particular, not consider the voluntary agreement proposal as a valid alternative to updating the Bay Delta Plan. To consider at least a 55% unimpaired flow standard sufficient for recovery and viability to imperiled species of the Delta. And please, listen to tribes. Incorporate tribal beneficial uses into the updated framework. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours as well. We appreciate your voice and participation here. Next, I'd like to call up Faye Limas. And now we'll again be switching over to the virtual platform. After that, I believe Regina Chicazola has signed up, but I don't believe she may be on the platform. And anyone that isn't on the platform as we call you up, feel free, when you get on, just raise your hand and we can come back to you. And we'll also try to monitor the room for you. Ms. Limas.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Faye Victoria Sori Limas, an intern with the Florida Delta. In the recently draft report for the phase 2 update Green Delta plan, the report highlights significant effect on water quality and hydrology, as well as renewable water basins and aquifers, and disadvantaged communities with incomes falling about 80% of the state's average are encountering related expenses due to the decline in water quality. Sorry about that. As rivers more fresh water circulates through the soil, replenishing the groundwater reservoirs that many communities rely on for drinking water. Adequate aquifer recharge is crucial for the preventing of saltwater intrusions and ensuring a sustainable supply of water with the decreasing challenges presented by climate change. Maintaining robust rivers becomes more critical. Changes in precipitation patterns and rising temperatures can impact our estuarine ecosystem. Adequate freshwater flows act as a buffer, helping our estuary adapt to changing conditions, ensuring the long-term sustainability of groundwater resources. Our estuary is a biodiversity hotspot, providing critical habitats for various species, sufficient river flow is essential for maintaining the ecological balance within the estuary, supporting the diverse array of plants and animals that contribute to the health of the entire ecosystem. Preserving the biodiversity indirectly safeguards the quality of our groundwater by maintaining the resilience of the estuarine environment. Firstly, recharging the groundwater helps sustain the estuarine habitat by maintaining a stable water supply. This is crucial for the survival and breeding of numerous plants and animal species that have adapted the species of conditions of our estuary. Many commercially important fish species such as salmon and shrimp rely on the estuaries for their early life stages. Additionally, recharging groundwater contributes to the water quality improvement in the estuaries. As fresh water percolates into the ground, it filters out all those impurities and pollutants, preventing them from directly entering that system. This natural filtration process helps maintain the integrity of the estuarine environment, protecting both aquatic life and the communities that depend on the estuary's livelihoods. Increased river flows can help combat harmful algal blooms by diluting the nutrient concentrations such as phosphorus and nitrogen, which have always been a problem, that fuel their growth. Higher water volumes can flush out excess nutrients, reducing the likelihood of algal blooms. Additionally, swift flows can disrupt algal colonies, preventing them from establishing and proliferating. This natural flow regulation supports ecosystem health and water quality, mitigating the adverse effects of harmful algal blooms on aquatic environments. My points are that we need HAB standards and more water flowing into our rivers that are above the 65 to preserve what's left of our community. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Limas. And just to note, I think we had some audio issue here in the room just at the beginning, a bit of your comments. So if you can make sure and submit those written as well, we can make sure and capture your full oral comments as well. So just thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to go to Regina Chicazola. I believe she's on the platform now, and then Castle Willie, and then Thomas McCarthy. Good afternoon, Ms. Chicazola.
Hi, thank you, and sorry you did not see me earlier. I did jump off for a minute, so I apologize. I just wanted to say that I really support this board moving forward with updating the Bay Delta plan using the high flow alternative. I think we've seen that there is a lot of habitat restoration projects happening in the Delta and throughout the watershed, and I feel like this is very important to salmon. However, these projects can't really make a difference if there's not water. Water is needed for floodplain inundation. It's needed for restoration projects. It's needed for the survival of especially the spring run salmon, which have almost gone extinct during the last couple of years while this process has been languishing. And a lot of that languishing is because we've given so much time to see these voluntary agreements work. I've been commenting on this process since 2018. And in that time, I've watched the salmon populations and the water quality in the Delta and the watersheds plummet. And I just feel like it's important to finally make a change. And that change has to be to provide water into the Delta, in the watershed, and into the watersheds, because our salmon don't have long to wait. I mean, we are truly dealing with an extinction crisis right now. And we're dealing with a crisis for water quality for the people of the Delta, which has been expressed to this board so many times. And I know we're really trying hard to provide for racial equity in this board and to change the way we do things. And I think the way we do that is to take a hard look at actually protecting tribal beneficial uses, of actually protecting our other beneficial uses, and actually making sure people have access to clean water and water that's not full of toxic algae and massive pollution. And in that, we need to make sure we save our salmon from extinction. A lot of the people who are saying that they'll support the voluntary agreements, they're finally going to get on the right page and start doing the right things, are also the people who are pushing for the Delta Tunnel and are pushing for Sites Reservoir, which will take more water out of the Delta. So it's easy to see why they don't want actual hard numbers as far as what the flows need to be in the Delta, how nothing but voluntary actions and narrative standards is what they want. In reality, fish need water, and habitat restoration means nothing if fish don't get that water. So I'm not only asking you to pick a high flow alternative and to actually think what it means to protect tribal beneficial uses, but to move really quickly, because it's taken 5 years to get to this point. And in that 5 years, we have seen a crisis that I could not have imagined 5 years ago. It is so much worse than I could ever have thought was possible. With that, I really look forward to working with you on making sure that we can meet the standards that come out of this. And I hope that you all have a good rest of your meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Chickazzola. Appreciate the engagement and being part of the discussion here today. I'll note I'm going through by order of first submitted into the system. So I know sometimes folks can have time constraints. I'll try to accommodate, but do want to try to just get through as many comments as we can. So in that spirit, next I'd like to call up Castle Willie, who I'm not sure is on the platform actually. Yes. Okay. She, yes. Good to see you, Miss Willie.
Hi, good afternoon. Good to see you all as well. I'm Cassil Willie. I'm the staff attorney for Save California Salmon. My heritage is Pomo, Wintu, Wailaki, tribal descendant, and I'm enrolled in the Walker River Paiute tribe. Firstly, I'd like to address the importance of including tribal voices in this process. The Bay Delta Plan affects over 100 tribes in their traditional homelands, and the incorporation of traditional ecological knowledge has been an effective scientific tool for tribes since time immemorial. So the continuous engagement from tribes and cultural stewards is necessary to create an effective Bay Delta plan that seriously considers all forms of science. Next, I'd like to comment on tribal beneficial uses. After the tribal beneficial use panel this summer, there was a lot of hope for myself and many participants from the public and water board staff that tribal beneficial uses would be included in the staff report. The consideration of tribal beneficial uses is a great first step, but the State Water Board has the authority to provide a guidepost for all regional water boards, which are slowly going through the tribal beneficial use implementation process, which has no deadline. Since the State Water Board and regional water boards are supposed to work together to provide comprehensive protections, as stated in the staff report, there should be no issue with the State Water Board taking the lead on protecting TBUs for the Bay Delta. We encourage the board to recognize that tribal beneficial use designation should apply to the entire watershed. This would greatly relieve tribes, which already have limited resources, of the burden of having to go through each aspect of the watershed to request designations for 2 different regional boards, which have different timelines. Next, I'd like to address the voluntary agreements. As you know and have heard many times, the creation of the VAs was exclusionary, as it left out tribes, people of color, and environmental justice communities. The late in the game consultations have resulted in proposals that bypass the public-friendly regulatory process. Additionally, the staff report fails to directly name the parties to the VAs, and for full transparency, the names of each of the state and federal agencies, local water agencies, private companies, the nonprofit mutual benefit corporation, and additional parties should be included in the staff report. And to go off of what Regina commented on prior, related to flows and restoration. I do have some questions from the second VA presentation on habitat and restoration. It seems like a lot of the restoration work is already being completed, which makes it seem like there will be backfilling of restoration projects. It seems like there's already restoration projects happening without the VAs, so why would they need to be adopted for ecological restoration purposes when that restoration is already being done and flows are clearly needed? Just lastly, really quick, I think at the last hearing, there was a request for a compiled document to be made available online rather than having to download each section, but I don't think that's been provided. And it would be really helpful in writing comments. So if you were able to provide that either as a PDF online or a Dropbox, that would be very helpful. Save California Salmon will be providing written comments further, and I thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you as well. And I just got nods from, and Ms. Riddle, if you want to respond to that, because I know it was something that we said we'd do.
Yeah, if anybody wants a fully compiled version, please send us an email. That fully compiled version is not ADA compliant. We can provide it for those. That's why we're not able to post it on our website. But if you send us an email, we can make that available to you.
Very understandable then, and appreciate that, Ms. Riddle. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Willie. Next, I'll go to Jim Pfeiffer. Oh, apologies, it's Thomas McCarthy, and then Jim Pfeiffer. And then I see a number of hands up. Again, I'm going through by order of folks had submitted. If you can wait, please just lower your hand. If you cannot possibly wait, go ahead and keep your hand up, and I will take you as a tranche here before we get to 2 o'clock. And what I'm not looking for is, kind of a rush of folks trying to jump in. Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Tom McCarthy, General Manager of the Kern County Water Agency. I've tried to modify my comments to not be repetitive and keep things as brief as possible. I know you're trying to get in as many comments as possible. The Kern County Water Agency is the largest agricultural and third largest urban water supplier within the state water contractors family. We're deeply interested in the health of the Delta. It directly relates to our water supply. We also are interested in regulatory certainty such that resilient water supply projects can be planned and executed within a timely and economic manner. Water supplies would be reduced significantly if the State Water Resources Control Board were to adopt and implement some of the proposed amendments to the Bay Delta Plan, which would impact our county's agricultural operations as well as the extensive disadvantaged communities we serve. The draft unimpaired flow alternative would significantly impact reservoir operations and storage, particularly in wet and dry years. Kern County is ground zero for groundwater banking for the state of California. Again, supporting agencies throughout California, not just Kern County, really from the Bay Area to the border. The proposed storage operation and management during wet years would be in really direct conflict with groundwater banking as outlined in the governor's water resilience portfolio, as well as the 2018 and draft 2023 California water plans. Groundwater banking and the principle of conservation and of high flows in wet years for use during dry years is really the single greatest mitigation effort to address the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and reductions in groundwater pumping throughout the state. Modeling indicates that there would be over a 1 million acre-foot reduction in median Table A deliveries under the unimpaired flow. This change in supply and reservoir operation limitations as a result of the draft unimpaired flow alternative would really just devastate current and proposed water management practices that depend on groundwater banking for municipal and agricultural supply reliability. And again, just to reiterate, we're kind of a hub for groundwater banking. And so this devastation, it wouldn't really just be for Kern County. It would be really throughout the state of California. And so we think this is a very big deal when you're looking at flows under the 55% unimpaired alternative. It again would really devastate a lot of operations that help California as a whole be resilient. We do support the voluntary agreement alternative. It's not perfect. No alternative would be, but we're very happy to see this alternative based on science with funding for additional science, water for environmental flows, as well as the potential to evolve from lessons learned throughout it. So thank you for the opportunity to provide comments, as well as the effort put forth by the board and its staff on the voluntary agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Appreciate your voice and participation here in the discussion here today. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jim Pfeiffer. Will be followed by Karen Jha. And then we'll get into, again, folks with their hands raised. Mr. Pfeiffer, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I appreciate this opportunity to make comments today. I am Jim Pfeiffer. I am the Executive Director of both the Sacramento Groundwater Authority and the Regional Water Authority. But today, I'm only making comments on behalf of the Sacramento Groundwater Authority. The Sacramento Groundwater Authority is a groundwater sustainability agency in northern Sacramento County with a mission to manage, protect, and sustain the groundwater resources of the basin in northern Sacramento County, consistent with the Waterform Agreement. I'd like to thank the board for moving forward on the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. We recognize that striking a reasonable and appropriate balance between beneficial uses is a challenging task, and we appreciate you listening to our perspective. From a period from the 1950s to the 1990s, our groundwater basin was in a state of decline. Storage was continuously declining in the groundwater basin, and the region was deeply concerned about the future of the Sacramento metropolitan region's groundwater health. The water providers of the region came to the realization that a healthy community needs a healthy balance between surface water and groundwater, and it sprang into action. It created programs to make sure that we manage groundwater sustainably, and also built the infrastructure in order to have a sustainable groundwater basin, but also a light impact on the environment. Water providers, NGOs, and the business community and the public came together for the common good under the Waterform Agreement and worked hard to manage the American River region's precious water resources. This included creating a well-known and respected program of conjunctive use, which allows for water providers to shift from surface water to groundwater supplies interchangeably, depending on the hydrologic conditions. As a result of this program, which includes the development of the Sacramento Regional Groundwater Bank, we're one of the few groundwater basins in the region that where not only has groundwater levels continued, the decline has stopped, but they're starting to increase. Through dedication, study, and informed practice, we have been able to achieve a sustainable balance in the American River region, including in the lower American River ecosystem for our water supply and communities. This work is making us more resilient with the looming threat of climate change, allowing us to recharge our aquifers during wetter times, using surface water supplies, and then shifting to groundwater in drier times. The unimpaired inflow approach considered in the staff report has the potential to upend this carefully achieved balance. The staff report acknowledges that responses to unimpaired inflow would likely include increased groundwater pumping that would substantially deplete groundwater supplies or interfere substantially with groundwater recharge, such that there would be a net deficit in aquifer volume or a lowering of the groundwater table. For the American River region, this would be unacceptable and would counter to everything that we have worked so hard to achieve in the last 25 years. It would interfere with this region being climate resilient and set our community's water supplies back with tenuous uncertainty, like reflected in the last, beyond a quarter century ago. In comparison, the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes approach in the staff report allows the region to complement sustainably increased outflow for the lower American River in the spring with improved groundwater infrastructure and recharge that can support that outflow. After 25 years of experience, we're pretty confident that our groundwater basin will be able to handle that We know that with the VA alternative, environmental flows can be provided hand in hand with a sustainable yield of the groundwater basin. Thank you for your consideration of these comments.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Appreciate your comments and participation here. Next, I'd like to call up Karen Jacques. And Ms. Jacques, you should be invited to unmute. There we are.
Yeah, I just got invited to unmute. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Karen Jacques. I'm a longtime resident of Sacramento who loves the Delta, and I've been very concerned and saddened to watch its ongoing deterioration with worse and worse water quality, increasing HABs, and increasing species decline. To save time, I don't want to repeat comments that others have made that I agree with. So I strongly second the comments made by Aaron Woolley this morning and by Regina Shikasola. And I also second the comments made by Ms. Woodcock about big ag and the overuse of water for that as opposed to other uses, overuse that's used for unsustainable crops because they have such heavy water needs, and also for huge numbers of dairies that are consuming water at a very rapid pace. Those kinds of uses are not sustainable, and we have to start planning for California to live within its more limited water future. I think that decisions about the Delta, which is just such a critical part of our entire state, have to be made on the basis of the best science available. My understanding is that that science says that the minimum flow that is needed through the Delta is at least 65%, and more would be better. I appreciate that many of the VAs have included very interesting, helpful things that they are doing, but I don't think that our water policy can be based, our water policy for the Delta can be based solely on the VAs. The process was politicized by the fact that the governor negotiated with some groups, not others. Tribal members were not present at those VA negotiations, nor were environmental justice communities like Restore the Delta, of which I'm a member. And all voices need to be heard to come up with the best overarching plan that we possibly can. So I'm asking you to not adopt the VA plan, but to include some of the best of that in a larger overarching plan based on, as I said before, the best environmental science possible. I thank you for this opportunity to comment, and I thank you for fitting me in before 2 because I have to leave at 2.
Thank you as well, Ms. Jacques. I appreciate your patience and hear contributions to the discussion. Next, I'll go to this tranche of folks with their hands raised because at 2 we will transition to our next panel here. First I call John Rosapepe, be followed by Robert Chang, then Rush Ream, John Monroe, and then Patrick Chiopelli. And we'll then transition to the panels at that point.
Thank you, Chair, for fitting me in. I also have a doctor's appointment. I really appreciate it. My name's John Rosapepe. I first got to come and see the Bay Delta area in 1988, and unfortunately I've watched the degradation of it since. I've been a fisheries biologist. I've done projects for stream restoration mitigation. I've been a commercial fisherman. I'm just going to echo a few points that people have said before. You know, you may have all these great mitigation projects for habitat and everything else, but without a proper river flow, it doesn't work. And we've seen it And so just saying, let's do more mitigation projects without the flow you need is not going to work. We know it's not going to work. I mean, if we continue on this path in 8 years, 4 years, we'll be sitting here with, let's do more plans, let's have more hearings, and the salmon will continue on their downward slope and some of them into extinction. I mean, I think of California. When I think of California, I think of the flag with the bear, and there are no more bears. We're heading that way with salmon. I mean, a lot of places I go from 30 years ago where there's salmon, people aren't, salmon aren't there. People don't really think of salmon anymore. And, we can see it also what's happening with the stoppage of the commercial fisheries this year. The voluntary agreements are worthless for the salmon. They're adaptive management, but they really don't work the way it's set up. They've been, as people have talked about, exclusionary, extremely exclusionary. They failed, so why do it again? And there's no mechanism for enforcement. We're 8 years out, and we've seen, things are worsening with climate change. We don't have that time. So I'm speaking, hoping you don't go forward with the voluntary agreements. And, I don't know. I've gotten older, so I'm not really sure, but I think it was Einstein, was talking about doing the same thing over is insanity. And I see us just doing that again. And there's no reason to. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rosa Pepe. I appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Robert Chang, who will be followed by Rush Realm.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Hopefully you can hear me okay. My name is Robert Chang. I'm the Assistant General Manager for the Coachella Valley Water District, and we were formed in 1918 for the express purpose of enacting good water management in the Coachella Valley, which includes oversight of responsible water use, as well as making sure that a reliable supply is available. Over 100 years later, our motto is still making every drop count. Climate adaptation is not a new concept for Coachella Valley Water District. In an area that only gets 3 inches of natural precipitation annually, CVWD is keenly aware of the stresses that extreme weather creates. Over the course of the last 100 years, we fully understand the sources once considered reliable are facing intense pressures like never before. The State Water Project is one of the 2 large water systems that CVWD depends on for the vitality of our region, the other being the Colorado River. Holding the distinction of the contractor located the furthest away from Oroville, we understand the 700-mile journey that this water travels through is becoming increasingly difficult as it navigates through environmentally sensitive areas. More so than any other areas, the Bay Delta has been a poster child of seemingly competing interests and needs for this limited valuable resource, and highlights how important the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan is to maintaining the viability of the ecosystem. There's a delicate dance that needs to occur to ensure the balance between reliable exports, cultural needs, recreation, and environmental flows is met. Although we have advanced our knowledge of the Delta in a significant way during the past half century of state water project operations, there's still much more that needs to be learned. Together with other water public agencies, CVWD supports the process as outlined under the concept in the Governor's Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Agreement, or the voluntary agreements as the preferred alternative for the state board's consideration for the new Bay Delta plan. We believe the goals of reliable exports cannot be separated from the other goals, including achieving healthier ecosystems and tributaries. And we understand that these actions come with a cost, but also the issue of affordability, not just financially, but measured in terms of water, must be part of the discussion. We firmly believe that the collaborative framework outlined under the voluntary agreement provides a governance structure, the funding, and science-based decision-making that the 21st century water management demands. We applaud the governor's leadership in this effort and stand with our other partners to ensure the goal of making every drop counts becomes a reality. So appreciate the opportunity to make a few comments today.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. Next, I'd like to call up Rush Ream, be followed by John Monroe, and then Patrick Capelli.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon. We can hear you.
Can you see me?
We cannot currently. You should be able to be invited to turn on your camera, or should be able to turn on if you're looking for it to.
Unable to start video because the host has stopped it.
All right, it should be allowed to start.
Should I hit start video? Here we go. Let's see if that happens. Unable to start video because your host has stopped it. Stop stopping my video.
Yeah, it's not on our control end. There may be something there. Yeah, there on the platform.
Okay, I'll
Apologies.
speak. I wish you could
Yeah,
see
sorry,
me. I
Mr.
really
Reed.
appreciate you responding to my raised hand because, like others, I have a doctor's appointment. I guess we're all getting sick. I'm a professor at Stanford University. I've lived in the Bay Area for over 40 years. And speaking about your Phase 2 Bay Delta plan, let me remind you that your brief is to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources for the protection of the environment, public health, and all beneficial uses for the protection of the present and future generations. This is an important task, but your Phase 2 Bay Delta plan is, by your own accounts, destined to fail. Your 2010 water flow criteria report found that 75% of unimpaired flow on the Sacramento River and its tributaries and 75% of the unimpaired delta outflow to the bay would be needed to protect the Bay Delta ecosystem, but your proposed plan falls significantly short of that, leaving the Bay Delta ecosystem in a state of permanent environmental crisis. Non-flow measures can't substitute for higher flows. You can't have more fish with less water. So how does your plan hope to guarantee an even inadequate unimpaired flow with voluntary agreements? Now, as my grandfather used to say, you can wish in one hand and poop in the other and see which one fills up the fastest. Not a single conservation, fishing, tribal, or environmental justice group supports these voluntary agreements. So who does? Governor Newsom, a man I normally admire, but here I think he's got his eye on big ag. What on earth is water-stretched California doing in supporting what amounts to the export of California water in the form of nuts and cattle fodder? I don't have to tell you, but it takes a minimum of 1 gallon to grow a single almond, 5 gallons for a single walnut, and it's even worse for alfalfa. Some of it shipped to Saudi Arabia because they can't grow fodder there, alfalfa there. It's against the law. They import it from places like California. Who benefits? Not the Bay Delta. As you've heard from others, agriculture uses something like 80% of California's developed water, but contributes only 2% to our economy. Now, I've sailed in the Bay. I've rafted on the American River. I've water skied in the Delta, although not recently, as you can imagine why. And I've watched salmon do their miraculous thing. But salmon populations are in such bad shape that, as you know, commercial fishing had to be canceled this year and may again next. Salmon are the canary in the coal mine. And then there are the toxic algae blooms in the Delta, which get worse each year, fed by slow-moving, warm, nutrient-rich water. The Delta needs more freshwater flow, and that in turn will feed the Bay. As a professor of theater and classics, let me conclude with a quotation from Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, where Brutus urges Cassius to act. He says, "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood leaves on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. Please, don't leave the Delta and Bay bound in shallows and miseries. And the same for your legacy. Don't give that away with your current Phase 2 plan, trusting in voluntary agreements and pseudoscience that pretends that the problem isn't more water. Please."
Thank you, Mr.
Listen
Reed.
to ourselves, I'm almost done, and think about the future.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Reem. Appreciate your comments. And I'm trying to keep folks to 3 minutes just to be kind to everyone. And so you'll see me be consistent in trying to keep to that. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up John Monroe, be followed by Patrick Copel.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak up and testify here at this very interesting panel. I'm John Monroe, owner of Dunnigan Farms and Almond Orchard in Arbuckle on the west side of the Sacramento Valley. My family's been farming almonds in Arbuckle since the mid-1960s. We're proud members of Blue Diamond Growers, a farmer cooperative that unites small farmers into a big group that markets the almonds grown by our 3,000 Central Valley growers to customers around the world. I strongly support the voluntary agreements alternative. It takes 3 to 4 feet of water per acre delivered from April through October to grow an almond crop. Some of it comes as rain, but Colusa County Water District delivers most of the water we use from the Tehama-Colusa Canal fed by Lake Shasta. We depend on this surface water, backed up by groundwater from a well, to keep our trees alive and our orchards productive. We originally installed the well to provide water in the event of unanticipated water district system shutdowns in the summer. We are worried now that unimpaired flows will force us to depend on the well all summer long to provide the water our crop needs. On our farm, we actively work to conserve water. We participate at the highest level in Blue Diamond's Orchard Sustainability Incentive Program. It rewards us for investing in sustainable farming practices, including using best practices in irrigation management. We invest heavily in technology, drip irrigation, soil moisture monitors, weather stations, innovative water treatments, and in-tree tensiometers to minimize the amount of water needed to produce our crop, but we need a dependable supply of surface water year after year to sustain our orchards. Unimpaired flows would seriously hurt our ability to farm profitably. It would amplify the variability in water supply available to our farm and the other users of Sacramento River water, and force us to increase our dependence on expensive groundwater to sustain our business. Unimpaired flows will also deal a heavy blow to our family farm, the farms of our neighbors, and the families of those who work in agriculture and related industries. It will hurt the Colusa County economy, which already suffers from the pressures of drought and climate change. Unemployment in our largely underserved agricultural Colusa County was 8.5% in September, despite the tight California labor market. Unimpaired flows will make it more difficult to farm profitably in Arbuckle, driving unemployment up. The balanced approach of the voluntary agreements will strengthen our Colusa County and Sacramento Valley economies while allowing California agriculture to deliver food to the whole world in a truly sustainable way. We strongly support the voluntary agreements. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe. Next, I'd like to call up Patrick Capelli, or Copel, and I knew that I figured out how to pronounce it right too. Apologies, Mr. Copel. Good to see you.
No problem. First off, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, great. So yeah, my name is not easy to pronounce, and rarely does anybody who has never met me knows how to pronounce it. So you got it. Congratulations. Thanks so much. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. My name is Patrick Copel. I'm the Executive Director of the Tuolumne River Trust. It's no secret that our Central Valley rivers, the Delta, the vast array of fish and wildlife are on the brink of disaster. Salmon season has been closed, and we're seeing extremely poor escapement numbers in most Central Valley rivers. Delta smelt are nearly extinct. Sturgeon, grand fish of the Delta and CV rivers are declining. The VA signatories assert that physical habitat can replace water flows. I can tell you that on the Tuolumne, we've been down this road before. In 1995, the local irrigation districts, fish agencies, and conservation groups, including TRT, signed a voluntary agreement related to the Don Pedro hydropower license. And that agreement provided very minor flow increases and a commitment to complete 10 habitat restoration projects. What's happened on the river since then? The salmon populations continue to decline to the point where today, instead of over 100,000 salmon that the Tuolumne historically supported, we often only see a few hundred to maybe a few thousand fish. The Tuolumne 1995 VA did not work. But it's not just about fish. This is about people and about a legacy of dams, diversions, and water withdrawals that began with the gold rush and continues to today. And throughout this 175-year history, the people who relied on these rivers, native peoples, have been excluded from decisions about how to manage them. And these VAs represent a continuation of that terrible legacy. They're explicitly exclusionary. There's been no participation from tribal members, and the board should meaningfully engage the tribes and make sure that any approved plan meets tribal needs and protects tribal uses of water. The VAs are personal for me too. Like thousands of other people, I love to take my son fishing on these rivers and for salmon in the ocean and trout in the rivers. These fishing trips have been great experience for the two of us to bond and create lasting memories, but we can't do that this year because salmon numbers are so low, the season is closed, which is a travesty that the State Water Board can change this trajectory by refusing the VAs and moving ahead with implementing a plan that ensures more water will be released into the rivers and flows through and out of the Delta. I urge the board to do so. Thank you so much for your time and for taking my comments.
Thank you as well, Mr. Kopel. That brings us to 2 o'clock, and I want to keep on agenda. I see additional hands from folks that are raising. I appreciate it. We'll be coming back to individual comments at 3:10. And if folks can't hold on through that, I apologize. We are trying our best to get through everyone, and importantly, trying to just get through by the order of the people put their name in. But I understand that you can have sometimes other circumstances. So I'd like to now call up the non-governmental organization groups here that are representing flow needs for fish and wildlife. Good afternoon. Good to see you both.
Good to see you too. I think we're starting with
Nature Conservancy is going to go first. So
okay, great.
Dr. Stanford, take it away.
And if there's a slide, they should be coming up here in a moment. And you should be invited to unmute, Ms. Stanford. Apologies. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us. I'm Bronwyn Stanford. I'll be kicking off the panel today. I'm here speaking as part of the Nature Conservancy's water program, and I'll be focusing on our scientific understanding of the flow needs of Chinook salmon. As many others have mentioned today, Central Valley Chinook salmon are in decline. As you can see in this figure, despite commitments to double population numbers, in recent decades, numbers have continued to decline. Lots of physical habitat work has been completed over the years, including through CVPIA and CalFed. Habitat restoration is important for functioning rivers, and we see fish using habitat after it has been created. However, habitat restoration has not been empirically linked to changes in survival or abundance of salmon. Instead, the best available science suggests that habitat does not currently limit salmon populations. Sorry, there's my slide. Thanks for that. By contrast, in the past decade, numerous studies have been published confirming the strong link between flow and salmon survival, many by the NIMS Southwest Science Center. Papers since 2017 are missing from the staff report. I will review some of these papers that can help refine our understanding of critical flow thresholds and can provide any of these on request. Next slide, please. We focus on flow because for fish, flow literally is the habitat in any moment. Water is what activates and allows access to restored habitat areas and maintains conditions necessary to fish survival. Non-flow actions can open habitat areas to inundation. It can temporarily improve the habitat template, but flow is a master variable that affects all aspects of fish habitat. In addition, there is strong evidence that existing river flows are inadequate to support ecosystem functions, and that flow helps salmon use existing and restored habitat. By contrast, habitat restoration without meaningful flow improvements will not recover fish populations. To help managers better understand how flow affects function, the Nature Conservancy has been actively involved in creating the California Environmental Flows Framework. We identified 5 critical components of the annual hydrograph that provide a distinct geomorphic, ecological, or biogeochemical function, as shown here. All 5 components are required for river function, and each component must have the timing, duration, and magnitude that matches natural patterns. Sorry, thank you for advancing. Flow must occur in these natural hydrologic patterns to support species survival. So there are the 5 components you can see there. Next slide, please. In the past decade, multiple studies in the Central Valley have refined our understanding of the importance of flow for Central Valley Chinook salmon. For example, Cyril Michel from NIMS analyzed the relationship between flow and survival during outmigration. He found that flow was a strong predictor of returning adults while ocean conditions were not. This chart shows the response of smolt to adult ratio to flow in the left two panels, where you can see a positive slope for both winter run on the top and fall run on the bottom. A third to more than half of all variability in the smolt to adult ratio could be explained by flow during outmigration. By contrast, there is no response of the smolt to adult ratio to ocean conditions, as shown in the two panels on the right. Additional studies found that lower flows delay juvenile migration timing and survival, and that increased flows benefit all migrant size classes. Next slide, please. Recent studies have also reinforced the understanding that flow is what allows habitat to function, a conclusion that is echoed in the staff report. Existing habitat is not well occupied at current population levels and flows, and there is no evidence that habitat is currently limiting population recovery. There is also no evidence that habitat without meaningful flow improvements will benefit fish. For example, Munch et al. In 2020 showed that pulse flows and more variable flows increased juvenile salmon use of habitat. In the chart on the right, you can see the contrast between a good year, shown in the left panel, to a bad year. In the good year, there's much higher and more variable flows, and they were able to catch many more fry within the habitat areas that they surveyed, as compared to the bad year when there were no fish to occupy that habitat. A series of additional studies compared the predictive power of reach scale restoration and flow and survival. For example, Henderson et al. Found that salmon survival was predicted by year-to-year variation in flow rather than reach scale habitat conditions. Next slide, please. We appreciate that the proposed project of 55% unimpaired flow does include more flows than baseline for the environment and anticipate that this could have benefits. By contrast, the voluntary agreement proposal does not meaningfully increase flows. For example, recent research by Michel et al. In 2021 identified the important threshold of 10,700 CFS at Wilkins Slough on the Sacramento for outmigrant spring flows. The figure on the right from the staff report shows flows by scenario at Wilkins Slough and compares them to the 10,700 CFS threshold shown in pink. You can see that this threshold is met in some years by the 55% scenario, which is that teal middle bar. You can see it's meeting it fairly often in April, sometimes a bit less often in May. And it's met much more frequently by the 75% scenario in the light green. By contrast, flows under the baseline only rarely meet the threshold. Those are shown in the open box, and the VAs in this case are only providing an additional average of 700 CFS, which is not enough to meaningfully improve flows. Next slide, please. In conclusion, current conditions are not supporting salmon, and multiple studies have documented that salmon are not able to occupy even the currently existing habitat at current population numbers unless flows are high. The VA flow conditions are similar to baseline. As shown in this figure, also from the staff report, the VA proposal provides about 1.5% additional water above baseline conditions, January to June on average, with corresponding decreases in July to December. 1.5% does not represent a meaningful improvement. By contrast, the proposed project of 55% unimpaired flow is an improvement from baseline and would likely benefit fish. However, improvement from baseline does not guarantee compatibility with objectives, and 55% of unimpaired flow will not consistently meet important flow thresholds documented in the recent literature. Higher flows and functional flows will be needed to support salmon recovery, and these improvements and protections are needed year-round. We recommend updating the staff report to include the critical flow thresholds documented in the recent scientific literature and taking actions to get as close as possible to these important thresholds to support salmon recovery. And then I'll turn it on to my colleagues to share additional thoughts on the staff report.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, board members and staff. If I could have the first slide, please.
While we're waiting, can you please state your name for
Sure,
our
yeah.
transcript?
I'm John Rosenfield, Science Director for San Francisco Baykeeper. Thanks for the slide. We can go to the next slide, please. I'll pick up where Dr. Stanford left off. The status quo for Bay Delta fishes and fisheries is decline. As you can see here, I'm showing abundance trends for Delta smelt and longfin smelt up top, harvest trends for starry flounder, and abundance of harvestable adults for white sturgeon. This pattern is common across many other native species. Small changes in flow or habitat will not change this pattern. Substantial increases in freshwater flow into and through the delta will be required. Next slide, please. Freshwater flow drives fish viability metrics. Here we're looking at abundance data for longfin smelt. On the left graph, we're looking at longfin smelt abundance index from the fall midwater trawl graphed on a log scale as compared to flow, delta outflow, also graphed on a log scale. And you can see a statistically significant log-log relationship between outflow and abundance. These are data from 1988 through 2022, so any suggestion that this pattern has disappeared since introduction of the Amur clam is incorrect. This pattern is still here, still strong, still statistically significant. And it arises from the pattern on the right, where I'm looking at the intergeneration change in abundance for longfin smelt from one generation to the next. That's about 2 years separate. So the abundance in this year minus the abundance 2 years earlier. Negative numbers on this y-axis indicate a population decline. Positive numbers indicate population growth. And you can see that as flow increases and you move to the right, the frequency and magnitude of population growth for longfin smelt increases significantly. Next slide, please. Here we're looking at similar results for white sturgeon. White sturgeon are in severe decline, such that San Francisco Baykeeper, the Bay Institute, California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, and Restore the Delta petitioned for listing of white sturgeon earlier this week under the state and federal Endangered Species Acts. On the left graph, you see what staff has already found, that the y-axis there is juvenile young of year white sturgeon, and the x-axis is flow. And this shows that successful reproduction for white sturgeon does not occur at delta outflows less than about 37,000 CFS. On the right graph, we see how that dependence on flow translates into the existence of cohorts of white sturgeon as cohort formation has become less frequent and lower magnitude as the frequency and magnitude of peak flows shown in the blue line graphed on the right axis has also declined. Next slide, please. Here we're showing a similar pattern for starry flounder. On the left, you see that juvenile starry flounder rearing in our estuary, or age 1 starry flounder, also responds strongly to delta outflow. On the right panel, we show that the number of rearing juvenile starry flounder in the estuary has a significant effect on the fishery for starry flounder in the next year. Again, statistically significant, long-term, log-log result. Next slide, please. As Dr. Stanford began to tell you, and in some detail, the staff report flow thresholds for Chinook salmon must be updated to reflect the best available science. Many papers published since the 2017 scientific basis report was finalized show a strong flow survival relationship for Chinook salmon. I'm showing just some of those papers here. The upshot of this research is that the staff report flow threshold of about 20,000 CFS at Rio Vista is not going to be protective. Next slide, please. The staff report flow thresholds for estuarine prey items must also be updated to reflect the best available science. The graphs I'm showing here are from California Department of Fish and Wildlife. They show 3 different zooplankton species, which represent estuarine habitat. Abundance of each of these prey species responds dramatically to increases in freshwater flow. For the center and left graph, that's Eurytemera on the left and neomycid shrimp in the middle, flows below about 30,000 CFS are not generating abundance of those prey species that is consistent with the need for a food web that they are the base of, and it's not consistent with protection of estuarine habitat, which they represent. For reference, 30,000 CFS is about corresponds to an X2 at Port Chicago. On the right, we see that another important prey species, Pseudodioptimus, also responds strongly to flow, but that's flow in the summer months. So summer flows will also need to be protected in order to support the food web and estuarine habitat, but the staff report has no summer flow recommendation for estuarine habitat, so we recommend adding that to the analysis. In sum, the frequency of delta outflows that support abundant zooplankton prey species must increase to restore the estuarine habitat, viable populations of imperiled fish, and resilient fisheries. Next slide, please. The staff have done us a favor by analyzing the frequency with which various flow thresholds listed on the left. There are some locations and different species from the staff report. The critical flow thresholds to reach those and how frequently those are attained as a function of the different flow alternatives that are analyzed, 35 through 75% as compared to the baseline. Next slide, please. So looking at this in a little bit more detail, I've mentioned that the Port Chicago X2 is roughly analogous to the flows needed to maintain estuarine habitat and the prey food web that our fishes and fisheries depend on. At a flow alternative of 55%, you get that flow rate, that habitat protection in less than half of years. At 65% unimpaired flow, you get that protection in more than half of years. And I would submit that at a minimum, estuarine habitat needs to be protected in more than half of years if you want to recover viable populations of fish and the fisheries that rely on them. We can also look at green and white sturgeon. I've told you about the white sturgeon flow threshold. At the 55% unimpaired flow alternative, you would get flows that support their reproduction less than 1 in 5 years. These fish are capable of spawning every 3 to 4 years. Each female can reproduce on the order of every 3 to 4 years. And so in order to maintain a stable population or recover that population, we would need flows that support reproductive success at least 1 every 4 years. The 65% flow alternative comes close to providing that. Next slide, please. So we don't have enough time for me to describe all of the problems with the voluntary agreements that are before you. They're really, I wish we didn't have to discuss them. They're not really worth any of our time, but they're in the plan, so let's talk about them briefly. The flow resources promised in the VA are meager, and they're not reasonably certain to occur. This is a table from the staff report. The analysis shows that in wet years, flows would actually decrease under the voluntary agreements. That means less of the flows necessary to support and maintain white sturgeon, longfin smelt, starry flounder, and other species. On average, as Dr. Stanford mentioned, flows would increase under the VAs by about 1.5%. 1.5% is not the magnitude of improvement that's needed to counteract the vast decline across numerous species, orders of magnitude declines that we started this presentation with. Next slide, please. I know that the VAs depend on or rely on habitat instead of flows, but the VA habitat resources are also meager, even if they actually materialize and perform as intended, which I sincerely doubt. Looking, for instance, at longfin smelt, the projection is that they could see no change in habitat whatsoever, up to maybe a 7% change in habitat. I'll emphasize that I'm not sure that longfin smelt juvenile habitat as measured here is limiting this population, but there you have it, a 0 to 7% increase. For delta smelt, under the VAs, habitat could decrease as much as 11%. That's certainly not good for delta smelt. Salmonid rearing, 2 to 3% projected change in salmonid rearing habitat. I can't imagine thinking that a 1.5% increase in flow and a 2 to 3% increase in salmonid rearing habitat is going to halt the decline of our salmon, much less restore them to viability, much less achieve the narrative objective of salmon doubling. I'll pass on my presentation now to Mr. Gary Bobker of the Bay Institute.
Great. Thanks, John. Gary Bobker, Program Director at the Bay Institute. I want to take a step back and emphasize that the reason we're talking about the need for flow augmentation on a large scale is not just because that's what the science tells us, but because we're in a situation where the alteration of flow has been so radical that it is one of the major drivers, if not the single biggest driver, of the ecosystem collapse of the San Francisco Bay Delta estuary. Go to the next slide, please. There are multiple beneficial uses. Almost every fish and wildlife beneficial use that the board is obligated to protect is being degraded and actually might be extinguished if we do not make large-scale changes in the way we manage the system. Let's go to the next slide. Numerous species that have different life histories, spatial temporal distribution, food web roles, have depressed populations or increasing risk of extinction, which means that the beneficial use for rare and endangered species could be severely reduced or even lost. Next slide. As evidenced by the population trends of very different species like Delta smelt and Chinook salmon. Next slide. The numerous commercial and recreational fisheries are closed or severely constrained. The commercial beneficial use is again being degraded and potentially could be completely lost. Next slide. As evidenced by the decline in the harvestable population of white sturgeon, which we've recently petitioned to have listed. Next slide. As evidenced by the reduced commercial catch of starry flounder, which has been occurring for quite a long time and is closely tied to conditions in the Bay Delta. Next slide. It's not just these individual species, but the beneficial uses that represent the underlying ecological conditions, the ecological processes that actually support a healthy ecosystem and healthy populations of native fish and wildlife are being degraded themselves and could be permanently impaired. We've seen food web declines, we've seen temperature impacts, we've seen HABs and other water quality issues. Again, multiple beneficial uses that could be lost or permanently impaired. The scale of the problem we're dealing with is incredible. Next slide. I'll note also that salmon production, which is an objective set by this board in 1995, has still not been attained, although you'll note that in years when nature overcomes our poor water management, salmon do manage to rebound, which gives us a clue about what they need. Next slide. As I mentioned, it's the radical attenuation of flows that is driving the ecosystem collapse. Obviously there are a lot of nuances and complexities that you can make to this statement, but it's nonetheless true that this panel and the overwhelming scientific record reflects the scientific evidence that flow drives ecological conditions and biological response. And until you have a proportionate magnitude and scale of response, you will not protect fish and wildlife beneficial uses. We will lose them. Finally, in conclusion, I'd just like to say that, in listening to the presentations about voluntary agreements this morning, I'm thrilled that people are doing habitat projects. I think it's great. And there are undoubtedly benefits to species, particular species that benefit from those types of habitats, to local regional ecosystems, and to the life history of species that we care about that occur in the estuarine watershed. But there's no evidence that those actions are on a scale, are related to a population response, are really the most relevant attribute in terms of protecting the fish and wildlife beneficial uses of the Bay Delta estuary. The overwhelming evidence is that you have to do it with flow, and that flow, in fact, is going to drive the benefits that you're going to get from investments in habitat and other actions. You just can't get around that. You can try, but you can't get around it. In terms of impacts, I think the next panel is going to touch in part on how some of the impacts of doing the flow augmentations that we need to do, may be overstated in some cases, may be mitigated more easily than we think in others. With that, thanks for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. It's nice to see all of you again.
Thank you all as well. Appreciate the continued engagement in the discussion here and look forward to what I know is a lot more discussion here amongst us. Not seeing any questions off the bat, then we can move to the next panel here, which will cover modeling. Yeah, Greg and Chris Schutz, believe are on this next panel. Oh, Mr. Race, you should be invited to unmute here, our presenter.
Great.
There
Yeah,
you are.
yeah,
thank
that
you.
works.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you for accommodating our panel. I'm Greg Grease, staff hydrologist with the Bay Institute. Our mission is to protect, restore, and inspire the conservation of San Francisco Bay and its watershed from the Sierra to the sea. Next slide, please. So this slide is from the 2016 Freshwater Starved Estuary report to be produced. Water temperatures in the Delta and Bay Ocean direct flow connections are important and largely unaddressed in the staff report. Flow is the master variable in the estuary and drives many ecological processes, including salinity, sediment transport, which maintains beaches and marshes, South Bay stratification and productivity, and controls habitat extent and quality, pollution, and invasive species. These in turn provide public benefits the board has a duty to protect. Next slide, please. Yet bay inflow conditions are getting worse, threatening all these functions and values. These graphs from slide 12 of the Water Board's staff's October 13th presentation show that outside of July and August, baseline delta outflow, the black line, is significantly wetter in wetter years than the recent past, 2000 to 2016, the red line. Median February to June and above median November to June flows, and above median being on the left side of the graph, are worse, where the red line is below the black line. July to August flows have already bottomed out at minimum required delta outflow, MRDO, the orange line, in most years. Note that the September to October red line is lower than MRDO because there's no fall X2 in the red line prior to 2009. The next slide shows what's happened since 2016 to February to June delta outflow or bay inflow. Next slide. Yeah, that one. The situation is urgent for estuarine species dependent on freshwater flows. San Francisco Bay inflow conditions keep getting worse. The upper graph on the upper right shows the proportion of flow reaching the bay has declined. The lower right graph shows decadal average, max, and min, and we have a horizontal dashed line at 75% of impaired flow. It shows that since 1995, the minimum years have temporarily stabilized, but in 2022, the bay only received 28% of unimpaired flow, the lowest since 1991. The 2020s only have 4 years in them so far, but for the first time since the 1970s, the maximum year has fallen below the 75% healthy threshold identified in the 2010 flow criteria report. This reminds me of the movie Office Space, the 1999 movie, where the main character said, "Every day you see me is the worst day of my life." The bay could be saying the same thing. The lower you get below that line, the worse the health of the Bay Delta. The graph on the left shows that 2023, the maximum year in the current decade, had 58% of unimpaired runoff and was 5.5 million acre feet short of the 75% threshold, where your public trust balancing starts if it's feasible to achieve. 2023 was the third ranked year for the most water captured between February and June, 13.5 million acre feet, after only 1993 and 2005. Next slide, please. So the water supply, water demand is unlimited if we allow it to be. We can't allow that. Water supply impacts are overstated on page 6-57 of the staff report. For example, 14% of Bay Delta supply is really only 4% of total supply. The analysis assumes the worst case scenario. Impacts will be less. And in that frame, the water supply impacts of the 65% scenario appear reasonable. The San Francisco Bay region is the most impacted region, yet it also has the most to gain, as we saw from all the ecological benefits on the earlier slide. People can and do adjust to water supply limitations through conservation, different crops, but fish, wildlife, and water quality cannot adapt to the extreme changes to the hydrograph and the status quo, as evidenced by degraded conditions and continued species listings. Next slide, please. And the board must do better than the status quo, which means better than 55%. The previous panel showed abundant evidence of declining fisheries at status quo flows. Modeling results show little change at and below 55%. For example, the graph shows data from tables 3.14-7 and 6.44-1. The colored dots show modeled longfin abundance for each year type, with the top dot of each color wet and the lowest dot critical and the other year types in between. A below normal year under the 65% scenario achieves what would take a wet year under the 55 scenario. 2/3 of year types under 65% would perform better than the wettest years under 55%. The board must select a preferred alternative greater than 55% if it wants to improve the health of the estuary. Next slide, please. So the SACWAM model ignores important flows. The Freeport in-stream flow requirement does not include flow in the Yolo bypass. Table 2.4-4 shows on average 20% of the flow in the Sacramento River is in the Yolo bypass, but the peak Sacramento Valley inflow in February 1986 had 62% of the flow in the Yolo bypass. These graphs show that protecting only the flow in the Sacramento River channel, the top graph, which is the current SACWAM approach, at times leaves the majority of the delta inflow from the Sacramento Valley unprotected. I'm not sure about the effect beyond this control point, and I'm still looking at the model investigating how this might affect delta outflow. Next slide, please. So the VA modeling also has problems, especially in trying to compare it with the flow alternatives. The failure to include the 2018 updates to the Water Quality Control Plan in the flow alternatives inflates the VA flows comparing the two. The VA is clearly inadequate, regardless of the accuracy of the modeling of the small changes in flow that are proposed. It takes water to make a difference. Next slide, please. So the board can't stop climate change, but you can make year types climate resilient. The unimpaired flow approach avoids the problems of using year types, relying on year types in forecasting. But adaptive management might continue to rely on these tools. The Sac Valley and San Joaquin indexes should be updated. Nolan Veer's 2013 stated, quote, if current water year type thresholds are maintained, then the burden of climate-driven water scarcity falls entirely on environmental outflow through the Bay Delta. The water year type framework and how it can be altered to reflect climate change directly affects water winners and losers in the state. Next slide, please. So I'll leave you with a quote, another quote, from Julia Cordero Lamb, a member of the coastal band of the Chumash Nation, who I believe was talking about us as a culture. So this is directed directly at the board. Quote, humanity's entire relationship to nature and the nature of economic health is in need of a complete overhaul. But what does this actually look like in practice? Are we truly fated to continue our relationship with the land in this abusive and narcissistic vein? We take what we want and we give nothing back. We treat nature as an object, literally a resource that needs nothing in return. And when nature pushes back, we are infuriated and seek to control the narrative about what it's doing. Not only do we not learn from the natural consequences, we lie about them. We continue to say that what we are doing is working. This is an abusive relationship. The evidence is all around us, inescapable. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Chris Schutz, who's the other panelist.
Many thanks. Mr. Schutz.
Good afternoon. Chris Schutz for the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. It's good to be here with you in person for the first time in 4 years. I want to thank the board for its hybrid meeting formats that it's held in the past and then continues to hold. It offers the opportunity for me and others to participate when otherwise we might not be able to. I have two caveats this afternoon. First, the opinions I express are those of CSPA alone and not necessarily those of the colleagues from other groups, though I believe that mostly we're in alignment. Second, the staff report is a large and complex document, and my remarks are limited to a tiny fraction of what I might say and what I will say in written comments. My goal today is to encourage good use of the document. Next slide, please. It is good that the board has its own model and modelers. I don't think that should be overlooked. It's something CSBA has been asking for many years. It is independent of water user models and modelers and their objectives and their biases. Unlike calcium, it is designed to look at the entire watershed on an equal footing. Next slide, please. In Chapter 7-1, the staff report describes the overarching purpose, the underlying fundamental purpose of the update. It is to provide the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses in the Sacramento and Delta. I would add that there are other beneficial uses that are important, including commercial and recreational fishing. There have to be enough fish to catch. My colleague, Mr. Bob Kerr, I think went into some of those other uses. Next slide, please. The previous panel discussed many of the reasons higher flow are needed for the proposed project, and the staff report acknowledges the benefits of a high flow alternative. Next slide, please. The report calls out two major issues with the high flow alternative. One, carryover storage and associated water temperature impacts, and two, water supply. Based on summary analysis, the report draws a conclusion that the benefits are outweighed by carryover and water supply problems. Next slide, please. I'd like to talk about how the board should use the modeling done to date and additional necessary modeling and analysis. You need to determine how to manage carryover storage and water supply impacts. You need to do that to achieve the project purpose of protecting fish and wildlife uses. And you need to manage them so that the needed flow protection is reasonable. Next slide, please. The staff report and its alternatives are not a take it or leave it menu. The task is not to simply choose among what's been placed in front of you. The task is to refine the alternatives, to develop a decision that starts from, but doesn't end at, the analysis that the staff report has done to date. Next slide, please. The slides that follow are a partial list of further modeling and/or policy and legal analysis that the board needs to do. They focus on the high flow alternative. I would point out that CSPA called out the need for specific analysis of each affected watershed in its comments in 2016. And I think you heard a lot of a similar kind of discussion this morning regarding that kind of need for specificity. The staff report has not got there yet, but it has a tool and it has started a higher level analysis. Next slide, please. The high flow alternative, as given in the staff report, is what I call framed to lose. The actual flow amounts are not clear. It has no flexibility for reservoir management and carryover storage. The staff report does start an analysis of carryover storage, and that's good. But the carryover storage and temperature values are crude, and they are set to not exceed historical levels, which is an unreasonable methodology. The concept of buffer pools for CVP reservoirs shows promise, but it needs work. Next slide, please. There's an underlying theme in the staff report that if it brackets the water supply impacts, that's sufficient. It's not. More specificity is necessary. CEQA also requires the analysis of impacts to evaluate alternatives. You can't overstate the impacts in order to dismiss alternatives as infeasible. You also need to analyze mitigation of impacts. That requires specificity. Above all, the purpose of CEQA is to support informed decision-making. Next slide, please. This may be the most important slide in my presentation. You cannot defer further analysis of water supply impacts to the program of implementation or anything else. What is reasonable protection and reasonable use of water depends on particulars. The board has said this many times, and so have the courts. The danger of deferral is that the board will never get to analyzing the particulars of water supply impacts because it will be determined based on a high-level summary analysis alone that water supply impacts make a 65% of unimpaired approach or more unreasonable. You need to break this vicious circle by doing the needed in-depth analysis. Next slide, please. You cannot rely on water users to analyze the water supply impacts or to collaborate in optimizing a percent of unimpaired approach. They have shown over and over again that their goal is to make the percent of unimpaired flow approach look unreasonable. In this task, the board and board staff must stand alone. Next slide, please. You need serious consideration of different rules for allocations and responsibility for implementing the new flow objectives. Upstream of rim dams, among watersheds to achieve aggregate flow, delta inflow and outflow, between agricultural and M&I users, and in viewing watersheds in combination. All of these things are variables that may allow you to achieve the objectives of the plan. The every entity has equal responsibility approach that, broadly speaking, characterizes the modeling in the staff report is only one way of looking at allocating responsibility. You need to consider others with these other variables. Next slide, please. If the past two drought sequences have shown anything, it is that allocation rules for settlement and exchange contractors must change. The modeling in the staff report largely leaves their existing allocations intact, not entirely, but largely. Some of my colleagues have suggested a different approach and will soon be released as Alternative 3 in the EIS for the long-term operations of the state and federal water projects and the biological opinion that will govern them. So you may want to look at that particular alternative. Stated broadly, you need a proactive drought strategy that limits deliveries in the first dry year when there's water to manage before there is a declared emergency. Next slide, please. You need a more granular analysis of water supply impacts in the Bay Area. You need analysis by water source in order to evaluate potential mitigations. As organized now, it's simply organized by impacts in the Bay Area and analyzed with figures and percentages and so forth based on that geographic locale. You need to disaggregate impacts among water users, such as East Bay Mud, the CVP and SWP contractors, Contra Costa, and so forth. And I'll add that disaggregation is also an important part of the next step for all of the watersheds. Just simply saying there will be so much a percentage of water supply reduction in a watershed for agriculture overall, for M&I users overall, is a start, but it is not anywhere near an adequate finishing point for an analysis. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the board needs to refine the analyses in the staff report, particularly of carryover storage and water supply impacts. The board needs to make hard and complex decisions to implement a high-flow alternative that will reasonably protect fish and wildlife beneficial uses and meet the plan's objectives. The question you should seek to answer is, how can we make this work? Thank you very much. Last slide. Nice picture. Glad to take any questions, and I'm not sure if Mr. Reese is still available, but if he is, I'm sure he'd be glad to take questions too.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz.
I am available.
And thank you, Mr. Reese. It is good to see you in person and really appreciate the discussion here, dialogue and contributions. I'm hearing, I think there is a way to make it work. I heard folks in the morning, some people say they're here to make it work as well. So I think there's going to be a lot more discussion on how to be able to make it do just that. But looking to fellow board colleagues if there were any questions amongst it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schutz. And that brings us to our break. We have about a 10-minute break here. We're only about 5 minutes off schedule. So let's go ahead and give ourselves 5 minutes and then come back to our final panel. And then we'll finish off with all of our commenters. And I thank everyone's patience for that. We'll be back here at 2:55 then. Thank you. All right, everyone, we're at 2:56, 2:57 nearly. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves back and invite up our last panel here, the Golden Gate Salmon Association. And appreciate everyone joining virtually and hanging on here. Again, we'll get back into individual comments here in about 20 minutes.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Chair Esquel and board members, thank you for convening this panel. Barry Nelson with the Golden State Salmon Association. Scott and I are here in person, then we'll have two speakers participating by Zoom today. My comments are really going to be pretty narrowly focused on the details of the document, especially the analysis of the voluntary agreements. We're really pleased to have a chance to finally review the board's draft analysis of the voluntary agreements. And I want to start with an opening observation. I'm going to raise a lot of concerns about the VA analysis where we think more work is needed. But the document makes it very clear that that the draft, the current VA proposal, it does not even come close to adequately addressing the critical flow issues, the flow issues you just heard about on the last couple of panels. There are many examples of that. Virtually no drier water, lower flows on the Sacramento River in critical years. Delta exports would increase in many years under the VAs. In critical years, Delta inflows could increase, but by as little as 0.8%. Those and many other examples show that the VA proposal, frankly, right now is not a serious, not a credible proposal when it comes to adequately protecting beneficial uses, particularly fish and wildlife and recreational and commercial fishing. That said, I want to raise concerns about the VA analysis in the document in 6 areas. First of those is the overall analytical approach. And there are 3 issues there. First is the draft analysis is largely focused on whether the VA would improve the status quo. That's not the legal standard. The legal standard is adequately protecting beneficial uses. The ecosystem is collapsing. Our fishery is shut down. Slowing the rate of disaster is not the legal standard. Second in this area, the document doesn't synthesize the benefits of the voluntary agreement. There would be some habitat restoration in that program, and very, very little in terms of flow improvements, especially in some of the more critical years. The document doesn't crosswalk between the scientific basis report, which explains the critical drivers in the estuary, and the benefits of the VA. We think that synthesis and that crosswalk between the science and the VA's program is critical to allow the board to weigh the VA's benefits and reach an overall conclusion about its credibility. And then finally, the document, with regard to analytical approach, the document doesn't include an easy to understand summary of all of the alternatives and either their relative benefits or their relative scientific credibility. And the gap, we believe, in both of those areas is enormous, comparing, for example, the VA approach to the 65% unimpaired flow approach. Second area I'd like to talk about briefly is the salmon objectives in the voluntary agreement. The VA proposal would extend the existing salmon doubling objective deadline till 2050. It would make it essentially irrelevant in this Bay Delta Plan update, given the proposed VA timeline. VA also offers a poorly defined salmon viability objectives. It's not clear exactly what viability means, but if it means something like minimum self-sustaining populations, then it sounds like just shy of extinction risk and causing listing. That approach could devastate commercial and recreational fishing. And frankly, it reads like a plan to end commercial and recreational fishing, and we're on our way in that direction. The state board, we don't believe, can adopt objectives that would essentially abandon protected, designated beneficial uses. The third approach is one I don't think we've heard enough discussion of in this forum, and that is the risks of the voluntary agreement approach overall. We've been talking about the benefits of the approach, but there are huge risks in the assumed benefits of the VA approach. There are enormous risks, for example, that the VA doesn't provide the anticipated water transfers. We've seen many examples of that in areas like level 4 refuge supplies. Enormous risks that the accounting rules, which you don't have yet, have not been provided to you, the Delta accounting rules that would determine whether the environmental water is frankly real water or not. Those accounting rules could, if they're not the right ones, if they're not done right, mean that the environmental water that the VA program is promising simply evaporate. We've seen that with the environmental water account, the CVPI B2 program. These risks aren't speculative. Defenders of Wildlife report from last year called Building Blocks examined 18 different efforts to create environmental blocks of water. This is not a new idea. We've seen many efforts in California to create environmental blocks of water. All of them have encountered significant implementation challenges. We think, in addition to the analysis you've been hearing from your staff, you also need to ask your staff to analyze the inherent risks in the VA approach through things like accounting and the risk of whether the anticipated water supply will show up or not. We think you need analysis of those risks as well. The unimpaired flow approach, we believe, is inherently less risky. Fourth, delays. We think it's important that the document really highlight the delays we've seen in habitat restoration in places like the Yola bypass. Those habitat delays could easily extend beyond the life of the proposed voluntary agreement. Finally, overall, TUCPs. The document, we don't believe adequately discusses how TUCPs will be addressed in the future and how they could undermine the potential benefits of the VA approach and, frankly, the unimpaired flow approach as well. And then last, this is not strictly an environmental analysis issue, but the VA proposal would move a lot of money from public coffers to a very small set of senior water users who have helped to shape the voluntary agreements. We don't see it as a credible environmental proposal, but it very clearly is a proposal to move a lot of public money into a very few pockets. We believe that's a policy analysis that the board should reveal to the public if you're going to seriously consider this approach. I'd like to close with two very quick comments about the fishing community and how it's addressed in the draft document. First, we don't believe that the economic analysis adequately assesses the potential impacts and benefits to the fishing community. The document simply, the economic analysis simply assumes that things will get better and that will benefit the fishing community. The VA approach, as I've mentioned, shows very clearly that that's far from certain. We think that the board needs to analyze potential impacts to the fishing industry if an inadequate approach is adopted. And then finally, we think the document understates the economic and job benefits of the fishing community. And we'll forward some detail on that when we submit our written comments. And with that, thank you, and I'll turn it over to Scott.
Thank you as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Artis, as Barry said, Executive Director of Golden State Salmon Association, and thanks to the board for listening to our comments and taking that to heart, and the staff for putting out the report. And I'm here to talk about some of the kind of the big picture ideas that are happening and the sentiments that we're hearing from our fellow fishermen and women in the industry and those that are connected to it. There's really an injustice that's happening right before our very eyes. It's on the watch and control of Governor Newsom, who is allowing an environmental travesty to unfold that is interconnected to coastal towns, families, the fishing industry, and tens of thousands who are directly, indirectly, and historically linked to this state's salmon and the habitats that support our native fisheries. Right now, East Bay Mud is continuing to announce, as we heard earlier, that the Mokelumne River is seeing a record return of salmon this year. In contrast, current estimates of the number of adult fall-run Chinook returning to the Sacramento Valley are not likely to be enough to allow fishing in 2024. Returns of adult fall-run spawning fish to the upper Sacramento Valley are dismal, very dismal. far below the target of 180,000 fish that was set for the 2022 fishing season. Estimates at this time put the number of total returning fall run to the Sacramento about 70,000 to maybe 90,000 range. That's a slap in the face to every Californian and a punch to the gut for every commercial fisherman and woman, every charter boat operator, every river guide, and on and on. Spring run are also in the hundreds at this point. There's a simple explanation for this and this contrast that we're seeing with record numbers versus the dismal numbers. McCallum River salmon are not exposed to the failed water policies that have led to the collapse of salmon runs elsewhere. This contrast should lead the Newsom administration to change direction on water issues. It's a giant bat signal lighting up the sky. It's a call for help that continues to go unanswered. Except we don't need a dark knight superhero. We need a leader that cares about the people and the people's natural resources, those jobs. Baby salmon from the McCallum River hatchery were not affected by the disastrous temperatures and flow conditions on the Sacramento River and were trucked around the death trap in the Delta and released near or in the ocean. As a result, they were relatively unaffected by the failed Newsom-Trump water policies that continue to be in effect today. That's directly led to record returns this year on the McCallum. But California salmon fishery cannot survive on those fish alone. We need healthy Sacramento River runs, including wild runs, for a healthy fishing industry. In the fall, winter, and spring of 2020 and 2021, salmon suffered from 3 disastrous state water management decisions that dramatically increased the impact of drought. First, salmon eggs faced overheated water because of a failure of the State Water Resources Control Board to adequately control temperature pollution from Shasta Dam. Lethally high temperatures in the Sacramento River were caused by excessive deliveries to Bureau of Reclamation agricultural customers, draining cold water from Shasta Dam prior to the spawning season. Second, the few juvenile salmon that survived faced dangerously low flows during their outmigration down the Sacramento River. To date, the Water Board has failed to set any spring outmigration flow requirements to protect those juvenile salmon. And third, any surviving salmon faced extraordinarily hostile conditions in the Delta. What we are now seeing is incredibly disheartening to many people. A closed salmon season, emergency rescue efforts that captured spring run salmon and are transported to UC Davis to protect their genetic diversity, protect them from, quote, blinking out. Transfer of salmon eggs from state hatcheries to the Coleman National Fish Hatchery because returns in egg harvest are far below targets. The Upper Sacramento has witnessed disastrous numbers this year. Only hundreds of fall run adult are returned so far, which is fewer than the number of federally protected endangered winter run Chinook salmon that also call that Upper Sacramento home. And there's whispers of an uplisting spring run salmon from threatened to endangered. And that's just in 2023. And I'm just tired of the continued bad news for salmon. I'm heartbroken from the stories I hear from parents and business owners about their struggling children and spouses who are fishermen and women, or industry employees who are out of work and struggling. A multi-billion-dollar industry with many tens of thousands of jobs are being put on notice, and it didn't need to happen. Instead, there's a continued push for voluntary agreement process that has no organization support and does not include any adequate adaptive management plan. What is needed are temperature and flow protections for salmon and additional water in critically dry years. We support the claims of our tribal and environmental justice partners who continue to point out that the voluntary agreements were developed through an exclusionary process and violate the board and the state's policies regarding tribal consultation and environmental justice. We stand behind their civil rights complaint and petition to the EPA that the Bay Delta ecological crisis harms our state's tribes and Delta communities. Now is not the time for a poorly defined salmon viability objective that the VA offers. So I'm asking Governor Newsom, now is not the time for a don't look up moment. The signal is still shining. It's brighter than ever and unanswered. Reach out to me, Scott at goldenstatesalmon.org. As per our request over a year ago, please meet with us, meet with our coalition to make sure salmon, the fishing industry, and healthy rivers in the Bay Delta are part of California's future. This is an opportunity for the Water Board and the governor to be leaders, to be those heroes for the restoration of salmon and everyone who relies on them. Thank you. Next up is, I'll turn it over to Sarah.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sarah Bates. I own and operate a commercial fishing vessel in San Francisco. I've been fishing salmon commercially for about 15 years, with the glaring exception, of course, of this 2023 season, during which all salmon fishing in California was completely closed.
Our commercial and recreational fleets were pretty unprepared last fall for the devastatingly small returns of adult salmon to the Sacramento River system. Last fall, we had only 62,000 adults returning to spawn in the Sacramento, and preseason estimates were closer to 200,000 adults that we expected to see. And we were caught off guard, but in retrospect, we actually should not have been that surprised for all of the reasons that Scott just outlined. The fish that were supposed to return to the river, the fish that we were supposed to be catching never made it out of the river as juveniles in the spring of 2021. And yes, California was in a massive drought during that time, but these fish have survived drought before. What they cannot survive are the state and federal water policies that are dooming the vast majority of juveniles before they even exit the Sacramento system. And there's been a whole bunch of positive press lately about this year's huge return to the McElhenny hatchery, over 25,000 fish as of this week. And it looks like there's about another 10,000 fish still in the creek. And this is a bright spot for us, no doubt. We are extremely grateful for all of the work that's being done at the hatchery and in the McElhenny River itself. And we're really starting to understand that this hatchery has been supporting our ocean fisheries for years. And it has been masking the slow motion disaster that's occurring in Sacramento. And historically, it's the naturally spawning fall run Sacramento River fish that produce enough fish for the California ocean and river fisheries, for the Oregon River fisheries, and for killer whales as far north as Alaska. These are a keystone species that support ecosystems both in the river and in the ocean and coastal communities. And as one of the 1,000 commercial salmon permit holders in California, I absolutely rely on these fish to feed my family and pay my bills. And I know I'm just one small fishing operation, but I'm also a California small business. I support other California small businesses. I am beneficial use. I am coastal communities from Morro Bay to Crescent City. I am local food security. And right now I am just deeply sad to be witnessing what I think are the final days of this species that has been moving through the Golden Gate and the Sacramento Bay Delta system since about the time human beings started walking on two legs. And natural production of Chinook in the upper Sacramento right now is almost zero. And we've all heard these apocryphal stories about rivers so thick with salmon you can walk on their backs, and gold miners and prisoners rioting because they've only fed salmon for weeks. And this year, in the upper Sac, the unofficial count of fall run salmon reds is 109. 109 breeding pairs of adult fall run Chinook. This is a mighty population that once fed the entire West Coast. And it's a little too early to have exact numbers for the entire Sacramento system, but we are not optimistic. This is what we're looking at, a complete collapse here. And this board, the State Water Board, is the only agency with the legal authority to set the flow and temperature protections for the Sacramento fall run. The winter run and the spring run have ESA protections, but the fall run has no federal protections, at least not yet. Because despite not catching a single fish this year, despite all the financial hardship in our fleets, we're still really unlikely to meet the conservation minimum that are going to sustain the fall run at all. And the Water Board's current water standards are inadequate to meet the conservation goals absent any harvest. This is without us killing fish. You know, this is our job to kill fish. It's like all these policies are doing it for fun. At least we're doing it to eat them. At least we're doing it to feed people. And these standards do not support fisheries. And water is a public resource in California. Fish are a public resource in California. And these policies are failing California residents who are losing our access to clean water and thriving fisheries and healthy ecosystems. And this voluntary agreement process is deeply flawed, it's exclusionary, and it doesn't really offer any credible path to reverse the decline that we're seeing in the Bay Delta system right now. And if we don't adopt new standards that are supported by the science that we've heard a lot of today, I have no doubt that I am going to see salmon extinction in my lifetime. We've lost the natural stocks of Delta smelt, the green sturgeon, and the steelhead are ESA listed. This week, the state and federal petitions were filed to list the white sturgeon. The winter run is critically endangered. CDFW is using captive breeding to maintain their genetics. We just heard about the spring run that are being captured and held at UC Davis. It's on its way to being uplisted to endangered. There are only a couple dozen breeding pairs a spring run this year. And I'm not being hyperbolic. This is not some theoretical doomsday scenario. This is happening right now. And California is a huge success story in so many ways. But salmon extinction is not a California success story. This is not a legacy that we should be proud of. And this is happening on our watch. And it's time to do something different or it's going to be gone, because we can't say, it's trite, but it's true that extinction really is forever. We can't take it back. We can't do better the next time. We don't get a do-over on this one. So I would like you to consider that reality when you're making this set of policy decisions. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. And I believe the last person on this panel is Jared Davis, and he should be invited to unmute here momentarily.
Yeah, all right.
Good afternoon. We can hear you.
All right. So thank you for the opportunity to make Jared Davis. My wife and I own and operate a charter fishing boat in Sausalito, Salty Lady Sport Fishing. My business has a long history, a reputation, and a clientele that is nearly wholly specific to salmon fishing. While there are other fish in the sea, nothing really compares to salmon, and neither is table fare nor is a fish that might attract customers to my boat. Nothing compares to salmon as far as the fishing tourism industry and the coastal towns and businesses that desperately rely upon it. The focus of my comment today is on the devastating effects of current water policy on the charter fishing community. All sectors of this industry have been negatively impacted by a failed water policy, in particular the voluntary agreement process. But I can personally attest to the disastrous impact of these policies on myself and my business. While charter fishing has never been a get-rich-quick scheme and is subject to the same ebb and flood of any business, it has provided a good, honest living for myself, my counterparts in the industry. This year's federally declared disaster is different. A complete closure of our salmon season has directly hobbled my ability to maintain a viable business. Trips, customers carried, and revenue are down 80% for me overall, and obviously 100% for the salmon fishing. It is painfully obvious that this closure is a direct result of inadequate temperature and flows in our rivers to support the life cycle of the iconic salmon. The irony of an administration that touts its focus on the green agenda and environmental policy being behind water policy that is killing salmon, along with our rivers and the whole San Francisco Bay Delta estuary ecosystem, is quite frankly staggering. In the search for balance in allocation of our water resources between corporate agriculture, residential use, and environmental needs, it is pretty clear that there is a finger on the scale. And it's pretty obvious which way it is being tipped. The environment, the salmon, and the charter fishing industry are being failed by our elected representatives and their appointed boards. As the only entity with the ability to modify policies, which to date have been catastrophic to myself, my business, the charter fishing community, and the environment, I implore the Water Resources Board to consider the implications of continuing business as usual, to set flow and temperature protections for the Sacramento Fall Run Chinook, the lifeblood of salmon, fellow fishermen and women in my family. Repeating the same failed policies is all but guaranteed to put a nail in the coffin on your watch for myself, the entire salmon fishing industry, the River Bay Delta ecosystem, and the salmon. That's all I got. Thanks again for letting me comment.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the panel's presentation here. Not seeing any further question at this time, but looking for the discussion. Thank you. We can now begin to get to back to our individual commenters, and I appreciate everyone's patience as we've gone through here now several panels, and appreciate the discussion amongst them. I see a couple of hands, so I'll go to those hands here first, and then quickly get back into order here. So first, I'd like to call Les Kishler, be followed by Patty Rieger, and then it'll be Martin Gothberg, Cindy Charles, Judith Kirk, and we'll go back to then the list thereafter.
Yes, can you hear me now?
We can. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Les Kistler, a resident and taxpayer of the Water District in Silicon Valley, formerly known as the Valley of the Heart's Delight before unsustainable growth took hold. I've backpacked in the high Sierras for 40 years, often in the headwaters areas of several of the rivers, such as the Tuolumne and the Stanislaus, that flow towards the SF Bay and Delta. My wife and I drove to Sacramento a few years ago to speak to the Water Board when it seemed at that time to be moving towards better protection of the Bay and Delta. It's important that the Water Board does what it can to oppose the voluntary agreements. The voluntary agreements suffer from inadequate science. Also, the voluntary agreements are designed to avoid the kind of input that environmental law otherwise encourages. The voluntary agreements would encourage unsustainable diversions and exports from the SF Bay and Delta. The other example of avoiding adequate public and scientific review is what developers have called a megatunnel that would promote unsustainable water diversions from the Bay and Delta. The water tunnel is a recent iteration of the peripheral canal the taxpayers were actually allowed to vote on and defeated. California population numbers appear to be plateauing. Calls by water districts and government agencies to prepare and therefore encourage population growth are unwise. The State Water Board has a mandate to protect the Bay and Delta. It is important that the Water Board exercise its independent judgment and avoid undue influence and stay true to its mission by not approving the voluntary agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kishler. Thank you, Mr. Kishler. Next, I'd like to call up Patty Rieger, and then I believe it's Martin Gothberg.
Hi, I'm Patty Regier, and I moved to California when I was 6 months old from New Mexico. My family came during the Dust Bowl. My father came, and then he went back as a farmer back to Missouri. I've lived in Fresno, I've lived in Stockton, and now I live in Palo Alto. And I've testified in Sacramento. I think it was 2018, 2017. I can't remember. It was long. Seems so long ago, and we've gone worse in regards to salmon and the water conditions. I think you've heard today scientifically, environmentally, economically, but I think politically is what I urge you guys to think about. We need a checks and balance. We need leadership from you. We need our country. I mean, fish can't speak, but we've heard from farmers, and we've also heard from fishermen that it's bad news for the river, and it's bad news for our society in regards to salmon. And selfishly, I love salmon, and I don't like going to the store and seeing that I have to get it way far away. And I think that we need not a voluntary. This is crucial, and I think that voluntary agreements are great when things are going well. But as we've heard, things aren't going well, and we need your leadership to say, look, this is what needs to be done, and I know it's a hard decision, but tough love is needed, and we need to protect our environment. I'm going to be a new grandma, and I don't want to have my grandchildren wonder, what did I do? What did we all do? How do we let this happen? And voluntary agreements are not working. They haven't worked, and we need you guys to make a hard decision, but it's actually a easy one because scientists and environmentalists have told you what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. We appreciate your patience and participation this morning, or today, and here this afternoon now. Next, I'd like to call Martin Gothberg, who'll be followed by Cindy Charles, and then Judith Kurth, who I don't believe is on the platform. So we'll go to William Martin.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Hey, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Martin Gothberg, and I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. The last time I spoke in support of the Bay Delta Plan was 7 years ago at the Merced hearing. It was a contentious environment with many politicians speaking out of anger and frustration. One mayor, councilman, loudly threatened to unleash the dogs of war if the plan was passed. Felicia Marcus calmly responded to the implied threat by stating she did not appreciate being used as a prop. She was a cool-headed and courageous leader. Today, I wonder what has happened to that leadership? Who is there to make decisions needed to provide a better balance between the beneficial use of a public trust resource, especially between agriculture and environmental needs? If 80% of developed water is used by agriculture, representing 2% of our economy, and one river that I know of received less than 12% of unimpaired flow in a bad year, does this not cry out for rebalancing and equitable management now? Will the governor's legacy on this project be that he helped run out the clock on the salmon and steelhead by relying on politically expedient voluntary agreements? I'm glad I withheld my vote for governor during the last election cycle for the first time in 50 years of voting. I'm extremely skeptical of the morning presentations on VAs and unimpaired flow. VAs have been used as a delaying strategy and as backroom deals to avoid accountability. Antiquated water rights make VAs inherently inadequate and time-consuming to implement, largely due to the power dynamics of ownership rights. Unimpaired flow is how the rivers existed before we all arrived, and rivers were healthy according to historical records. So I'm highly skeptical of any conclusions on lower salmonid survival rates from increased flow. California deserves a restored and interconnected salmon-based ecosystem, and time is running short. I urge you to approve the proposed plan amendments at the high flow level, as that will drive the best and most protective solutions. We need hard deadlines with real commitments and accountability for success. In-stream measures like habitat restoration are destined to fail without floodplain inundation and adequate flow within the riverbanks. I hope we all agree on that. Anyway, again, thank you for your time and commitment to getting this right before it's too late.
Thank you, Mr. Gothberg. I'll note, I think the next couple of folks aren't on the platform, so I see a couple hands raised. We'll go to them. So I'll go to Carol DiBonetto, be followed by Brett Baker, and then we'll get back to regular order. And do appreciate we're trying to just tick through commenters, so thank you.
Great. Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Fantastic. Hello, I am Carol DiBenedetto, Go for the Green Strategies. For the past 20 years, I've been developing strategies to fund and advocate for climate, water, and nature-based solutions. As a 22-year resident of San Francisco, I care deeply about an equitable, balanced, and long-term sustainable Bay Delta plan. Before coming to the Bay Area, I learned on Wall Street that voluntary agreements just simply don't work. Wide-ranging deregulation, like the tearing down of protections of the Glass-Steagall Act, for example, brought us the financial crisis in 2008. Other voluntary regulations and their associated, I'll say regulations, quote regulations, and their associated lack of accountability brought us the 2023 failure of the Silicon Valley Bank and other mid-sized financial institutions. We cannot afford similar failures in our natural ecosystems, and we cannot afford to squander our precious water resources and public trust. We've all watched our Bay Delta get sicker and our fish populations in increasing peril. We know, both intuitively and based on science, that the proposed VAs will not, quote, produce more fish with less water, unquote. I spoke with a neighbor recently on the coast who was enraged that he couldn't use his commercial salmon boat or take his son out fishing due to the cancellation of his fishing season again this year. He blames the government. Likewise, many friends and neighbors are distraught that they can't safely kayak or swim due to the increasingly frequent toxic algae blooms caused by low water flows. We desperately need the Water Board to recognize the gravity of their mandate to protect our public trust and ensure equitable access to and multi-beneficial uses for our California water resources. We cannot succumb to the pressures of privatizing profits while socializing losses, especially in this case from our precious ecosystems and high-value ecosystem services and the industries that are associated, like fishing, for example. We all know that California water belongs to all of us. Thus, I respectfully ask every member of this state water board to follow through on their legal mandate to restore the Bay Delta ecosystem for all of us. Thank you to each and every board member for protecting your California residents, and please act to ensure a long-lasting legacy of clean water, healthy fish, and equitable access for all of us. Thank you very much for letting me comment.
Thank you, Ms. DiBenedetto. Appreciate your comments, engaging in the discussion here, and your patience. I know it's been a long day, but good conversation, so thank you. Next,
Thank you.
I'd like to go to Brett Baker. And you should be invited to unmute momentarily here.
There we are. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Good afternoon, Board Esquivel and Chair members. Chair Esquivel and board members. And thank you for taking the time to receive these comments today. I'm here on behalf of the Central Delta Water Agency, and we do plan on submitting written comments and as well as additional verbal oral comments by some of my colleagues at the next workshop. So I did have to step off. I was on a conversation with Jay Ziegler about water reporting. We were doing some other water business. So I missed John Rosenfeld and Gary Bobker's presentations. I'm trying not to run over anything, but I'll be brief. And I do have a question at the end that I was hoping I could get clarified, because I've been looking through the document. I can't seem to, and I heard some mention of it earlier today. So I'll just start out here. I think the timing of this, I understand that you guys are trying to build a legally defensible CEQA document, an environmental impact document, and go through the process. And I think we'll find out years from now how well you did. And so on some of the issues I think that you're going to run into, that we're going to talk about later, the timing of this process is it's got to be done at some point in time. Thankfully, you guys are updating the water quality control plan finally. I just don't think it's appropriate with the timing, the way you're doing things now. The VAs are essentially a black box, and as well as adaptive management. There's really what I could find, there's no controls or real hard or enforceable protections against overdrafting groundwater. Groundwater substitution may very well go on, and surface supplies are sold or transferred. And there's, as was said earlier, there's no clear implementation plan with the VAs. Also, the baseline I think your baseline is insufficient. You have, as complex as the system is, there's been, I think, an insufficient job done in correlating surface flow and groundwater supplies and the impacts on stream accretions and depletions and groundwater exchange. Also, I think some of the things you're missing in habitat restoration, and I did study fisheries biology at UC Davis, and I did learn there that fish live in water. So you have to have water, I think has been said many times, in addition to the habitat. So the flows are critical. I do take issue with the Poudre Creek, the gentleman from the Poudre Creek saying that you can get 90% of the or 80% of the benefit with 5% of the flows. That maybe in certain places and in certain situations and scenarios, that overall, by and large in the system, I don't think that transfers or carries across the system. And when you're restoring habitat in the Delta, I think one of the major things that have been overlooked is how that impacts water quality and hydrology in the Delta particularly the Delta Prism, the tidal prism, and the interchange and how that will impact water quality. When you start tearing down levees in the tidal zone, you create a larger portion of water moving in and out with each tidal exchange, and you're going to degrade water quality further. I think the HABs analysis is lacking. And I'm certain you are all aware of the recent emergency regulations for white sturgeon that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife implemented, and that population was hurt terribly by HABs. I think that we're going to see more of that in the future. Because of my next point here, piecemealing. This is a CEQA document, and you guys are doing your best to do this in a vacuum. But the problem is that you make a lot of other decisions that affect what's going to be going on in the stream and in the Delta and in the state project outside of this process. I'm specifically referring to things like the FONSI, the recapture of restoration flows on the San Joaquin River, temporary transfers, which you guys seem to just rubber stamp annually. I think you kicked that off on the executive director. But I mean, the gentleman from MBK did point out that really
Mr. Baker,
the devils in the details are in the annual decision making. And so I think that Barry mentioned TUCPs, and yeah. My question though is, I did have one question.
Okay.
Future changes to Delta water quality standards or changes in Delta water quality standards. I know you guys have already degraded the South Delta standard to 1 EC at Brent Bridge. When will changes to in Delta water quality standards? I think I heard end of 2024. When will that happen?
Yeah, Mr. Baker, I think we said at the top that, we'd answer any kind of clarifying questions or questions that, we can easily answer. I think that's one that we'll just, if you don't mind making sure it's in your written comments, we'll try to respond to it.
Sure, I couldn't find it in the document. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Sorry for the interruption. I am trying to keep folks to 3 minutes here so that we can keep ticking through
no problem.
Others. So thank you again, and looking forward to what I know will be further discussion and, importantly, written comments here as well. Okay, next I'd like to get back to our list here, and I believe the next commenter will be Tom Stokely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I'm Tom Stokely, representing Save California Salmon, PCFFA, and the Institute for Fisheries Resources. The draft staff report indicates reliance on the Trinity River power and water supplies, but does nothing to protect the largest tributary of the Klamath River. The success of hundreds of millions of dollars being spent by the state and Oregon and ratepayers such as myself on removal of the Klamath dams is jeopardized by your continued neglect of the Trinity River. The Trinity River and Trinity Reservoir are not shown on your map, yet the report acknowledges that nearly 700,000 acre-feet a year on average has been exported from the Trinity River to the Sacramento River in recent decades. The excessive water exports from the Trinity River to the CVP during recent drought has resulted in the severe depletion of cold water for spawning, incubating, and rearing salmon. Trinity Lake is currently less than half full. Water Right Order 90-5 doesn't offer any real temperature protection for the Trinity River, as evidenced in an October Division of Water Rights response to a complaint about violation of Water Right Order 90-5 for the Trinity River. The Trinity River coho salmon, a federal and state threatened species, suffered nearly 100% egg mortality at the Trinity River hatchery in 2021 due to warm water. The 56-degree standards objectives found in Water Right Order 90-5, the North Coast Basin Plan, and the Central Valley Basin Plan for the Sacramento River are inadequate to protect coho and Chinook salmon. The 56-degree objective should be much lower, and in fact, 56 degrees resulted in killing 100% of the coho eggs at the Trinity River hatchery in 2021. Meanwhile, the draft staff report, Appendix G3, shows negative impacts to Trinity and Shasta cold water storage from the voluntary agreements. Any additional demands on cold water storage from both reservoirs will result in additional downstream salmon egg mortality and resulting fishing closures. Therefore, mitigation must be applied for whatever alternative you pick if it impacts cold water storage at Shasta Trinity. And it should be applied in the form of updated temperature protection for the Trinity River and an enforceable minimum cold water pool for Trinity and Shasta reservoirs through a water right order, as well as updated North Coast and Central Valley Basin Plan temperature objectives. You simply cannot rely on these reservoirs to meet downstream needs without providing protection for spawning salmon and the cultures, economies, and people who depend on those fish. There are no plans by either regional board to update Basin Plan temperature objectives to be protective of coho and Chinook salmon. The 2002 Lower Klamath fish kill, in which over 65,000 adult salmon died from poor water quality, will occur again unless cold water from the Trinity is available, even with the 4 Klamath dams gone. The Trinity River provides cold, clean water to the Lower Klamath River when conditions are unfit for adult salmon to survive under a 2017 record of decision by the Bureau of Reclamation. By failing to provide temperature protection for the Trinity River, you are dooming Klamath Trinity salmon restoration to failure, and you are destroying the cultures of the Hoopa Valley and Yurok tribes who have federally reserved fishing rights. You are also impacting commercial and sport fishing economies that depend on healthy salmon runs. Therefore, under CEQA, you are required to protect the Trinity River if you're going to impact it. There wasn't much analysis in the document, but I did find some impacts from the voluntary agreements. You need to do more analysis of impacts to the Trinity and mitigate them. Temperature protection for the Trinity was promised in 1990 in Water Right Order 90-5, and we're still waiting 33 years later for it. You have an obligation to do your job and put the Trinity River back on your map by protecting it. This is a gross environmental injustice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stokely. Appreciate your comments and engagement here. Next, I'd like to call up Stephen White, who'll be followed by Ashley Overhouse. And as folks can see on the platform and the scroll, if we don't see you there, there's a kind of a plus or a cross sign next to you. If you are, though, come onto the platform afterwards, just raise your hand and we'll try to get back to you. But we'll just keep going through who's currently there and available. Mr. White.
Hello. First of all, I'd like to thank the board for allowing me to speak. Since I have quite a bit to say and very little time to do it, I'll just kind of jump right into it. Basically,
I'm sorry, at the start, I will just, for expectation purposes, I'm trying to keep folks to 3 minutes. Are you looking for 5? Is that what you're asking for?
I would love 5, yes.
Okay. Well, I'll try to stay south of that, and I'll let
okay, because that was what we originally planned for. One of the Delta's goals is to sustainably manage the region's freshwater resources and protect the ecosystem. Unfortunately, the plan as currently configured realistically can't achieve that goal due to some glaring deficiencies. Next, I see. Here we go. Thank you. First off, the current plan doesn't even address the Delta Conveyance Project. Now, this is a project, this 45-mile long tunnel, 39 feet of diameter, will draw up to 6,000 cubic feet of water per second from the Sacramento River. The idea that the plan doesn't consider that impact, that massive impact on the amount of water entering the Delta, is well, a really unfortunate oversight. Let's put it that way. So how do I? Damn. Thank you. So the other project that isn't considered is the site's reservoir, and that will withdraw another additional 2,000 cubic feet of water per second from the Sacramento. This is upstream of the Delta project. But between those two, that's a massive amount of water removed from freshwater, removed from the Delta. And the Delta plan has to incorporate analysis, environmental analysis of those projects. The fact that it doesn't, I think, is a major detriment. Could you go to the next slide? So all I wanted to point out here is that the recent studies, and this has been alluded to in a previous speaker, but using acoustic tags on fish have shown that you can experimentally find the flow level that will ensure 50% survival of migrating salmon on any particular stretch of river. So this means that using this approach, it's a universal approach. You can apply that to any river to logically and rationally define what flow is required to allow 50% survival of the migrating salmon. So that, I haven't heard anybody talk about actually defining flows in that way. So I'd like to make that suggestion. The other thing was to point out that I absolutely believe 55% of the unimpaired flow is a great minimum. I have issues with a 45 to 65%, but in the absence of a lot of time, I won't go into why. Go to the next slide. So the next point is that the voluntary agreements really, they won't work. They lack the enforcements. I mean, and that's right there is a killer. The enforcements have to be put in. They should be mandatory. No voluntary thing about it. The measure should be mandatory. There should be stiff penalties for noncompliance, and they should be strictly enforceable. I do want to point out, though, that habitat restoration and creation in the voluntary agreements is great, but there's nothing that limits the Delta Plan itself from incorporating habitat generation and creation and maintenance into the plan. That has nothing to do with voluntary agreements. Next slide. So this is just to point out that with all these water diversions that you guys have not talked about, and rising sea levels, and removing water from the delta, you're going to see an encroachment of salinity in the delta. That's basic physics. The problem here is that as the salt gradient increases, you're going to see a loss of fish, all kinds of fish. And you've seen slides before about the broad spectrum of fish that are affected here. But the idea is that you need to control and specify both the delta inflows and the outflows, since together they sculpt the salt gradient. And I want to hear you talking about using those flows, defining those flows in such a way as to sculpt the gradient. So it's more like the 1983 gradient and a whole lot less like the 2007. Could you go to the next slide? So all I wanted to point out here is that the Delta Plan must more effectively address water pollution. Right now, it really isn't. It should mandate upgrades to water treatment plants and mandate limits on fertilizer use in the watersheds that drain into the delta. Why? Well, the slide here shows you that in the San Francisco Bay, it's heavily polluted with respect to nitrogen and phosphorus. Those are logarithmic scales, by the way. Now, relative to almost any other bay you would examine, with the exception of maybe Tokyo Bay, and why is the pollution for nitrogen and phosphorus important? Because they stimulate plant and microbial growth, and in the absence of controlling that, you're going to get harmful algal blooms. Could I go to the next slide? And this is just an example of what we get when we don't control nutrient loads and there's inadequate flows in the delta. So I'm trying to graphically point out, these are the consequences. We need to decrease the nutrient loads. You need to control how much nitrogen, phosphorus, and fertilizers are brought into the bay. And you need to increase freshwater imports in the delta to both flush that out and to control temperature in the delta. Next slide. So all I tried to point out.
Sorry,
yes.
just to note, you are at 5 minutes at this point.
Okay. Well, all I wanted to point out here is that to reiterate what people have said, that we need trigger temperatures so that cold water reserves are released when they're needed. Next slide. This is just to point out that while there are a bunch of maps in the plan, the only map that even shows where salmon might be is this first one. And all it says is that salmon appear in the Sacramento. What we need are maps that show where the salmon are spawning, where they're rearing, where they're feeding, where they're holding over the floodplains and so on. Why? Because salmon are a key species and we need to map them. Next slide. And this is an example of a couple of maps that I think are a lot more informative. Here you see a little stretch of the Sacramento where they point out that this is the small region, the Sacramento, that supports salmon and spawning and rearing. And the other map shows that we should also consider the tributaries and map those same regions there. Because if we don't map them, if we don't know where they are, we can't preserve those areas and the salmon won't have a chance. Final slide is just some stating the obvious, that that the amount of water being diverted from the Sacramento and Bay Delta is not sustainable. We need to shift to water recycling, purification, reuse. Yes, it will be expensive, but so are the consequences of not doing that. We need to develop a statewide water purification plant system. We need gray water and stormwater capture, minimize desalinization impacts, because right now they're pretty bad. And we need to do this now. We're at a critical point. We don't have time to waste. Thank you for giving me the extra minute.
Yep, you're welcome, and thank you for your engagement here, Mr. White, and looking forward to written comments here as well. And again, it's going to be hard, I know, for folks to cover everything they'd like on oral comments, but I appreciate your overview and engagement on this. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ashley Overhouse, who'll be followed by Sherry Norris, and then Robert Newman. I see a few more hands up, and I'll try to take you as well, and appreciate everyone's balance here and trying to get through, and then also have folks with more urgent needs also come forward. Ms. Overhouse.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Board members and staff, thank you for the opportunity to comment. Ashley Overhouse, Water Policy Advisor with Defenders of Wildlife. Colleagues have presented more detailed information on the report, high and low flow alternatives, and the proposed voluntary agreement alternative earlier this afternoon. And generally, I would like to echo those comments. First, current protections, the status quo, have failed to reasonably protect the viability of imperiled native Bay Delta species to ensure the preservation of related beneficial uses such as commercial and sport fishing and wildlife habitat. Overall, fish and wildlife beneficial uses are being drastically degraded with potential for permanent loss of these uses of the Bay Delta estuary. Unfortunately, as drafted, the staff report's 55% unimpaired flow alternative will still fail in achieving objectives and protecting these uses. As a reminder, the legal standard for this plan is oriented towards establishing viable populations of native fish rather than just avoiding extinction. I urge the board to include the information from the technical presentations by the NGO panels into the final version of the staff report. Second, while this report is intensive in information and length, it is fundamentally still incomplete as both a CEQA document and a planning document for the board's consideration. After years of delay, the public and the Delta deserved a program of implementation with this staff report to enable more specific analysis, rather than including an inadequate, inequitable, and unenforceable VA alternative. Third, the board should not consider the voluntary agreement proposal as a valid alternative to updating the Bay Delta plan. The VA alternative is not based on the best available science, and as the staff report clearly shows, fails to provide adequate freshwater flows to improve conditions for fish, water quality, and public health. Finally, I want to thank the board for finally putting forward this document, engaging the public and all of the interests in this process. I agree with Chair Esquivel, there is a way forward. To start, I encourage the board to consider the true extent of your authority to require flow and non-flow measures, the importance of including new scientific information on flow and fish survival, and the urgency of these improved standards for the benefit of the entire state. The true healthy river alternative here is successful implementation of this plan with enforceable, science-based water quality standards as required by state and federal law. Thank you. I look forward to future conversations and engagement with the board on this subject.
Likewise, Ms. Overhouse, thank you for the comments and appreciate the participation in the discussion today. Next, I believe I have, here, let me look at the scroll so I stay a little true to it. We'll go to Joe Daly and then followed by Gordon Hollingsworth, James Rickert, and then Paul Helliker. Mr. Daly, you should be invited to unmute and or come off camera if you'd like. And if we're not receiving a response, then we'll move to Gordon Hollingsworth. And Mr. Daly, just raise your hand if you're coming back and just weren't at your computer.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good.
Good evening.
Thank you for entertaining my comments. I'm a recreational fisherman and I live in Modesto, California, and I've made comments before. I think it was in December 2018 when the board was dealing with the San Joaquin River system. And basically my comments today relate very much to what I said before, in that I think your staff does a great job, and I would urge you to accept the proposed plan amendments as proposed by the staff. Frankly, I am both disheartened and somewhat dismayed by the whole concept of the voluntary agreements, which to my mind are not voluntary at all. It was a very exclusionary process, and it's almost as if the powers that be in the agricultural community got together and gave the board an ultimatum and then just couched it in terms of an agreement. It seems to me that every time we have a major water event, 3 years later, the salmon returns are better. So clearly the fish benefit from an increased water flow. Historically now, for more than 40, 50 years, all of the efforts to try and save the salmon have been directed to habitat improvements and, to a certain extent, predator control. And while those may be legitimate attempts, they have not been successful. What we have not tried is to release more water and give the board the water rights and the powers to release it at appropriate times. I had occasion to be on the upper Sacramento, I think it was October 23rd of this year, trout fishing, and went by a channel, a side channel, which would normally be occupied by spawning Chinooks, and there was absolutely no fish. So the situation is dire. This procedure is taking literally years, and I would encourage you to speed it up to the extent that you can and come up with a plan. Thank you for allowing my comments.
Thank you as well. I appreciate those comments. And now would like to call up our next speaker, who will be James Rickert, and then Paul Helliker, Jim Leach, and Cheyenne Kilada. Hopefully I got that right.
Hello, greetings board, members of the public and interested parties. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is James Rickert. I'm a 5th generation Californian from Shasta County. I own a farm management and agricultural appraisal company and work throughout Northern California. I co-founded the nation's only public certified organic strawberry plant nursery, where we're the only source for organically produced strawberry nursery stock in the United States. My team and I currently manage approximately 16,000 acres of organic farm and ranch land in Siskiyou, Shasta, and Tehama counties. I personally own a small family farm in the Churn Creek Bottom region of Shasta County. I sit on the board of directors for the Anderson Cottonwood Irrigation District and the Northern California Water Association. However, today, my remarks are of my own. My first job after I graduated from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo was as a watershed coordinator for the State Department of Conservation. My career has then shifted to agriculture. My focus has been on raising some of the highest quality foods possible with the highest environmental standards possible. I've worked with conservation organizations establishing conservation easements on strategic properties in the Sacramento River watershed. I've pioneered a way to utilize biofumigation in our strawberry nursery fields and eliminate the use of toxic methyl bromide. I've implemented organic and regenerative livestock production systems that increase water infiltration and sequester carbon in our pasture lands. I've installed water conservation projects throughout my career, making sure we are as efficient as possible with our water usage. I manage a ranch in the Shasta Valley that is part of the Shasta Safe Harbor Agreement, where we're establishing large-scale riparian and in-stream habitat improvements in critical spawning habitat reaches on Parks Creek, an important tributary to the Shasta River. As you can see, my passion is at the intersection of agriculture and the environment. It is an important point to make that us in agriculture are stewards of this land, and we want to preserve land for future generations. Here in California, we are held to some of the highest environmental standards in the world. Displacing agriculture from this great state only pushes it to area without these standards. I fully support the agreements to support Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, also known as the voluntary agreements. This is the best alternative to update the Bay Delta Plan. We need a balanced approach to have all stakeholders come together and collaborate on solutions. The voluntary agreements are an excellent way we can accomplish this together. We know that food is a limiting factor for the recovery of salmon in our watershed. We in agriculture can help. We need to activate our floodplains and rice fields in the Sacramento Valley. We can grow fish and rice paddies and release these back into the rivers. We can strategically inundate fields in the floodplain to provide food-rich waters in the rivers to benefit migratory juvenile salmon. The unimpaired flow approach that was proposed would be absolutely devastating to the Sacramento Valley. Single species management has had devastating consequences for the community that I work in. These are disadvantaged communities, and they have suffered greatly during the significant water curtailments of 2022. These communities still suffer today. We need to collaborate. We need a balanced approach that involves the entire watershed and involves all stakeholders. Agriculture needs to be part of the solution. Moving ahead with the voluntary agreements are exactly what we can do to create lasting solutions for future generations of Californians. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rickert. Next, we have Paul Helliker from San Juan Water District. Good afternoon.
There we go. Thank you. Just having a technical glitch. Thanks very much, Madam Vice Chair and members of the board. Really appreciate the opportunity to provide some quick comments. We will be providing some written comments as well. I wanted to highlight a couple of things from the early panels this morning. I realized that they were based on the modeling presented in the staff report. So if the technique to define the unimpaired flows changes, we'll work with your staff and our colleagues to update our assessment. I did want to note in response to the panels this afternoon that in the review of the scientific basis report, the Delta Independent Science Board did comment that regressions from past data may not be predictive into the uncertain future, especially in the face of regime changes like the pelagic organism decline and the consequences of climate change. Some correlations are spurious, and some statistical analyses have led policies astray. And that's why we and others have proposed the voluntary agreement Healthy Rivers alternative to connect habitat and flows and improve biological productivity at the base of the food chain, which is the fundamental environmental problem in the Delta. And to assure the commenters that think that they're just voluntary, as you know, we will have agreements. The commitments that we're proposing are going to be built into those agreements, and those agreements will be enforceable by the board. One impact that the unimpaired flows alternative has clearly been shown in the staff report to have is reduced reservoir storage levels in water supplies. It's a significant issue for our water district and for our neighbors because we all rely on infrastructure in Folsom Dam that runs the risk of being unable to deliver any of our surface water supplies when storage levels drop too low, even though we would still have water available under our water rights and entitlements. So in addition to this water supply impact, the unimpaired flows alternative, as shown in the staff report, would dramatically increase temperatures in the American River and other tributaries to the Delta, and those would jeopardize the ability of DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation to meet their temperature management obligations in the biological opinions. The Healthy Rivers alternative does not create these impacts. So for these reasons and for the reasons presented by the panels today, we strongly recommend the board adopt the Healthy Rivers option. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Helliker. Next, I'd like to call up Jim Leach.
There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Jim Leach, representing the Santa Margarita Water District in Orange County, and I bring you greetings from our board and staff. First, I'd like to acknowledge Governor Newsom's leadership in keeping the voluntary agreements at the forefront of our discussions on California's water future. Santa Margarita Water District supports the inclusion of the agreements in the draft staff report as an alternative for updating the Bay Delta Plan. We urge that the agreements as originally proposed be identified in the final staff report and program of implementation. Santa Margarita imports the majority of its water supplies from the Bay Delta and Colorado River. We don't have any native groundwater, And for us and our 200,000 customers, the health of the Bay Delta is crucially important. We believe the agreements benefit the Bay Delta by supporting the co-equal goals of the Delta, providing a more reliable water supply for California, and protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem. They'll also be instrumental in developing a sound, shared, modern science program that would be the basis for adaptive management decision-making. The agreements would also help build a robust governance program, we think, that would oversee the implementation of the agreements and establish stable funding sources for implementation. It will also provide important partnering opportunities with participation from state and federal agencies, the tribes, public water agencies, and conservation groups. In short, again, we urge that the voluntary agreements be included in the draft staff report as an alternative for updating the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call up Cheyenne Kilala. Apologize if I mispronounced your name. And you should be invited to unmute here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar. Are you able to hear me?
I am, sorry. I said good afternoon and probably interrupted you.
Okay.
So,
Okay. I am Cheyenne Salata, a climate water advocate from Restore the Delta, previously a research intern with the University of North Carolina studying the link between HABs and air quality. I'm here today to comment on the draft staff report for Phase 2 update of the Bay Delta Plan. Low in-stream flows facilitate the growth of cyanotoxins, allowing them to reproduce at a more efficient rate in stagnant conditions. In Chapter 7, the staff report states that whereas water temperatures exceeding 66 degrees Fahrenheit are generally considered the primary driver of bloom formation, low stream flow may be the most important factor for maintaining HABs. While we agree that low stream flow is the most important factor for bloom proliferation, we would argue that low stream flow is the primary driver of bloom formation as well. Over the summer, I interned for the University of North Carolina and Restore the Delta, monitoring water and air quality impacts of HABs. Recently published research from UNC established a link between HABs and air quality that must be incorporated into the staff report. Public health risks from exposure to compounds originating from HABs blooms need to be further researched to protect the community. While conducting fieldwork, many local and community members would take interest and express their concern for not being aware of the negative impacts HABs impose to water and air quality. Working on these studies made the importance of adopting rigorous HAB standards evident for the protection of the community, fisheries, and wildlife. Objective targets and adequate flow standards for HABs must be established. Cyanotoxins are detrimental to public health as exposure does not only occur during recreation, but through utilizing impacted tap waters in residential homes as well. Exposure to HABs toxins have proven to result in adverse health reactions such as sickness, skin irritation, respiratory issues, and more. Public health is strongly correlated with water quality, and since HABs is proven to be detrimental, it is imperative that the board adopt a HAB standard in the updated Bay Delta Plan. I thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I hope you take this opportunity to adopt HAB standards to ensure the protection of public health. Thank you.
thank you as well. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Barbara Barragan-Perea, be followed by Sarah Medina. And Ms. Barragan-Padilla, you should be invited to unmute and or come on camera if you'd like. Good afternoon. I think we can see you.
Did you call on me? I was having technical difficulty.
Oh, yes, we did. We did. Apologies.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Escobar and board members. Barbara Barragan-Perea with Restore the Delta. Our message following the panels from last week is sad and simple. The Delta is dying. We heard a celebration from water districts this morning of how habitat restoration and voluntary agreements will save the system. But The voluntary agreement plan as described this morning is built on the Trump biological opinions. That's like building a house on a faulty foundation. We have near extinction for Delta smelt, the closing of salmon fisheries, and decimation of runs. We now have a petition for white sturgeon for the ESA. We have disappearing longfin smelt and a proliferation of algal blooms on the Sac River, the Delta, and in the tributaries. Habitat restoration requires flows, very simple, for the Sac River and the tributaries. And they have to be managed with an unimpaired flow of 65% for fishery recovery. Water districts, state agencies, and this staff report prioritize disadvantaged community protection through a drinking water lens for exporters. Water operations that are decimating culture and fisheries for tribes and worsening air and water pollution for Delta communities of color are as much a justice issue as drinking water needs. The silence from the board when we continue to make this point, not from all the board members, but some, in an unwilling to engage and thoughtfully respond to us, is truly emotionally painful for our communities. The voluntary agreements continue 150 years of discriminatory water practices. And the reason why they are is because there's no prioritization of beneficial uses of water for all people. There is enough water for everyone in the system to have clean drinking water for our fisheries and for healthy rivers. There isn't enough water to prop up industrial agriculture. This board and the governor's administration must find the courage to bring supply and demand into balance. Tribes, drinking water communities, and Delta EJ communities will not benefit from a plan modeled on the Trump biological opinions. We won't recover fisheries, and the Delta will finish dying. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call up Sarah Medina, will be followed by David Ragland.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me?
We can, thank you.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the Water Board. I am Sarah Medina, the Sustainable Agriculture and Land Manager at Restore the Delta. I'm here today to comment on the draft staff report for Phase 2 update to the Bay Delta Plan. Reading through the plan, we learned that the preferred framework is 55% unimpaired flow with an adaptive range. During drought, the lower range of the preferred framework is inadequate and 55% is not supported by the best science to protect recreational fish and wildlife, municipal and tribal beneficial uses. Additionally, it is evident that when looking at the economic effect, there are factors that are not being addressed. First and foremost, in section 8.4.4, the agriculture economic effects on economically disadvantaged communities has some of the worst impacts that these flow standards. On table 8.4, page 27, estimated change in agriculture output, incomes, and jobs for each flow scenario, it lays out that the flows with different rates of job losses, following by statements that said economic effects would occur primarily in the Sacramento/Delta watershed and San Joaquin Valley regions, and the change in agriculture employment would also be expected to occur primarily in these regions. However, this table fails to present which specific regions of agriculture laborers are at loss. Will they be in the Delta or specifically in the Valley? This is unacceptable because these communities are always the ones who suffer from these letdowns, from water, food, and air quality, and to put them through even more economical hardship is just too much. Also, the report does not attempt to qualify the cost of no projects in which massive diversions persist. There are quantifiable costs for HOBs, fisheries, ecosystems, hospitals, recreational industries, tribal economics, and so on. Moreover, it is impossible to quantify the cost to tribal cultures, identities, religion, and sovereignty, as well as the communities that have been affected by and alienated by unhealthy waterways. The economic impacts of restoring flows, which may be positive, cannot be evaluated without this baseline assessment of business as casual cost. My sincere thanks goes out to you for the opportunity to comment, and I hope you take into consideration an opportunity to reconsider the economic effects of the Bay Delta Plan staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. Appreciate the comments. Next, I'd like to call up David Ragland.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you. But I don't, oh, we cannot hear you now again, though. I'm sorry, we may have muted you on accident again. You should be invited to unmute.
How's that?
There we are. Now we can hear you again, and we can hear you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Ragland.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this. My name is David Ragland. I'm a civil engineer and land surveyor currently living in Sonora, California. I'm an advisor to the Tuolumne River Trust. I now live in the drainage of the Tuolumne River, but I grew up on the Feather and Yuba rivers, literally on them and sometimes in them. My first job was sport fishing. Involved in sport fishing, I was tying flies and working at Johnson's Bait and Tackle in Yuba City. And on my days off, I was fishing for salmon, steelhead, sturgeon, and other fish. This was a time when there were more than twice as many salmon than there are now, and sometimes they sustained me and my family when I brought them home to our single wide. My older brother was a commercial salmon fisherman out of Bodega Bay, a job which barely exists in California anymore. There was a fair, open, democratic process leading to the Water Board's acceptance of a Bay Delta plan based on unimpeded flow that culminated in your body's vote in 2018. Somehow that's been thrown out the window in favor of giving the irrigation concerns a special seat at the table and a shot at writing their own rules to the detriment of tribal interests and other local interests. The job of irrigation districts is an essential one. It is to gather water and power and to sustain and grow themselves on the revenue from that water and power. However, it is completely antithetical to the goal of saving a salmon. An irrigation district stands to make billions by ruining habitat and doesn't make a dime from saving a salmon. If you think an irrigation district can be a good steward of rivers, I'd like to sell you some land on the Kern River in Bakersfield. The VAs are not going to work. The science is in, and the debt that the power and irrigation concerns owe the people for taking most of the valley's water and most of the migratory fish habitat has been catastrophic. As I mentioned, I was a poor kid in a trailer park along a relatively healthier Feather River. What about the kids adjacent to a similarly degraded river in places all over the state? If we wait the 8 to 10 year trial periods for these VAs to fail, kids will grow through middle school and high school looking elsewhere to spend their idle time. Every time you move a natural resource from where it belongs, you create social injustice. And every time you send it back where it belongs, that injustice starts to heal immediately. Board staff provided a graph of expected loss of crop acreage versus percent of unimpeded flow. And I spent a lot of time with that graph. To reach 55% of unimpeded flow, staff estimated a median value of about 50,000 acres fallowed in the Sacramento drainage. For scale, that's 0.2% or 2/1000ths of the acreage in California under the till. And my point is that we're really not asking for very much. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you as well, Mr. Ragland. Next, I believe we have Mary, apologies, I lost track of my list here, and I sometimes, Mary Butterwick. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good evening.
Thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Butterwick. I'm a longtime resident of San Francisco. Earlier this year, I testified before the State Water Board in support of the flow objectives for the lower San Joaquin River adopted by the board on December 12, 2018, and to oppose the proposed Tuolumne River voluntary agreement. I am here today because the Sacramento River and Bay Delta are in similar ecological crisis due mainly to inadequate flow releases. Salmon populations are in severe decline, so much so that the commercial fishing season was canceled this year. Toxic algae blooms in the Delta are a continuing threat. The boards need to ensure that the in-stream flow standards provide for spring flows high enough to get water onto adjacent floodplains, provide sufficient flows for the migration of fish upstream and downstream, and maintain water temperatures low enough to support a cold water fishery, including the different needs of the native species at various life stages of their development. The only alternative that comes close to meeting these in-stream flow standards is the high flow alternative. The high flow alternative is most consistent with the State Water Board's 2010 flow criteria report, which found that 75% of unimpaired flow in the Sacramento River, its tributaries, and in the Delta outflow would be needed to protect the Bay Delta ecosystem. The proposed voluntary agreements cannot achieve the objectives of the Bay Delta Plan. Further consideration of them should be terminated immediately. The voluntary agreements produce very little new water, rely heavily on various habitat improvements, but in the absence of sufficient flows, these non-flow measures will not work. The VAs lack a clear water temperature objective capable of maintaining a cold water habitat, and lack an adequate adaptive management plan. In contrast, the Bay Delta Plan could increase or decrease flow requirements based on whether biological goals are actually being met. I am concerned that the voluntary agreements are essentially a delay tactic by water agencies to avoid the difficult decisions regarding the reasonable use of water in an over-appropriated system. It should come as no surprise that not a single conservation, fishing, tribal, or environmental justice group supports the voluntary agreements. The board has the legal authority, the scientific expertise, and the responsibility to protect all beneficial uses, including tribal beneficial uses and public trust resources. Nothing less than the future of this irreplaceable salmon-based ecosystem is at stake here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butterwick. Appreciate your contributions and sticking with us here through the day. Next, I'd like to call up Steve Johnson, who will be followed by Vivian Hellowell and then Artie Valencia.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Steve Johnson, Assistant General Manager for Desert Water Agency. Desert Water Agency is a state water contractor and groundwater sustainability agency that provides drinking water and recycled water in the Palm Springs area. Our service area is located within a desert, and we invest heavily in long-term sustainability planning and offer a number of progressive conservation programs. We have no physical connection to the California aqueduct, so we rely on an exchange of state water project water for Colorado River water to recharge our local groundwater basin. The reliability of these supplies has decreased drastically in recent years. Supplemental water supplies are few and hard to find, and it's challenging to replace lost or reduced water supplies, yet we still work to find them. Our agency has invested in Sites Reservoir, which is a significant commitment that will affect water affordability. We serve disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities, so we're constantly striving to keep water and tax rates steady. The State Water Project and the Delta are extremely important to our community. We applaud the governor's leadership and his support for the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes, known as the voluntary agreements, to become the new Bay Delta Plan. This plan will take California into a future with healthier ecosystems and tributaries in the Delta. Adapting to climate change requires approaches based on science, data, and what's working. It also requires deep, lasting partnerships, which Desert Water Agency and the state water contractors are committed to. Under the voluntary agreements, with each acre-foot of water delivered to support local sustainability, we will also help fund habitat, science, and water purchase programs. This is a stable funding source, providing more water supply, reliability, and healthier habitats. For these reasons, and many others, Desert Water Agency supports the voluntary agreements. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Vivian Hellowell, be followed by Artie Valencia, and then Bill Henley and Conrad Fisher. Ms. Hellowell.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Vivian Hellowell, and I'm the Watershed Conservation Director of Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, a coastwide commercial fishing group, and the nonprofit Institute for Fisheries Resources. I'm also from a fishing family and a displaced fishing family, commercial fishing. I live up by Eureka, and we have fished the entire coast for decades, from Monterey to Oregon, and relied substantially on Sacramento River fish. The state of California had a goal to double the salmon population by the year 2000. Well, that didn't happen. Now the date's been moved out to when most of us won't even be here. And since 2000, there have been drastic crashes in the Sacramento River populations of salmon, as you know. So the temperatures have been too high, and we weren't involved in the voluntary agreements process. We've participated in all the hearings on water quality in the Sacramento for years. The fish are going down. We already lost world markets, infrastructure, and we support conservative fisheries management, leaving enough fish to make more fish for the future. However, when there's no season, you cannot sell your boat on your permit, and you still have your fixed costs. We provide healthy, heart-healthy local food, highest quality protein to our communities when we have salmon fishing, and instead they're flown in from Alaska, and we don't get to eat fish very often anymore. So we're counting on you, the board, to resist political pressure and use the authority that's given to you to protect these public trust resources and the Delta. My family also fished herring in San Francisco Bay. What herring? Not there anymore to fish on. This ecosystem collapse is happening as we watch, and the voluntary agreements are taking too much time. If they have some good restoration projects and conservation, that's wonderful. Please include them, but make sure that you put enough cold water in the river to support the ecosystem of the Delta and the salmon that we rely on up and down the coast. These coastal fishing dependent communities have collapsed in many ways from the lack of these fisheries. And the harbors are somewhat of ghost towns to what they were when we were fishing salmon. So we're relying on you to do your best. And the temperature standards are still too high. Science has showed that they need to be lowered. We'd like you to try to get the funding to change the 90.5 outdated temperature standards for salmon in the Sacramento River. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hellowell. I appreciate your engagement and comments here and sticking with us through the day. Next, I'd like to call up Artie Valencia. Should be invited to unmute here momentarily.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Artie Valencia, and I'm the Flood and Land Restoration Manager for Restore the Delta. Today, I'm here to provide a comment on behalf of Stockton Environmental Justice Communities. When reviewing the draft staff report for Phase 2 of the Bay Delta Plan update, it is clear that while flood is not a concern of the Water Board, analysis of drinking water systems have been left out. There are nearly 80 drinking water systems in the Delta, and there is no analysis on how flooding and drought will impact water quality in these rural areas, and that either rely on groundwater as a whole or in part for their water supply. Meanwhile, disadvantaged communities struggle to respond to water quality emergencies due to insufficient infrastructure and funding. The Water Board's approach has been predominantly reactive rather than proactive in safeguarding the quality of drinking water systems. The State Water Board claims to be at the forefront of assisting disadvantaged communities with obtaining clean and reliable water supplies through financial and technical assistance. However, the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Program has not met the goals here in the San Joaquin Valley, in creating more unimpaired flows through tunnels and neglect of implementing the Bay Delta Plan will further worsen drinking water conditions. From 2020 to 2022, the Delta's water quality challenges intensified with a 30% rise in contaminant combinations according to the updated 303D list. These issues pose threats to crucial activities like agriculture and municipal water supply, as well as the well-being of native habitats and wildlife. The Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition requested in the civil rights complaint by the U.S. EPA that federal permits and approvals for major water export infrastructure such as the Delta Conveyance Project in the Bay Delta and its headwaters until the State Water Board achieves compliance with Title VI and the CWA. That includes a Bay Delta plan with flow-based and temperature water quality criteria that is protective of beneficial uses. The current approach lacks this safeguard, especially without an analysis of drinking water systems. In conclusion, the imperative for the Water Board is clear: a steadfast commitment to enhancing water quality challenges faced by these communities, rather than pursuing projects that may inadvertently exacerbate disparities. The Water Board must prioritize this by directly addressing and rectifying these existing water quality issues. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call up Bill Henley, who will be followed by Conrad Fisher.
Good afternoon. Are you able to see me?
Not see yet at this point. Now we can see you and we can hear you. Good afternoon.
Okay, great. I'm Bill Henley, general partner of Henley Family Limited Partnership. We're a farm. We farm in Sutter Basin, west of Robbins and Sutter County. We're farming approximately 375 acres, for which, as a settlement contractor, the primary water source is the Sacramento River. I also serve as the director and president of Southern Mutual Water Company and as the director of Northern California Water Association. I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity to comment on the alternatives being considered for adoption by the board. So as not to be redundant to comments made by others, I'll make my comments brief. We've heard a lot today. I think our ears are a little bit weary, maybe. In my opinion, a flow-only approach does not work for today or tomorrow's California. The unimpaired flowed approach, if implemented, would have significant negative impacts throughout California because it focuses on one beneficial use of water, in-stream flow for fish, without balancing and protecting all beneficial water uses, including water for drinking, sanitation for cities and rural communities, fire suppression, farms, salmon, birds, and wildlife along the Pacific Flyway, as well as hydroelectric generation and recreational opportunities. It also provides the opportunity of depleting our reservoir storage and losing the benefit of water storage, including carryover storage, in such ways that it will create greater risk for all beneficial uses during dry years, such as in 2014-15, and most recently 21 and 22. It also undermines the fishery efforts and success stories in areas upstream from the Delta, which have benefited from integrating functional flows with habitat improvements and partnerships among various agencies. Plus, it does not provide reliable water required for Henley family growing of irrigated seasonal row crops. Note, the key is reliable. The flow-only approach is a continuation of efforts over the past several decades to manage water in the Bay Delta, which has not worked as planned, as both important species and water supply reliability have declined in the Delta and throughout the state. We support the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes, formerly known as voluntary agreements, and the associated benefits to the environment, the public, and the communities, many of which are disadvantaged, and for farms and businesses. The program for healthy rivers and landscapes, the transformational program, will provide substantial additional flows for the environment to help recover salmon and other native fish, create new and restored habitat for fish and wildlife, and provide significant funding for habitat improvements and water purchases. The terms also include a governance and habitat monitoring framework with clear metrics and goals to allow state, federal, and local partners with tribes and NGOs to analyze progress and manage adaptively to ensure the program is effective. I'm going to close my comments there because we've heard a lot of others. I want to thank you for your attention, for your thoughtful consideration of alternatives, and what I hope will be support for the agreements. I'd also like to give thanks to our governor for his leadership and support in developing agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henley. Next, I'd like to call up Conrad Fisher, be followed by Karen Wilson.
Sorry about that. It took a second to be unmuted. Conrad Fisher with Water Climate Trust. Thanks for sticking around this long. Water Climate Trust works for diverse communities that rely on in-stream flows. And in contrary to the previous commenter, in-stream flows provide multiple beneficial uses that are recognized by the Water Board and in clean water plans. I'm also a water right holder in the Upper Sac and the Klamath Basin. As most of you know, California spent decades and millions of dollars determining how much water fish need. And basically at the end of the day, we're deciding we don't like the results. The results say we need a high % of unimpeded flows to stay in the stream. And I'm encouraging the Water Board to go along with the best available science. And when we say that, it's important to recognize what goal we're talking about. Opening presentations by staff referred a lot to reasonably protect. We hear a lot about doubling. I would refer you to the California and Federal Endangered Species Acts, both of which have the goal of survival and recovery. I will refer to those as recovery flows. I would encourage you to support that. You had before you some of the best scientists in California, so I would encourage you to ask them what is needed for survival and recovery, and then hang your hat on that and support it and advocate for it. Advocate for it publicly, and I would ask the Water Board also advocate for it with the governor. Finally, the Water Board has recognized tribal beneficial uses. I was part of that process at the time of developing that and helping collect input. It was a completely different Water Board, but at that time, the general agreement was flows needed to protect tribal beneficial uses exceed ESA and CESA flows. So please keep that in mind when we're talking about racial equity, when the governor is posing with tribal representatives, those flows exceed ESA flows. So in reference to the voluntary agreements, I would like to challenge some of the statements that were made that we have to choose between a % of flow approach and habitat improvements. For one of the quotes, habitat improvements would not be possible if unimpaired flows are implemented. This is a myth that this Water Board and the entire previous Water Board has been told. It is not true. We can have both. We can have habitat improvements and a % of flow approach needed for recovery. Temperature and reservoir management, again, we don't have to choose between a % of flow approach and managing reservoirs in such a way as to give cold water to fish. And then finally, harm to disadvantaged communities. I think it is shameful for municipalities to say that giving salmon what they need necessarily means we have to harm disadvantaged communities. We can fix that with rate structures. Human right to water provides a lot of ideas for rate structures that protect disadvantaged communities. We do not have to choose, nor do we have to choose between the human right to water or tribal rights to water for fish and rivers. For the last 20 years, I've worked with tribal reps and other allies who have testified before the Water Board, but at the end of the day, this is a political decision. So I think it behooves us to just acknowledge that elephant in the room. So I'm asking the Water Board, please make yourself advocates with the governor, take a stand publicly with Governor Newsom in support of endangered species recovery flows based on the best available science. It does not mean we have to give up all the good stuff talked about in all the habitat restoration talked about in the voluntary agreements. Taking this position publicly and with the governor would not make you biased. It would put you on the right side of history. It would put you on the right side of existing law, the right side of future generations, non-humans, and indigenous people who've been here since before California existed. So please make yourself advocates, because I know you're not the only ones making this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. I appreciate your comments. And just clarification, at least there were two of us that were here when tribal beneficial uses were adopted, the vice chair and I. So there is some continuity there. Just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Karen Wilson, be followed by Nicole Whipple. Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilson. And also, I will note for folks that weren't able to participate today and comment still, we have a third day, and anyone that signed up for previous days that didn't have an opportunity to speak is welcome to make sure and show up then and be able to speak. Next then, I believe, is Nicole Whipple. Okay. And then, hold on, I'll wait for my scroll because we do have someone doing good work to make sure that we're seeing Christina Pappas, and then Julius Stevens will be next.
Hello, my name is Christina Pappas. I'm president of the San Francisco League of Conservation Voters. 9 months ago, I spoke to convey our opposition to the voluntary agreements. Nothing has changed since then. There are now 6 endangered fish species. The salmon fishing season was closed this year. Algae blooms around Stockton are toxic and dangerous to people, pets, and wildlife, and they are becoming more frequent and more severe. Even board staff's analysis shows that the voluntary agreements will not, quote, reasonably protect of water or achieve plan objectives. We support farmers, but we don't support the right to take so much water that it destroys fish, wildlife, and the Bay Delta ecosystem. We don't support the right to grow anything they want without regard to what the local climate can support. We do not support privatizing the profits and socializing the losses at the expense of all the other stakeholders who depend on the Bay Delta. The solution is well documented. Leave more water in the rivers. Heard today how the closure of the salmon fishing season has affected fishers. Their stories are heartbreaking. You seem to think that this isn't a direct result of your decisions and policies, but it is entirely predictable. And in fact, the environmental community has been pleading for decades, and I'm not exaggerating, you've been working on this for decades. We need your leadership, even if it's difficult to go against the Newsom administration. If you can't make the decision, you shouldn't serve in a role that requires you to represent the interests of all beneficiaries. Please stop wasting time on the voluntary agreements and focus on the Bay Delta plan in collaboration with all stakeholders so that it actually provides reasonable for all beneficial uses and accomplishes plan objectives like salmon doubling. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Julia Stevens, who will be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to talk. I appreciate it. My name is Julia Stevens. I've been a resident of the Tuolumne River watershed for the past 19 years. I've spent time exploring by foot most parts of the river's journey from the headwaters in the immigrant wilderness and Yosemite to her confluence with the San Joaquin River. and have come to love this important artery of California's freshwater systems, as well as the complex ecosystems that depend on it. Now I'm lucky enough that I get to experience these special places through the eyes of my son as we explore together. I try to explain to him issues such as the Bay Delta Water Plan, and to kids the answer is simple: protect nature because we're part of it. The State Water Board's flow criteria report demonstrated that 75% of unimpaired flows of the Sacramento and 75% of the Delta outflow were what was needed for protection of the Bay Delta ecosystem. I'm very aware of the importance and value of habitat and river restoration as a component of improving the system's health. But these projects are only part of what is needed to truly steward our river systems. A river ecosystem can have habitat improvement work all down its length, but the system can't thrive without the water flow and pulses that the system has evolved with over millions of years. The time is now to step in and do what is right and what is needed for our systems to survive into the future. Is this the legacy that members of the Water Board want to leave for future generations? 100 years from now, people will look back and judge the decisions that come out of this process. What do you want them to see? Please take the time to reflect on what is truly important for our piece of the planet. The science is there. Don't let today's political pressures sway you away from what's right. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you for your time and for sharing. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Dreckmeyer, who will be followed by Glenn Spain.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, board members, and staff. My name is Peter Dreckmeyer, and I serve as Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. I want to take just a moment to ask everyone to reflect on who their heroes are. Now, I'm guessing they're people who fight for what's right, even when it doesn't please the powers that be. One of my heroes is Felicia Marcus, who honorably led the Water Board's effort to adopt Phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan. You might recall that in 2012 and 13, when the initial draft SED was released for Phase 1, it recommended starting at 35% of unimpaired flow on the lower San Joaquin River and its tributaries between February and June. After an extensive hearing process and countless pages of written comments, Chair Marcus determined that the draft SED wasn't sufficient to withstand legal challenges and directed staff to develop it further. 3 years later, the final draft SED was released, bumping the recommended starting point up to 40% of unimpaired flow. The science had spoken. Non-flow measures are important, but there's no substitute for higher flows. Non-flow measures are strongly incentivized by the adaptive management component with the range of in percentage of unimpaired flow, but the VA proponents conveniently ignore this. The voluntary agreements for Phase 2 are destined to fail and only exist to support certain political ambitions. A month after Phase 1 was adopted, the governor replaced Chair Marcus on the board, sending a chill throughout the agency. I know you're in a tough spot and there's a lot of pressure on you. Three of my more recent heroes are Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, and Cassidy Hutchinson. They refused to submit to the MAGA agenda. They paid a price, but I'm sure they sleep well and have bright futures ahead. They did the right thing, and history will look upon them favorably. A few years ago, the governor vetoed SB 1, known as the Trump Protection Act, which would have enshrined pre-Trump environmental safeguards in California. Shortly thereafter, we got hit with the 2019 federal biological opinions. The first group of scientists working on those biops got pulled from the project because they didn't come to the conclusions the Trump administration wanted. So the biops were rewritten. At that point, to save face, the governor was basically forced to challenge the biops. Now the VAs are based on those same biops. The San Francisco Bay Delta ecosystem is the largest and arguably most important estuary on the west coast of the Americas. Its namesake, St. Francis, is the patron saint of animals and the environment. The Bay Delta is our Garden of Eden, and it's on the brink of ecological collapse. Think about it. One of our key life support systems is on life support itself. That doesn't bode well for us. Your decisions on the Bay Delta Plan will be legacy votes. We'll all live with them for the rest of our lives. I hope you can be proud of your actions. Mother Earth desperately needs more heroes right now. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and thank you, Chair Esquivel, for your helpful clarifications earlier today.
Next, I'd like to call up Glenn Spain.
Good now evening. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
My name is Glenn Spain. I'm the Executive Director of Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Association and its sister organization, Institute for Fisheries Resources. I want to underscore the presentation of Golden State Salmon Association, which they did an excellent presentation. One of the problems with the, and I want to also point out some of the tricks that are being played statistically. One of the problems with the VAs is almost all of the modeling makes them look good by comparison to the 2019 biological opinion, which, as Peter just mentioned, was politically hacked. It was opposed by the very agencies, including the state agencies and the biologists in both state and federal agencies, as insufficient to protect salmon. It was challenged in court by our organization, many others, and the state of California. It was abandoned by the Biden administration, and they're well along in the process of creating a new and better science-based biological opinion. All the modeling that makes the VAs look best is by a comparison to an extinction level set of standards and water flows that we're now seeing unravel the entire salmon population in the California Central Valley at a great cost to our people. Those need to be reassessed, and the Delta plan needs to be reassessed in light of the upcoming biological opinion that will be coming out probably April or May. I also want to point out that the biggest single problem we have now is that we've got water quality, temperature water standards in the Bay and in the Delta that are not protective of salmon. They're 30 years out of date. Water Right Order 90-04, or excuse me, 05 is way out of date. It is allowing water temperatures at elevated temperatures that are about 2.5 Fahrenheit degrees above what is the threshold for major mortality. We're seeing that now in the fact that these standards were in place in 2000. Those are the fish that aren't coming back this year. They were in place in 2001. Record egg loss, record salmon smolt losses. Those are the fish that are supposed to come back this year, and we will likely be closed next year as a season. I just want to point out that the definition of reasonable protection cannot be, as Barry Nelson says, cannot be just an incremental change. It has to be to adequately protect all the beneficial uses. We are food producers. We are businesses. We are jobs. It's not a fish versus farms or fish versus jobs debate. We produce jobs, we produce food, we produce people who provide healthy seafood for America's tables. That requires water in the river and a lot more of it. So thank you for your efforts to move this forward. It's long past due. It's not an easy process, but we have to protect the river systems that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Appreciate your engagement in this discussion and continued contributions here. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Brielle Jonick, followed by Martin McDonald.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Well, I've listened for now, whatever it is, 6, 7 hours, I can't remember. And a smarter woman would say, don't add anything because you've got nothing to say. This has been a learning lesson for me. I'm kind of a fish out of water. I don't know anything about the real details of what you're all doing today. My interest usually is in commercial development and fighting it here in Menlo Park. But once a month, my husband and I drive to Lee Vining, California, and we pass almond growers that are flooding fields. And this is a contradiction because our town has told us to cut back on water. So at age 82, the two of us carry buckets of water, warm-up water, outside to irrigate our vegetable garden. And yet we see this waste of water in the valley. So today I had all these things I wanted to say and I wrote things out. And as I heard and listened to all of you, I kept tearing up page after page. And now I'm left with just a head full of contradicting facts. And it's more confusing than ever. I mean, are we talking about farmers versus fish? Are we talking about the staff report versus voluntary agreements? Are we talking about large farmers and small farmers? It's confusing for the average person. But one word that I did hear today over and over was about voluntary agreements. And in my business of fighting commercial development, we call that self-regulation, and it never works. It just doesn't work. We need the state and you, the board and the staff, to come up with a plan that updates the Bay Delta plan in a way that it's enforceable and it has real goals. And we have at the end, we have a protection of these rivers that we are asking way too much of. I am lucky enough to be drinking Hetch Hetchy water, and I appreciate the work that the state's done to protect that water. But now from everything I've heard today, there's a lot to be worried about. So I look to you. You guys have the power. I don't have the power. And everyone who spoke today seemed more in a supplicant role than they did in a powerful role. But along with your power, you've got something hard. You've got your legacy. And I wish you well. And I really, truly want to thank you for the time that you all put in trying to sort this out. And I'm just going to keep my fingers crossed. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Junk. I appreciate you sticking with us throughout the day and for here reflecting and modulating your comments from what you've heard and for contributing well to our discussion. I appreciate your time and engagement. I know there are a lot of other folks perhaps following along, and I invite them and everyone, if they would like to dive in deeper, because it's hard in a day of comment like this, to go to the website, understand the Bay Delta Plan, and understand the work that is being contemplated here. So thank you. Because yes, I know it isn't uncomplicated. Next, I'd like to call up Martin McDonald, and who will be followed by Andy Colonna.
Hello there, I'm Marty McDonnell. I own a whitewater rafting business. I take people down rivers and have been doing it since the mid-'60s. So I have 60 years or so of watching rivers and navigating folks down the river, and I've had many opportunities to jump in the water and swim with the little fish. I love fish. I like looking at them, and I like eating them. And you have an impossible task of trying to sort out how to take care of an over-allocated system of water resource for agriculture and for industry and for public drinking. It's like trying to provide a loaf of bread to feed 1,000 people. You need a miracle. And I really appreciate you folks investigating all of the possibilities that to resolve this problem that is nearly impossible to fix. But as has been said, 100 years from now, we'll look back and, hopefully they'll be proud of what you guys have done to do a better job of dividing up the resources. I live in Solano County, right on the edge of the Sassoon Marshes. It's the 55,000 acres of California protected marshland. And I've watched the water quality deteriorate over the last 20 years. And it's sad to see the environment take such hard hits with the water being diverted for other purposes. Certainly, agriculture could do a better job. I watched for many years the water resource control. Well, the water resources were sold for really next to nothing, highly subsidized. The fed water was sold for $3 an acre foot. The state was selling it for $75 or $150 an acre foot. So that does not encourage drip irrigation or water conservation. That just it results in a lot of flood irrigation. And so I'm willing to pay more for food. I know that it's hard to survive in this country, but we enjoy some of the best resources in the world. And I think the public needs to step up to the plate and pay more for it. I don't want my tax dollars to subsidize international agriculture, to send almonds and rice and whatnot to other countries for large corporate gains. I think we need to look out, think globally, but act locally. So in my whitewater rafting business, I've seen 2 rivers shortened quite a bit by reservoirs that were filled. So be it. But what remains is a significant resource for folks to enjoy whitewater rafting, both privately and commercially. This is an industry that needs to be protected. And I hope that more rivers are not eliminated for boating. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McDonnell. Next, I'd like to call up Andy Colana. And Mr. Colana, you have been invited to unmute and or come off camera. And if not, then, and I think actually our last commenter after Mr. Colana is no longer on the platform as well. So that may bring us to the end of our public commenters. Board members. I know it's
Hello?
Oh, yes. Mr. Colana.
I just figured out how to unmute.
Oh, great. Thank you.
I worked as a deckhand and as a processor, a truck driver, delivery, and commercial fishing for several years before I had to quit because I had too much back problems. But I worked for the Institute for Fisheries Resources because it seems to me to be the most important organization around here that is interested in the resource itself and the understanding of all the economic and other benefits that y'all have been sticking around today. But my problem is that the problem with voluntary agreements is that they're voluntary. And without teeth in them, they don't work. And even with teeth in them, they seldom work because there's people involved in policing them or monitoring and evaluating them that are also part of the either appointed or elected power structure that thinks that they can keep getting away with taking more than their fair share. And we're up against it at this point. We're back up against the wall. There's no choice but to push back. And so it seems to me that with the existing, the triangulation here of baselines that really program everything to work against us. The temperature objectives are ridiculous. The baseline for sigma, from which to measure impacts over time, is ridiculous. And so is the Bay Delta plan with the 2019 buyout. It's been shown in court even that they programmed this fish to fail, whether they designed it intentionally for that to happen, or just didn't give a damn and just decided that they wanted the water to grow stuff that they can export to the middle class offshore, including China. They get the almonds and pistachios and whatever. So they can afford to buy them, and we're not stopping them from exporting that water via those almonds and pistachios offshore. So how many salmon are involved in smolts or whatever that get burned up in the process or whatever, or die because there's not enough water, because they get stranded when the water goes away and all that. So it's we're living in a catastrophe, basically, and we're seeing the symptoms of it, and all of the things in the wishful thinking has not worked. So we've had a Pacific Fisheries Management Council salmon habitat protection policy in place since 1986. The first goal has been no net loss of salmon production in the marine, estuary, or freshwater habitat. And the bottom line was looking at synergistic and combined impacts of natural and man-made causes, a program to succeed or fail per watershed where salmon spawn and rear. That's been policy, federal policy, for a long time, and we adhere to it. But how can we get there from here? Seems to me we got to build a groundswell of support that will isolate you guys that are appointed to get the elected officials to not get rid of you as they did with Mr. Marcus, who's a brilliant and courageous human being. So how do you build a groundswell? You've got to get to the voters, because these guys operate on polls. And if they win the propaganda war and the press, the op-eds and all that, we lose. We can have the best argument in town, but if we use big words that most of our parents that haven't been to college or whatever don't understand, like exacerbate and all the rest of those heavy words that we know what they mean, but the average person doesn't. Likely voters don't. We have to learn how to speak to them in the language that they can understand.
Thank you,
like that lady just now, she's really sharp. Huh?
Apologies.
What?
That, you're hitting your time limit, Mr. Kulana. I just want to be fair to everyone.
Well, I'll stop. Thank you for hearing me. I wasn't sure. I left that up to you. Okay, so thank you for hearing me.
No, thank you as well, Mr. Kulana. I do appreciate your comments. I want to just appreciate everyone's engagement in today's discussion. I know that, well, one, we still have another full day of we'll start at noon on December 11th, but we still have an additional day of comments. So I'm looking forward to hearing further comments from folks. I think one commenter said it kind of feels like there's two realities, here. I think it's important, as we engage in our discussion, I'll just say generally that whatever sort of side I suppose you find yourselves falling, into this discussion, that you don't create, kind of straw men for the other side to kind of make your side, feel. I don't know. It's easy to also create narratives out there amongst ourselves that make it feel like we know what's going on, make it feel like this is all an easy and understandable topic, but it's actually very complex. And here, just want to make sure we're giving it the right respect as we all engage with each other on very complex issues. So, try not to create straw men of each other, and easy narratives sometimes don't actually bear out for the truth of the circumstances we find ourselves with. Board members, any questions, comments, reflections here? I want to, I appreciate that we're about 5 o'clock. It is a Friday, but nonetheless, if there's anything anyone's heard, I know here we're more in the listening mode, but I think it does help to continue to provide space for folks to reflect if there's anything they chose to say further. Vice Chair, please.
So I just want to take this opportunity to thank everyone. It's been a long day. It's been a long couple of months, and that's just our perspective. But staff, you've been working on this for years, and this is a heavy lift. I know there's a lot of frustration out there, but we know you've been busy working through this, and I think that I agree with the chair. It's very complicated, and you've provided a good grounding of, a way to analyze this complicated subject. And I think what we're here for is to hear comment on that, on how the document can be improved. Is there something that you all have missed? Is there some nuance that, and I really appreciate, been doing Bay Delta hearings for years, and this is one of the first times where I've seen a real reliance on staff documents. And so I think that speaks to the good work. It doesn't mean that what you have is perfect, but it's great when people are using the same information and then, pointing out maybe how they view it differently and that sort of thing. So I just want to thank you all for that. I think there's no secret, I've been very much in favor of a different approach. And so in the last round, we didn't have that different approach that was analyzed. I was pushing for a different approach, but I don't have the technical skill set. There's other folks out there that were pushing for a flow, non-flow approach. And so I'm just really excited that we've opened up this process fully so that the public can weigh in on that different approach. And the way it's done is with this very lengthy document. And so I look forward to, another hearing and, future opportunities as well. We're here to listen and learn, and it's great that folks can get a hold of us directly. We're not restricted, with ex parte communications, and so I really like that aspect of this process. The one question that I do have, and you would think I would know the answer to this, but I don't, it's a planning document, and there's, maybe an interest in better understanding how things would play out. And that's done through the program of implementation. And I understand that the VA parties are working on some documents where they might propose something that could be considered components for a program of implementation. And so then I guess the question becomes, when would the public have an opportunity to look at that? I know you've talked a little bit about that process, but how would that fit in with respect to next steps? And then maybe at some point direction from the board once we have a little more meat on the bones on any proposal.
Oh, there we go. Again, this is Diane Riddle again with the State Water Board. Yes, so we are waiting to get the comments on the draft staff report. Those will help to inform draft changes to the program of implementation, in addition to the peer review comments on the scientific basis report for the voluntary agreements, as well as the additional voluntary agreements products that we're expecting. It's probably going to be early next year. After we get all of those products, we are actually working on developing the program of implementation right now. We're not waiting for all of that, but we do want to see all of that before we put together a comprehensive draft. So we will put together that comprehensive draft. That it will more realistically probably be, at the earliest, probably March, April time period when we would have that comprehensive draft. It may be May time period. We'd have a draft. We would put that draft out at least 30 days in advance of a public meeting. So we would have a workshop for the public to provide oral input on the draft program of implementation language, and we would have another written public comment period. All of that information, the comments on the draft staff report, the comments on the program of implementation language would help us to finalize a package, including the final draft staff report that we bring for your consideration, as well as the draft changes to the Bay Delta plan that we bring for your consideration. So that's sort of the process. We're anticipating, again, the next step in the process will be to get all these comments, comb through them, and then develop that language. During the development process, we anticipate briefing you all and talking to you all about what we're developing as well. And then certainly after we receive the specific public comments, I think we go through that dialogue process with you all again, as well as we're developing the final products for consideration. There might be some other steps in the process. We'll have to, go down this path and see whether, we need another public discussion of some of these materials too. Just to be honest, that's possible that there will be some additional adjustments to the path depending upon the input we get from you all and what we hear from the public.
Completely agree on your points, Vice Chair. And and to your questions on, thinking through and to program implementation and further discussion, how this all actually does come together is going to be, just really important, and some consistency across all this. I think for me, the important thing is we aren't here in 2018. It's not an either or. It has further developed. We have data and information, and it's both. And, you look at on the discussions that are out there, it's agreement that the board has to adopt standards and a program implementation for those that are outside of VA if we are, as we evaluate the VAs, going to adopt one. So I think that's an important distinction, I think, for me as to where we are in our discussion now. And I think what I hope is that folks' comments help us bridge and begin to merge it as opposed to seeing as two separate or, antithetical things. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, appreciate all the work. It's a long day. Looking forward to the next part of the hearing and all the comments. I agree that there's, when we're in these processes, a lot of times people are putting together arguments for, in a very defensive mode. And I do think that, some of that is understandable and necessary. You want to get things on the record. But I do hope that that folks can also, in addition to that, move past that to look at how could we make things work. I think we heard no matter what, that we're going to have to, the program of implementation is going to be hard no matter what we do because there's trade-offs, and there's going to have to be some adaptive management. And so looking at, and I think we all want things to be optimized to reduce impacts across the board as much as we can. And so a benefit of this process is really trying to honestly look at what would potential impacts be with the goal of being able to mitigate them as much as possible. And so I hope that we don't just look at, I hope we don't stop at comments of just trying to pour out the problems, but we look at what might be constructive ways of mitigating those impacts or finding ways of optimizing things beyond just the kind of static proposals and alternatives that are out there. I think that's the goal we all need to get to, and I just hope we can do that. Obviously today, stark contrast between folks' comments. We're focusing on the staff report, but there's the scientific basis supplement for the VAs. And I think one of the main issues and concerns brought up was, is what's being proposed in the VAs enough? Is it going to have, real benefits that change the trajectory to have reasonable protection? And so just to help us process-wise, we sent the scientific basis report on the supplement on the VAs to peer review. Can you just go over the process for what we're going to get back on that and what the process will be around that?
We should get comments back from the peer reviewers around the same time that we receive public comments. I don't have the exact date right now, but it should be basically around the same time. We'll review those comments and determine whether any of those comments necessitate changes to the scientific basis report. And then we'll finalize that scientific basis report, and that will be one of the pieces of information that informs the board's decision-making process. If, you'll have that information. If any adjustments need to be made to the analysis, then we'll make those. But if not, that will be the analysis that will be incorporated into the staff report and one of the pieces of information for you all to rely upon in your decision-making.
Thanks.
I did want to clarify on that question of peer review, though. What we submitted for peer review was the supplement. The supplement was an evaluation of the anticipated benefits from the VA and all of the scientific evaluation and a description of how we evaluated those benefits. And so I just want to be clear that while the peer reviewers can comment on anything they want, I think it's likely their focus will be on, is the evaluation that the board did, and actually it was the board in combination with staff from Department of Water Resources and staff from Department of Fish and Wildlife. But I think the peer review will most likely focus on, was the evaluation sound? Were the methods we used reasonable? Are the conclusions we made regarding the benefits backed up by appropriate science? I don't expect the peer reviewers to be able to comment on, does the voluntary agreement represent reasonable protection? Because that is a decision that takes into account so many other factors beyond the science. So I just wanted to clarify that expectation.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I do think that's something, again, just is one of the crux of this is, do we have, are these alternatives going to have the benefit that is needed to reach reasonable protection? So if we don't feel like we're going to get that, if there's things that we need to help us understand outcomes better, I think we need to figure out what what those are, because it's hard to, we have a lot of information analyzed on impacts. We have goals that we're trying to reach here, but it's much clearer what expected outcomes are in certain things, and with the analysis on the staff on unimpaired flows than it is on VAs, and it's hard to do a balancing as a decision maker. The other thing I'll just say, and I really do, I think there is a lot of discussion on habitat restoration projects, and I think everyone here really would agree that we need to invest in habitat restoration, and that's a cornerstone. I do feel like we are learning a lot around how to approach things in a more inclusive way. And so I think as we move forward and look at how we're going to solve things, the more that there's really genuine collaboration, especially with tribes and local groups locally in the different watersheds and around habitat restoration projects. It was helpful to hear some of that. I know there were some examples there, but that's just something I personally want to hear a lot more about, is how we can have this be, again, however things are moving forward, how we can see that more genuine collaboration than I think frankly, a lot of the way comments have been playing out, which feels very polarized. And I think that's a reflection of how dynamics are now. And if we want to see things move forward, I think we're going to need to see people able to talk with each other and working together. So across a lot of the lines that were reflected here today. So I look forward to trying to support that, and look forward to the next hearing day. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire, and then Board Member Morgan.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. And actually, my colleagues asked both my questions, so I don't have to repeat those. So thank you for doing that. Appreciate that. But I do just want to emphasize, in the spirit of building a productive and collaborative workspace here, which is what we're trying to do, in a series of alternatives and modules and different approaches and impacts that are disparate and incredibly difficult to untangle in terms of, what is the right best balancing decision that we can make. I just think it's incredibly important as we go forward in the next few months here to make sure that we're clearly articulating what each of those choices are as best we can. And I think you've done a great job with the workshops, all the materials, but it's still a 6,000 page document, and it's still a document that has questions in it that are unanswered. So you're working on the program of implementation now. But I heard a lot today from both sides. So I heard a number of commenters say that, you know, the VAs would be, voluntary agreements would be unenforceable and they're just voluntary. That's not what my understanding has been, but if there's questions about that, you know, that should be clarified in some way so that we know and the public knows what these voluntary agreements would actually include or not include. And I know there's documents still in development and maybe they'll articulate that better. Just teeing up what the early part of the year I think should look like. You know, likewise, concerns about with the unimpaired flow approach, the inflexibility to the discussion earlier today about the unimpaired flow regimes and what those might look like and the impacts that might come with them as that balancing of spring flows versus temperature management and cold water pool, and all the impacts that come with making these difficult water management decisions come. There was another comment about how they weren't able to find in the document just a single concise summary of all the alternatives and what they were. And so that resonated with me. I know it's almost impossible to distill all this down in 6,000 pages worth of work and thought and over a decade worth of sense of urgency here. But I do think it's important that we're able to describe these options in a way that we're able to speak to each other, because I think that will help hopefully build that space of collaboration and being able to come with up with a meaningful program of implementation in a reasonable time frame here. So thank you again. I appreciate it, and I appreciate everyone who commented today and is, I know, frantically working on comment letters here over the next 6 weeks or so.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I do have one response to the comment about the range of potential effects for percent of unimpaired flow alternatives. I do want to note that there's a lot of flexibility in the percent of unimpaired flow approaches. I do think the program of implementation will refine some of this, but that flexibility in itself creates some uncertainty with respect to how things will play out. And then otherwise, your comment about enforceability, the VA parties are developing, implementing and enforcement agreements. I would expect answers to people's questions on enforceability should reside there, and we can get some more comments on that. We'll definitely work to refine some of these things, but I did want to just make sure people's expectations in terms of, you know, the preciseness is going to depend on if the board moves forward with the percent of unimpaired flow approach, exactly how those are implemented, whether it's voluntary or default, and in a lot of details. It's a big watershed. There's a lot of options for people to voluntarily implement things, that kind of thing. So just wanted to make sure people are clear on that.
It's helpful, yes. Vice Chair.
Well, I think that I appreciate that, and this is good to have the discussion. Getting back to Chair, your comment about you know, creating a straw man. I think that until we have a better idea, and I think by the very nature of unimpaired, it's going to be difficult to narrow that down. But I could see from a water supply perspective, for, you know, if you're managing a system, you have to look at that entire range. And so, but then spending a lot of time on it right now, you know, it could actually distract. So not quite sure. I guess the answer is just, you know, wait until we have more information on the program of implementation.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're definitely going to take the comments that we heard and think about them carefully and think about where more detail may be appropriate, but it may not, you know, there will still be this uncertainty. There's also uncertainty with the VAs. They have ranges, they have flexibility. Both proposals have ranges and flexibility. And that's something, you know, that was a kind of a core tenet for developing the updates to the Bay Delta plan, is we need to move from rigorous, you know, objectives that don't adapt and can't be refined and don't respond to the hydrology, all of that sort of thing. So inherent in that is that there is a range of potential outcomes, and we need to evaluate those ranges of potential outcomes and to be conservative, to make sure that we're not underestimating the impacts. We did take a conservative approach. We can consider, maybe refining that more and trying to give you a more realistic viewpoint of that and doing a little bit more work. But there will still be this, that issue that's presented, I think.
Thank you. And I know we'll have plenty of time to look at this later, but one of the exciting things about finally moving forward is that we're going to get triennial reports and annual reports. And so I think requiring, a very high bar on what's contained in those reports, so that kind of getting back to what I said earlier about the analysis that you all put forth, I would like to see this, one Delta. We all want to see one Delta, one science. And so if those reports are strong and complete and can be fed into whatever the process is on enforceability, I think that that would help guide everyone, because that information, and on our end as well, that's what we would be looking at. We expect this information, and this is going to be a process, this iterative process that we've been talking about.
Thank you, Board Member. Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Morgan.
Well, thank you. I guess, well, I don't have much to say now. Board Member McGuire and Vice Chair, you covered pretty much what I was going to cover there. So I'll just, want to thank everyone for commenting on the previous hearing, and then also today. Definitely looking forward to our next one. Really am taking in, everything that is being said, taking notes here, and also looking forward to the written comments. And so I really do believe, at the end of the day, and it was said several times today, whether, it's different parties stating it really is the need for flow and for, habitat for the restoration to occur. There's a balance, and it's just, how does that balance look? And so I was definitely happy to hear parties saying that they're really willing to come to the table, sit down, work together, and to help to, I'm going to say, define that balance, and to work collaboratively to move forward. So I really want to hold them to that, of bringing everyone in so that we can continue to work, well, I should say, to work collaboratively, moving forward, so that we can, get that balance that is really needed between flow and restoration. So, again, just, thank everyone, thank staff for all your hard work, years of hard work going into this, bringing us to this point today where we can have this discussion. And then just really want to reinforce what the Vice Chair just said, of just making sure that however it is that we're moving forward, that we have good reporting coming in so that we can enforce on whichever path that, that we're on. So I think just that is key, so that we can, while we're building in this flexibility, that's great, but we need to see as we're going, do we need to shift? How do we need to shift? And that's going to come in with good data, good reporting, so that we can continue to move forward in a positive way. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member, and all board members. Just, I feel there's a lot of good work ahead, a lot more discussion, and I want to just echo the thanks as well to staff for their just great work and trying to lay out as clearly as we can here a discussion and crosswalk, so that we're all evaluating as best we can this system in the same light. So thank you for that basis, and importantly, thank you for everyone again for their comments today, for their engagement and continued engagement, I know, with us. And to the Vice Chair's point, appreciate that we can have a lot of conversation. It takes a lot of discussion to get to consensus, and we're trying our best to see if we can do just that. Our next meeting here, the third day of our 3-day hearing for the draft staff report, will be on December 11th at noon. Until that time, we are in recess, and just want to thank everyone. We actually have our regularly scheduled board meetings next week, Tuesday and Wednesday, so we'll see everyone then as well. But as far as this discussion, it will be continued at noon, December 11th. Unlike, which isn't, this is bad, this is great, we're not going too late. That evening, we're planning to go later into the evening. It's to accommodate those that can't participate during normal work hours. So it's starting at noon. It will be going into the evening to accommodate folks. And just thank you everyone. Again, we're in recess until then, and see you all next week. Thank you.